Chapter 1, Just broke up, and now we're both dead? Maple Forest Hotel. In a double room, Jiang Chen woke up with a hangover, his head splitting. He looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, then stared at a dark red stain on the white sheets, and fell into a moment of contemplation. Yesterday. Didn't he just get broken up with by Shinsini? What the hell is going on? Jiang Chen, I just want a stable future. A woman's best years are just a few years in her life, and I can't afford to waste any of them. I don't want to live a life where I have to haggle over every meal at an expensive restaurant, or I have to worry about paying the mortgage and car loan. Jiang Chen, I really don't dislike you, it's just that Brother Cohen is too good to me. He gave me an Hermes bag the first time we met. On the street, filled with people going about their daily lives, Shinsini asked Jiang Chen out yesterday and said, "Ha ha. If you dislike me because I'm poor, just say so, there's no need for this." Jiang Chen, who had just finished work, agreed to break up on the spot. Shinsini was the famous school beauty of Sihai University, the goddess dreamed of by many boys. However, she was vain and found various ways to dislike Jiang Chen. The two had been dating for less than a month. Their worldviews just did not match. They broke up just as they graduated. Jiang Chen had nothing to miss, so he went out with some friends for a drink in the evening. On the way back, he had drunk a bit too much and accidentally met a beautiful woman who was also drunk on the way. The two talked for a while, seemingly very congenial, and then for some reason, and without knowing who took the initiative, they stumbled into a hotel room. Jiang Chen thought about it and scratched his head. This is fucking unbelievable. To say it. The two just ended up together like this? For the beautiful woman from last night, he didn't have much of an impression. Of course, if they met again, he would recognize the other person. He only knew that the other person had an amazing figure and was beautiful to the point of bubbling. And from the remaining memories of last night, he expected that she should be the type of girl who looks gentle on the outside but is very wild and feral on the inside, like a young cat. But that's it, how could the other person just leave without saying goodbye and run away first? Forget it. One shouldn't waste one's youth if one doesn't have any adventures. It was just an accidental encounter, so just treat it as a beautiful dream. For the future, no matter what. I have to work hard and make money. First, I'll set a plan to make money, for example, within 3 years, no relationships, but to earn a few small goals first? Well, I've decided happily. Jiang Chen shook his head self-deprecatingly, thinking this way, he packed up and got up. There was no choice. It was time to go to work, and it was another day full of energy as a social animal. He came from an ordinary family. His mother was a civil servant and a small leader in her unit. His father was a technician in the factory. They were not rich, but they were warm and harmonious. As the only son in the family, his parents loved him dearly. Although he was a child, he really did not lack for men's singles, women's singles, and mixed doubles. Almost 3 years ago, he bound to the legendary system. However, the system was in a dormant state. Only by insisting on signing in every day could it be officially activated. He had read all kinds of online novels, and when he knew what the system meant, his life was on the fast track to the top. As the saying goes, with the system in hand, the world is mine. So Jiang Chen signed in every day, without missing a day. But fuck. It's been almost 3 years since he signed in, and the damn system still hasn't shown the slightest sign of activation. It's fucking painful. 9 months later. Jiang Chen was paid that day, and a few of the grandsons from the same dormitory that year came as soon as they smelled the food. What else is there, just eating and drinking for free? They were all good buddies. It was rare for them to all stay in Sihai after graduation, and they often took turns treating each other to meals, so he didn't care and immediately found a nice place to go out to eat. Holy shit! Is this Su Qingcheng? She is worthy of being the #1 goddess of our Sihai University, truly stunning. It's just that I haven't heard any news about Goddess Su lately. Yes, it's been a year. It seems that she either left her job or went abroad as a visiting scholar. These photos were taken a year ago. What a pity. I wonder who this goddess will end up with. After eating for a while, Lu Wei, Zheng Chang, and Wu Hao, a few guys from the dormitory, exclaimed in surprise. It was because they had seen on their phones a photo of Goddess Su participating in a school event a year ago. The three of them watched the photo together with great interest. Jiang Chen had heard of this Goddess Su before. It was said that she was a senior student at Sihai University who excelled in both character and studies. After studying abroad for a few years, she returned to China to teach and became a famous goddess teacher at Sihai University. But he really didn't know her. This goddess Su is very beautiful, but if you look closely, she's just so-so. Cough cough, is she even more beautiful? What the heck? Jiang Chen couldn't help but take another look at the photo of Su Qingcheng. Before, he had only heard about how beautiful goddess Su was and how she could charm anyone. But now, after taking a closer look, he could honestly say that he had never seen such a pretty girl before in his life. And the thing is, she looked a bit familiar, didn't she? Then, for some reason, he suddenly thought of the beautiful woman at Fenglinwen Hotel. Could it be that night? The one who died with him was goddess Su? Shit. Jiang Chen was suddenly shocked by this thought. It can't be. It can't be. What did Lu Wei and the others say? Goddess Su had already left the company a long time ago, or maybe she went abroad to be a visiting scholar. She's just a social animal. You're just imagining things. Ding. Host is thinking about imaginary things, 1000 days of logging in, triggering activation conditions. Chapter 2, if my son is going to be such a loser, I'll beat the shit out of him. Ding. System officially activated. System? Activated? Jiang Chen was filled with excitement at the sound of a series of mechanical prompts in her head. Nima, it's been 1000 days since I signed in, and the damn system has finally been officially activated. However, she hadn't had time to check the system yet. Suddenly, with a bang, the door to the private room was pushed open. Jiang Chen, there you are. What's wrong with you? You didn't answer your phone or return my messages, and you made me look all over for you. At that moment, the monitor Yuan Yan suddenly barged into the private room. She was sweating and panting, which startled everyone. What do you want with Jiang Chen, monitor? Lu Wei and the others asked. Yuan Yan had just been unable to contact Jiang Chen, and it was through Lu Wei that she learned that Jiang Chen was here. Seeing that it wasn't far, Yuan Yan hurried over. Jiang Chen saw this and quickly took out his phone. He found that it was on silent mode. He apologized to the monitor, saying, "I'm sorry, monitor, my phone was on silent mode just now." "But monitor, what is it that you want with me in such a hurry?" "Of course it's a big deal." Yuan Yan wiped the sweat from her forehead, gasped for a moment, and said, "Jiang Chen, you need to come with me quickly, teacher Su is giving birth." Hearing Yuan Yan's words, Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. "Not monitor, teacher Su is giving birth? Which Miss Su? Is it the goddess senior sister Su Qingcheng? But, she's about to give birth, what does that have to do with me?" Jiang Chen asked. "Yes, it's Miss Su Qingcheng." "What do you mean, what does it have to do with you?" "Because Miss Su is pregnant with your child." "Okay Jiang Chen, don't be in a daze, hurry up and follow me." Without further ado, Yuan Yan took Jiang Chen by the hand and hurriedly went out. In the private room, the remaining three, Lu Wei, Zhang Chang, and Wu Hao, looked at each other in confusion. They looked at each other's expressions, and they were about to crack. This Jiang Chen kid didn't say a word. Suddenly, the baby is about to be born? Is the mother of the child still the goddess Su from Sihai University? What a big mess. I hope I'm not dreaming, right? Su Qingcheng. She's the goddess of our Sihai University, with a figure, appearance, and temperament that are much better than the school flower. Now she's been taken by a pig, and the pig that took her is Jiang Chen. When did the two of them get together? Jiangzi, pinch me. Ouch. I told you to pinch me, not so hard. But it still hurts, so it proves I'm not dreaming. It's not a dream, but it's obviously impossible. Jiang Chen is handsome, and he does look good with goddess Su, but the thing is, they don't know each other. It's probably because Jiang Chen doesn't want to pay the bill and is blowing off steam with the monitor, playing a joke on us. Right, bullshit. This is bullshit. Who can't blow off steam? I'm still saying that the class flower gave me imported candy to eat. I'm still saying that the girl I have a crush on suddenly threw me a seductive glance last night and flirtatiously told me to come in and have some sweet soup. I'm still saying that I'm marrying fairy sister. I'm still saying that I'm marrying fairy mother. On the roadside, a middle-aged woman was rushing towards an old Volkswagen while talking on the phone, her tone urgent and her expression flustered. Xiaoqian, what did you say? Su Qingqing's water has broken, is she going into labor? This is so sudden. I'm still working overtime at the office. Then just wait a moment, I'll be there soon. The middle-aged woman is Song Mei. She has just received a call from her niece, Sun Qian, who is also an obstetrician at the maternal and child health hospital, saying that Su Qingqing's amniotic fluid has broken and she is about to give birth. Su Qingqing is pregnant with triplets, and if she is to give birth, she will need a cesarean section. So Song Mei, having dealt with the matter at hand, hurried to the hospital. She and Su Qingqing are best friends. The two met while practicing yoga. Although there was a big age difference between them, they hit it off immediately and soon became best friends who could talk about anything. As for Su Qingqing's unexpected pregnancy, Song Mei, as her best friend, was both heartbroken and furious at the man for being so heartless. At the same time, she felt a little helpless. Because, although the two were best friends who could talk about anything, Su Qingqing never talked about the unexpected pregnancy at all and hardly ever revealed the slightest bit of information. Triplets are not like a normal pregnancy. It is even more difficult and more suffering during the 10 months of pregnancy. Su Qingqing's parents were not around, and when she was 5 or 6 months pregnant, she could no longer hold on by herself, so she told Song Mei, asking her to help out from time to time. So Song Mei could only speculate. Her best friend had met the wrong person, and it seemed that she had been victimized by some heartless and shameless scumbag. He's ruthless when it comes to sex, and he turns his back on people when they fall out. He's a real bastard. To put it bluntly, he's a real son of a bitch. Auntie, don't worry too much just yet. The mother is in the hospital ward, and her condition is currently stable. The problem is that the mother is due to have a cesarean section, but the man hasn't shown up yet. Ha! The scumbag hasn't even arrived yet. Song Mei couldn't help but feel indignant when she heard this. Does this person have any conscience? She carried the baby for 10 months, she didn't trouble you at all, and now she's having a cesarean section and giving birth, and you still won't even come take a look. Hey, thank goodness it's not my son. If my son were such a scumbag, I'd beat the living daylights out of him. Chapter 3, Oh my god, it's actually my mom's best friend. Sihai City Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Su Qingqing lay on the hospital bed. She looked haggard, but even so, she still couldn't hide her impressive bosom and her extremely beautiful face. At this moment, she stroked her stomach lightly. She let out a sigh. Just now, she had no choice but to contact the man through Yuan Yan, someone she knew, because she didn't know much about the man, just his name and appearance, and didn't know his contact information. But would the man actually come? She actually didn't know. After a while, the obstetrician Sun Qian came to her again, lifted the bedsheet, and glanced down at Su Qingqing. It's almost time, but why haven't the family members arrived yet? This is a triplet pregnancy, and it's the first time for you. In your situation, you definitely need a cesarean section. But a cesarean section is after all an operation, and there are risks with any operation. And since you're having triplets, it's best to have family members present to take on the risks of the operation. Well, I understand. Su Qingqing nodded. If it's really unavoidable, I'm willing to take the risk myself. Sun Qian couldn't help but feel pity when she saw Su Qingqing in such an uncomfortable state. She didn't know much about Su Qingqing. She only knew that she was her sister-in-law's best friend, and that she had encountered a scumbag this time and accidentally got pregnant. The beautiful woman from Runming University is not bad. No matter where she is placed, she has a face and figure comparable to that of a popular female celebrity. Especially her proud figure. If the baby is born, even if it is triplets, it will definitely not starve. But although she is beautiful, her brain is. She's just too stubborn and a bit thick-head. Otherwise, she wouldn't have met that scumbag, and even if she was pregnant with his child, she wouldn't have insisted on giving birth to it, subjecting herself to endless suffering. Hey! Could it be the legendary brawn without brains? Since the family hasn't arrived yet, let's wait a little longer. If they're not here yet, we'll see what happens. Sun Qian said, after double-checking Su Qingqing's condition. Then she called again and gave Song Mei some instructions. Auntie, when you come up, please buy some necessities for the new mother, maternity pads, breast pads, and things like that, as well as diapers, wipes, and baby bottles for the baby. No problem, I'll go right now. Song Mei drove, because it wasn't far, and they had just arrived at the hospital. After hearing what Sun Qian said, she immediately went to the hospital supermarket to buy these necessities. After all, she had been there herself. She had given birth just over 200 months ago. She knew what to do. And then there was Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I can't believe it either, but is this really the situation? Yuan Yen took Jiang Chen out of the restaurant and gave Jiang Chen a rough idea of the situation she knew. Jiang Chen was shocked. Okay, so. The pig that worshipped the goddess Gongsu was actually himself. It's not. Me, you son of a bitch. How could it be, hey? And in that case, how come I'm going to be a father so soon? I'm going to have a child? But I'm not that old, and subconsciously, I still feel like I'm a child. Jiang Chen. My flight to pretty country is today, and it's almost time, so you go to the hospital yourself. The specific address is Sihai Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Okay, thanks, monitor. Yuan Yan had an urgent matter. She had an urgent matter to attend to. She was going to study abroad and had booked a flight for that day. Seeing that there was not much time, she gave Jiang Chen a detailed briefing and went straight to the airport. Jiang Chen thanked her profusely. He hailed a taxi and went straight to the Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Of course, he was anxious to find out what the situation was at the hospital as soon as possible. But there was no point in being anxious. Because the distance was quite far, and the traffic was heavy along the way, the taxi had to stop and go all the way. It was about an hour before they arrived at the Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Jiang Chen went straight to the 5th floor, the ward that Yuan Yan had told him about on the phone. Unexpectedly, in the corridor outside, he actually found his own mother. Mom, what are you doing here? Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Song Mei had just bought a bunch of necessities and was carrying them up the stairs when she suddenly heard Jiang Chen's voice. Turning around, she said, "Hey, never mind, I'm doing a favor for a close friend of mine. Come, help me carry it." It was crowded in the elevator, and I climbed up the stairs, which killed me. Hand over the things you're carrying to Jiang Chen. But she took a breath. She immediately reacted and said, "No, this is the Maternal and Child Health Hospital, why did you come to a place like this? You're not going to." Then her expression became a little surprised. "You little brat, fess up, did you get some girl pregnant? You're something. In today's society, young men and women are straightforward and care about enjoyment, so what can't they do? They make the news every other day." Song Mei of course knew this very well. As she spoke, she gave her son a spanking and then kicked him in the butt. The movements were seamless. There was no need for practice, her hands were nimble. Mom! Jiang Chen had just lost a women's singles match, and looked a little helpless. She thought to herself, "I'm so old, why are you still hitting me? The last time you hit me was 10 years ago, or no, it was half a month ago. Mom, it's not what you think." "What, you still want to lie to me? You must have come to a place like this for a reason. I'm so busy today, or I'd give you a good scolding." Song Mei glared at Jiang Chen, then entered the ward first. Jiang Chen followed behind. Just as he was about to go in, he glanced at the room number and couldn't help but gasp. It was the same room number as the one Yuan Yan had told him about. How the hell? Did these two things collide? Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. After going in, he discovered that it was indeed Su Qingchang, and he was sure it was the real person. "Qingchang, this is my son Jiang Chen. I happened to run into him outside, so I asked him to drop by and help out. If you need anything, just tell him." Song Mei didn't notice anything unusual about Jiang Chen, and introduced him to Su Qingchang in a natural manner. Su Qingchang, who was in the hospital bed, heard this and glanced over at Jiang Chen. Her pretty face suddenly changed, and her beautiful eyes were full of shock. And when she saw Su Qingchang and heard her mother's words, Jiang Chen also completely understood. So her mother's best friend is Su Qingchang? This is unbelievable. Chapter 4, The triplets are about to be born. Ding, host status detected. Host has met the woman of his dreams and is about to give birth to his own flesh and blood. Ding, host faces the following options. Option 1, think the child is a burden. You haven't had enough fun yet. It's better to go it alone and be carefree. Reward, newbie package, 1 million yuan in cash. Option 2, think the child is a treasure and raise them no matter what. Reward, novice package, 100,000 yuan in cash. Two options? Option 1, think the child is a burden and want to raise them on your own. Option 2, think the child is a treasure and raise them no matter what. What the hell is there to choose from? So what if there's $1 million in cash? You have to choose option 2. If you choose option 1, you're no different from a scumbag. Jiang Chen immediately made his own judgment. No matter what other people think, that's what he thinks. Although he's confused and feels young, there's no way he can abandon his child. Son. This is my best friend, Su Qingcheng, also from Sihai University. She's a few years older than you, a straight-A student back in the day, and after graduating from a prestigious foreign university, she returned to Sihai University to become a teacher. Song Mei didn't notice the expressions on Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng's faces, and kept talking. But your older sister, you just met the wrong person. Now she's pregnant, and the baby is about to be born, but the father of the child still hasn't shown up, and he's never asked about the baby. He's a real scumbag. Let me tell you, you can't do this. Okay, I won't say much more to you. I've told you what to do, so go back to your business. But remember what your mother said, no matter what, you must take responsibility for the girl. If you really can't, then marry the girl. No matter what, you can't be a scumbag, understand? Song Mei is teaching her son on the spot. This kid, a mother can't help her child. He came to this maternity and child care hospital, and it is inevitable that he got someone's daughter pregnant. As her mother, she took a while to digest the news, and although she was angry, she was fine with it. After all, the child is now grown up and has his own life. He has even graduated from university. If it weren't for the fact that Su Qingcheng can't leave her side, she would really want to go over there and see what the girl looks like. Just in case it's okay. Of course, she doesn't mind becoming a grandmother a few years early. Song Mei kept talking, but over there, Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng exchanged glances, instantly remembering the night they met at Fang Linwen in about 10 months ago. Their eyes were also filled with shock. So it was you. There was no way around it, the amount of information was just too much. One was surprised to learn that the beautiful woman they had met was actually their mother's best friend. The other was surprised to learn that the man they had met was actually the son of their best friend. Oh my God. A flush of blood rushed to Su Qingcheng's pale face, and she was a little afraid to look at Jiang Chen again, even though they were a schoolmate and a junior. But this was too embarrassing. Mom, let me tell you something. In order to avoid a beating, Jiang Chen was trying to be as tactful as possible when organizing his words. What is it? Well, actually, I'm the scumbag you're talking about. Puff. Song Mei was thirsty from climbing the stairs and had just taken a drink. When she heard Jiang Chen's words, she almost choked on her drink and looked surprised. What did you say? That, I'm the scumbag you're talking about. Su Qingcheng is pregnant with my child. Jiang Chen repeated it with a stiff upper lip. Song Mei was stunned. What's going on? The scumbag I've been calling for half a day is actually my son. No way. Is the son I've worked so hard to raise really that scum? She turned to look at Su Qingcheng. Seeing Song Mei's questioning gaze, Su Qingcheng looked embarrassed, but finally nodded with difficulty. Mage, yeah, he's right. The child in my belly is your son's. Words sent Song Mei's expression to the extreme. So it's true. My own son really is the scumbag I've cursed over and over again. My goodness, how did I give birth to this son? What a sin. But, in that case, won't I be a grandmother? Am I not going to hold my long-awaited first grandchild? This is such good news. No, there's no but. That little rascal. He's so ungrateful. What did I teach him? How could he be such a scum? Not to mention ruining his best friend's life, but she was pregnant with triplets, and he didn't even ask how she was feeling. When it was time for the cesarean, he kept her waiting. Song Mei immediately became furious at the thought, and then she was about to kick Jiang Chen. Have the family members of the expectant mother arrived? At this time, Sun Xian came in and was surprised to see Jiang Chen. She couldn't believe it when she saw the expressions of Song Mei and Jiang Chen. No way, Xiaochen, you're the family member of the expectant mother? Jiang Chen, who had escaped disaster, only then realized that his cousin, who was the sister of his aunt, now worked at Sihai Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Hearing his cousin's question, he nodded awkwardly and bitterly. Well, it's me. Ah. Sun Xian was shocked. So the scumbag is her sister's son, and her sister's best friend is actually pregnant with Xiaochen's child. This is just outrageous. Song Mei couldn't hold back any longer, and grabbed Jiang Chen by the ear. You've done something bad, and now you have the nerve to smile? I'll show you a smile. Jiang Chen was caught off guard. Mom, can't you go easy on me? You want me to go easy on you? Fine. Song Mei was furious and applied more pressure with her hand. Jiang Chen. Mom, you really are my mom. It's okay, little sister-in-law, we can talk about it later. The mother needs a cesarean section right away. Sun Qian persuaded Song Mei a little from the side. Shocked, she covered her mouth and laughed, and said to Jiang Chen, I can't believe it, Chen, you've just graduated and you're already a father. That's pretty impressive. Your girlfriend is pregnant with triplets, which is a 1 in 10,000 chance, and now the amniotic fluid has broken, so she has to have a cesarean. As she said this, she couldn't help but glance at Jiang Chen again. She thought to herself, this cousin of mine is quite handsome, but he's also outrageous, and he's a bit of a scumbag, too. His girlfriend is about to give birth, and yet he doesn't even want to admit that he's the father. What? Triplets. Jiang Chen over there heard his cousin's words, and his head exploded again. That night, he not only had 1 orgasm, but 3. This. Ding. Holy shit. You have 2 options. Which one do you choose? Give me a word. It's been a while, why is there no response? Jiang Chen? Damn, is the damn system freaking out? I choose option 2. Ding, received. Ding, the host has made a choice. Congratulations on receiving your reward, a novice package with 100,000 cash. The reward is reasonable and legal, so please feel free to use it. Ding, novice package issued, full level farming technique, 50,000 cash. In addition to 100,000 cash, I was also rewarded with 50,000. Not bad. Chapter 5 You little brat, stop running. Jiang Chen arrived, and the surgery was about to begin soon. Song Mei and Jiang Chen escorted the way, and sent Su Qingcheng into the operating room. They watched as the door to the operating room closed, and Song Mei and her son, and then their eyes met. Mom. That mom, listen to my excuses, no, listen to my explanation. Jiang Chen saw that things were not good, and hurriedly said something nice. But Song Mei did not give him a chance to explain, grabbed Jiang Chen by the arm and dragged him outside into the corridor. Come on, speak. I want to hear how you little brat will argue. Because she was a little angry, Song Mei's grip was quite strong. Jiang Chen. Is this your real mother? I'm afraid she wasn't given away for free with a phone charge. Hey. Although he was helpless afterwards, Jiang Chen still told his mother everything he knew, of course leaving out the things he shouldn't say. I don't know if I expressed myself accurately, but I went on and on. Song Mei frowned. She was secretly shocked. She thought to herself, nowadays young people are so indiscreet in some ways. They don't even know each other, and they just happen to bump into each other and have sex? After having sex, they don't even know who the other person is. That brat. Back in our day, we were so conservative. For example, when I first met the brat's father. You, the father of the brat, is no good either. After just meeting on a blind date, after a little wine, he wanted to hold hands and kept pulling me into the woods. So, that night, you didn't know it was Su Qingcheng either? Yes, Mom, I swear to God. If I knew it was your best friend, I would never have dared. But you still dared. Jiang Chen was suddenly at a loss for words. Seeing the murderous glare in her mother's eyes, she sensed that she was in for a beating. Forget it, run. This is your own mother. So she turned around and ran. Song Mei chased after her, scolding the scumbag for half a year on behalf of her best friend. But it turned out that the scumbag was actually her own son. Isn't that infuriating? Does your son deserve to be punished? You little brat, don't run. I'll beat you to death. She snatched a broom from the cleaning lady and swung it angrily. The cleaning lady was confused? Although Song Mei was angry, she didn't really want to hit her own son, after all. She just pretended to do it. I'm sorry. Song Mei quickly returned the broom. It's okay. The cleaning lady had obviously seen the world and calmly took them up. This son-in-law, if he's not a good person, he deserves to be beaten, otherwise he'll think his own family is easy to bully and his daughter will suffer over there. No, that's my son. Your son? The cleaning lady was surprised. If it's your son, why did you beat him? 2 or 3 hours later. Suddenly, the door to the operating room opened. A nurse from the delivery room, pushing a baby carriage, walked out and shouted, Su Qingcheng's family, your baby has been born. Mom, it's been born. It's already been born. Jiang Chen hurriedly reminded his mother, but who knew that his mother was even quicker than he was, and she dragged her voice from afar, I'm coming, I'm coming. I'm Su Qingqing's family. Song Mei immediately took 3 steps and came to the door of the operating room. Okay, you have triplets, 2 girls and a boy, and both mother and children are safe. The nurse glanced at the bustling Song Mei and then introduced her. Outside the operating room, there were many anxious family members of the expectant mothers sitting in 2 rows of seats. When they heard what the nurse said, they immediately became agitated and surrounded the nurse to watch curiously. Ah! It's triplets. 2 girls and a boy. Wow, this is great, 1 son and 2 girls, they're all here. It's rare to have twins, and these are even triplets. Wow! This daughter-in-law is so enviable. Song Mei's eyes sparkled with joy when she saw the 3 babies. Amidst the admiring stares of the crowd, she carefully picked up one of the babies in her arms. She was as happy with the baby as she had been angry with Jiang Chen earlier. Her gaze was full of love. It felt like a dream, and she couldn't believe it. I'm Song Mei, 48 years old, and I'm already a grandmother? I have 3 grandchildren at once? And the woman who gave birth to my 3 grandchildren is also my best friend. I don't think they would dare to make up a story like this in a TV drama, would they? Hey! My eldest son, you really made your mother proud. Chapter 6, A Loving Mother and Dutiful Children. He. Song Mei couldn't contain her excitement. Jiang Chen felt the same way. However, at first glance at the 3 babies, they looked a little surprised. Why were their skin wrinkled and reddish? They were obviously very different from the fair and cute babies she had imagined. Mom, is the baby okay? Why does it look like a little monkey? Jiang Chen asked. What do you know? It's just the way they are after birth. They'll be fine in a few days. Besides, when you were born, you were even worse than this little monkey, more like a little mouse, because you were born prematurely. Seeing the 3 babies, Song Mei's attitude softened a lot, and she wasn't as angry with Jiang Chen. Mom, I want to hold one too. Jiang Chen saw Song Mei dote on the 3 babies, and he was a little jealous and wanted to hold one too. But the babies were so small and delicate, and he didn't know how to hold them. Wait, I'll show you. Hold the nape of the neck with one hand and the bottom with the other. That's right, hold them at an angle in your arms. After all, they are your own sons. Song Mei gave Jiang Chen a look and taught him how to hold the babies, hand in hand. Soon Jiang Chen got the hang of it. Holding one baby in his arms, he looked at the little face in his arms and the dark, barely half-open eyes. He still couldn't believe it in his heart. Is this really my child? I've become a father so quickly? At first, he couldn't quite believe it, but then he held all 3 babies in his arms and gave them a little kiss on the top of the head. Song Mei saw this and was very unhappy. Hey, you little brat, you have germs in your mouth. What if you kiss my grandchildren and spoil them? Okay, I kiss their hair. And they are your grandchildren, but they are also my daughter and son. Ding! Host kisses all 3 of his children. Congratulations! Reward, 1 random prize draw. There's a reward for kissing a child? Not bad. System, draw the prize. Jiang Chen immediately realized with his consciousness. Ding! Prize draw successful. Congratulations to the host on receiving 30,000 yuan and the complete guide to parenting. 30,000 yuan was transferred to the bank card number. As for the parenting skills, they flooded into Jiang Chen's mind along with a massive torrent of knowledge. After quickly absorbing them, they spread to every limb and bone, becoming Jiang Chen's memories and instincts. It would not be an exaggeration to describe Jiang Chen as a top parenting expert. Su Qingcheng, how are you? After a short while, the door to the operating room opened again, and Su Qingcheng was wheeled out. Song Mei hurriedly went up to greet her with concern. It's nothing, I'm fine. Su Qingcheng lay in bed, pale and with a fine layer of sweat on her forehead. It's good that you're fine. Song Mei said twice, then secretly let out a sigh of relief. Although she was overjoyed to see her 3 grandchildren, she was also constantly worried about her best friend. Ms. Su, you've worked hard. Jiang Chen also came over and expressed his concern. Su Qingcheng didn't know what was going on. As soon as she saw Jiang Chen, she inexplicably became a little nervous. She wanted to say that she wasn't tired, but when the words came to her lips, she said, forget it, let's talk about it later. Song Mei gave Jiang Chen a wink. Jiang Chen immediately understood. Afterwards, Jiang Chen pushed Su Qingqing's bed, and Song Mei pushed the stroller with the three babies, and they all returned to the ward together. Son. Now in front of Qingcheng, you have to tell me what you're going to do. Qingcheng carried the baby for 10 months. Because of her physical condition and the fact that it was triplets, she didn't want to abort the baby, but because of this, she fell out with her family. Her parents weren't around when she was pregnant, and you can say that you suffered a lot because of your son. You have to have a conscience. I'll tell you, son, Qin Sheng is my best friend. If you dare to be heartless, I won't let you off. In the hospital room, Song Mei interrogated Jiang Chen with a serious expression. Her words were a mixture of threats and intimidation. Over the past few months, Song Mei has witnessed Su Qingshi's difficult situation firsthand. She has been alone in a rented house, helpless and unable to call for help. She has dragged her big belly around, cooking alone and going to check UPS alone. She tripped accidentally in the middle of the night once and couldn't get up from the ground for half a day. She feels the same as she does, and tries to help her best friend as much as she can. But at the same time, she is also incredibly angry, thinking to herself, which heartless, faithless man is this? She just never expected that the unfaithful man and scumbag was actually her own grown-up son. But even if he is her grown-up son, he can't be a scumbag. That's a matter of principle. This time, she is determined to help her best friend get justice. Of course I'm responsible. I really didn't know before. I didn't mean to be a scumbag. Facing her mother's interrogation, Jiang Chen scratched his head and told her what he was thinking. Now I know, the child is born, what else can I do? Then just keep them, they're your own kids after all. Anyway, there's no problem on my side, but... Jiang Chen glanced at Su Qingqing and didn't continue. But what? Say it. Song Mei was a little anxious, thinking to herself, this brat, why did you stop talking? You're really killing me, but at that moment, Su Qingqing suddenly shouted, interrupting her question. Sister Mei, help me push the stroller a little closer, I want to see the baby. Oh, okay. Song Mei responded, got up and pushed the stroller closer to Su Qingqing's bedside. As the effect of the anesthesia wore off, Su Qingqing gradually felt the pain of her wounds, but she still propped herself up to see the three babies, her gaze full of adoration. Jiang Chen watched from the side and couldn't help but be transfixed. A true beauty is a true beauty, and although she looked a little haggard and her face was a little pale, her beauty was still captivating. You brat, come out here. Jiang Chen was engrossed in his gaze when Song Mei suddenly came up to him, spoke in a low voice, and then grabbed his arm and pulled him out. Jiang Chen. I mean, is my mom not going through menopause? Why is she so grumpy? You brat. What? From the sound of it, you don't think my best friend is beautiful and intelligent, and she's a university professor, so she's not good enough for you, or what? You're being made responsible for my best friend, and you're being made to suffer? Song Mei dragged Jiang Chen outside and questioned him. Mom, please be gentle. Jiang Chen's forehead was sweating profusely. I didn't say she wasn't good enough for me, and I didn't say I wouldn't be responsible for her. Then what did you say? I said I couldn't, meaning I didn't know what Su Qingqing thought yet. This is a matter for the two of them. I can't be the only one who's enthusiastic. Huh? That's right. Song Mei nodded and let go of his hand. After convincing her son, she realized that Qingqing's disapproval was not a problem. But she really felt that having her best friend as a daughter-in-law was really good. After a pause of 2 seconds, she suddenly took out a bank card and said to Jiang Chen, this is 30,000 yuan. Go pay the fees and take care of Qingqing's hospital admission procedures. 30,000? Mom, didn't you say you were broke? Don't worry, I'm not greedy. This is all the subsidies and bonuses I got this year, and that's all that's left. Oh. But Mom, no need, I have money. Jiang Chen declined politely, not mentioning the novice gift pack or anything else. He had just kissed the baby and got 30,000 yuan. He really didn't lack money at the moment. How could I not know you? Where did you get the money right after you graduated? Just take it when I tell you to. Ding. Detecting current status, host triggers option. Option 1, it's not easy being a mother, resolutely don't take your mother's money. Option 2, mother is kind and filial, take the money from your mother. Jiang Chen? This is still an option? Since the dog system has come to join the fun, what else is there to think about? Of course it's option 2. What are you doing? Take it. Okay, thanks Mom. Jiang Chen gave a little smile, took the bank card, and loosened his arms. Mother is kind and filial, okay. Chapter 7, A woman with 3 years of experience has a golden opportunity. Facing her mother's kindness, Jiang Chen could not refuse, so she had to take her mother's money. Of course, I'm not saying that mother and child are kind. But I'm doing it because my mother works hard to earn a living. If the worst comes to the worst, I'll just pay it back double. Ding! The host has made a choice. Congratulations, host, you have earned a reward, a top-of-the-line BMW X7. The car has complete license plate paperwork and is parked on the first floor of the underground parking lot of the Maternal and Child Health Hospital. The host may use it with confidence. A BMW X7 as a reward? The system has been very generous this time. You have to know that the top-of-the-line version of such a BMW X7 is close to 2 million yuan for the bear car. Buzz. At this time, the phone rang. It was the beautiful monitor Yuan Yen. Hey, Jiang Chen. I didn't lie to you, did I? Yuan Yen laughed on the phone, congratulations. Thanks, monitor. But, aren't you in the Magic City? How did you know about Teacher Su? Jiang Chen asked. Hey, I already told you. Teacher Su didn't know your contact information. I'm the monitor. We've participated in activities together before, and we saved each other's phone numbers. Teacher Su probably had no choice, so she contacted you through me. Okay. Jiang Chen, to be honest, you're really something, you actually got Teacher Su to give birth to your children. By the way, how many kids did Teacher Su give birth to? 3 babies, 2 girls and 1 boy. Triplets. Holy shit. Yuan Yen was shocked and couldn't help swearing. After a pause, she said, Jiang Chen, you're in luck, you actually got Teacher Su too. Okay, you're really something. Not bad, heh, Jiang Chen said modestly. Xin Shang, I'm not bragging, but my son, although he can be unreliable and mischievous sometimes, is actually quite a nice guy. He's good-looking and talented, and he's quite strong in all aspects. Don't think that I always dislike my son. In fact, I've been quite proud of him since he was little, and I've worried a lot about him. But to be honest, he's good-looking and he's really hard-working. If you don't have any other ideas, you can really try it with my son. In the hospital room, since there were no outsiders, Song Mei began to earnestly persuade her best friend. What else could she do? Her eldest son had caused a lot of trouble, and as his mother, she had to clean up after her son. But Sister Mei, how can you try? Your son and I are just an accident, we don't even know each other well. Besides, I'm a lot older than him, so it doesn't feel right no matter how you look at it. In the face of Song Mei's persuasion, Su Qingqing's first reaction was to disagree, and she expressed her concerns. Sister Mei, I actually wanted to have the baby myself. I'm already very grateful that your son is here. I'll raise the 3 kids on my own anyway. Your son is still young and should have his own life. What kind of words are these? Song Mei followed up, my son is still young? He's 22 years old and has graduated from university. Let me tell you, if he ever dares to ignore you and your son in the future, I, as his mother, will not approve of it. After all, he is your child, and if he is so heartless, I will have to break his legs. As for the fact that you are quite a bit older than him, but how much older are you? He is 22 years old and you are 28 years old, only 6 years older. As the saying goes, a woman is worth 3 gold bricks when she's 23, and 3 gold bricks in a kingdom when she's 30. A woman is worth 2 gold bricks when she's 29, not much more. But Sister Mei Su Qingchun was still hesitating. There's nothing to hesitate about. Song Mei said directly, Qingchun, I've been there, and you should listen to me. It's not that easy being a single mother, and besides, you don't want the child to be born without a father, do you? This suddenly stopped Su Qingchang in her tracks, and for a moment she pursed her lips without saying anything. Qingchang, I understand your concerns. You and my son don't know each other at all, and you didn't have any feelings for each other before, but what does that matter? Take Jiang Chen's father and I, for example. We met through a blind date, and now we're doing well, aren't we? Relationships need to be nurtured, and if you nurture them a few times, you never know when feelings will come. Take your time, there's no rush. Song Mei saw this and took advantage of the situation while it was still hot, and she even used the example of her relationship with Jiang Chen's father back then. Well, actually, she met Jiang Chen's father on a blind date, and she didn't feel anything for him at first. Jiang Chen's father was a pig, and he wanted to hold her hand after they met for a short time. She was quite resistant at first, but then she went with him to the woods, and they inexplicably fell in love, and soon got married and had Jiang Chen. So what's the point of cultivating a relationship? Sometimes when the right person comes along, it's all over in one fell swoop. But Sister May. Su Qingcheng still wanted to put up a struggle. Song Mei had already dispelled the concerns she had previously expressed, and she had no better excuse at this point, so she looked embarrassed and said, "If in the future, your son and I get along, I'm just saying what if. What should we call each other? We've always been good friends, and we've always been like sisters, but he's your son. If we really talk about it, doesn't he have to call me auntie?" Song Mei laughed at this. Well, finally convinced. It's not in vain that I, as a mother, have just been earnest and concerned about my son's affairs. What's wrong with the title? It's all trivial. At worst, we can still each call each other by our own title. Qingcheng can still call me Sister May, the brat can call me mother, and he can call you wife, isn't that fine? Su Qingcheng gave Song Mei a lecture, and she was suddenly speechless. At this time, Jiang Chen's cousin Sun Xian arrived at the hospital room. She had finished her busy work in the delivery room and took some time to come and have a look. "Auntie, how is the new mother? Is she full of energy?" Sun Xian asked Song Mei, who was not familiar with Su Qingcheng, and did not know what to call her, regardless of age. From Song Mei's side, she should be called aunt, and from Jiang Chen's side, she should be called younger sister-in-law. How ridiculous. So she had to ask questions through Song Mei a lot. "She is doing well, full of energy," Song Mei said happily, having gained 3 grandchildren and just earned a daughter-in-law. It's strange not to be happy. That's good. Song Mei nodded with a smile, came over to Su Qingcheng, inspected her, and gave her a few more instructions. After a cesarean section, you must not eat or drink for the first 6 hours. After that, you can drink some water and eat some liquid food. Okay, thank you, doctor. Su Qingcheng said. It's fine, we'll all be family in the future, so what's there to thank you for? Sun Xian said with a hint of meaning. Su Qingcheng heard this and a blush crossed her pretty face. After speaking with Su Qingcheng for a few words, Sun Xian came to the stroller. Looking at the 3 babies, she couldn't help but giggle. Wow, they're so cute. Do you know who I am? I'm your auntie. Not to mention, they all really look like your father. After teasing for a while, she suddenly remembered and turned to Su Qingcheng and said, "By the way, have you started breastfeeding yet?" Breastfeeding? Su Qingcheng was embarrassed. Not yet, Song Mei replied. She had been too busy chatting with Su Qingcheng to remember this important matter. Not yet? You need to start. Sun Xian said, colostrum contains many nutrients that are good for newborns, especially lactoferrin and immunoglobulin. The sooner you start breastfeeding, the better for your baby. Your babies are triplets and weigh less than normal, so they need nutrients now more than ever. Saying this, Sun Xian picked up one of the babies and brought it to Su Qingcheng's side. What are you doing? I don't have any milk. Su Qingcheng looked embarrassed, not yet realizing her role as a mother. It's fine, it's normal to not have any at first. Let the baby suckle a little and it will come. Sun Xian laughed, not surprised by anything. Okay, fine. Su Qingcheng hesitated for a moment, seeing that there was no one else in the room, and Jiang Chen in particular was not in the ward, so she unbuttoned her blouse. Sun Xian was a little shocked when she saw it. Song Mei's eyes also widened. After being best friends for many years, this was the first time she had seen her true appearance. And she was impressed. Her 3 grandchildren were truly blessed. Chapter 8, The Little Couple's Problems. Su Qingcheng cradled a baby in her arms. Her face was flushed as she fed the baby for a long time, trying both sides, but still no milk came out. At that moment, the 3 babies started crying, probably because they were hungry. Su Qingcheng couldn't help feeling a little ashamed when she saw this. She was so ambitious, but this was not what she should be doing. It's normal to not have milk at first, and many mothers don't have milk until 24 hours later. Sun Xian comforted her, saying that it was fine to let the baby continue to suck, and that more sucking would make it come. Yes, when the brat was born, I didn't breastfeed until the 3rd day. Song Mei introduced her own experience from that time, and turned to look at the 2 babies who were crying. Are the babies hungry? Grandma will feed you formula milk, okay? So she took out the bottle and formula milk and prepared to prepare the formula milk. Mom, I'll prepare the formula milk. At this time, Jiang Chen returned and saw that Song Mei was preparing the formula milk. Su Qingcheng saw this and hurriedly tried to cover her breasts. But at this time, a baby in her arms was trying hard to soothe its mouth, so it was impossible to cover it all. Jiang Chen glanced over and happened to see it, and suddenly became a little distracted. This said, the sun outside is also too big, no, it's also too fierce, right? It's so hot that my eyes are now blurry. Su Qingcheng. You know how to make formula? Song Mei didn't notice Jiang Chen's expression and asked in surprise. Well, who can't do that? It's just formula, Mom, I'll do it. Jiang Chen took the bottle and formula and began to mix the formula. The parenting skills bonus from the system was not to be underestimated. Jiang Chen moved with skill and speed, first sterilizing each bottle, then pouring in warm water, and then adding the formula. In no time at all, he had finished mixing formula for the 3 babies. Song Mei was stunned as she watched. Not bad, I didn't think you were capable of this. You bet I am. You know your son is very talented. Ha ha. You brat, you're not humble at all. Song Mei laughed and scolded, then joined Jiang Chen in feeding the babies. The baby that was originally sucking on Su Qingcheng's breast was reluctant to let go at first. It took a long time to do so, which made Su Qingcheng frown, and it made the baby whine and whine. But as soon as the nipple of the bottle was inserted into its mouth, it immediately stopped whining and started to drink. It felt very satisfied. Gee, I never thought that Jiang Chen would not only know how to prepare formula milk, but also know how to burp the baby. He really has the potential to be a good father. Sun Xian couldn't help but praise him from the side as she watched. Not bad, not bad. Song Mei was full of relief. Her eldest son is doing well, and she has not raised him in vain. Even Su Qingcheng, who was watching, was surprised, and her impression of Jiang Chen suddenly changed a lot. This person is not that unreliable. But change? Bah! Su Qingcheng followed, and she remembered the way Jiang Chen looked at her just now. This person is also a pig's foot. It's okay, I've learned about Eudidian before. Jiang Chen said. Just a little bit? Sun Xian didn't believe it. Yes, of course it's Dian Dian. Jiang Chen looked calm, as if he had mastered the entire parenting skills manual, and he knew everything there was to know about how to take care of a child. Ding! The host is preparing formula for the baby. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Chapter 9, My Real Mother, She Really Is My Real Mother. Ding, congratulations, host, you have received a reward, God-level massage skills, and 1 free chance in the lottery. Divine-level massage skills? 1 free chance to enter a lucky draw? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Chen was too lazy to complain. He thought to himself, I don't even know Goddess Su well, and I just volunteered to help her calculate something for her. What will Goddess Su think of me in the future? He thought to himself. Jiang Chen still resolutely claimed the reward. After all, divine-level massage skills seemed pretty good. After that, it took less than a second for Jiang Chen to learn the divine massage skills. He became proficient in all kinds of massage techniques and often achieved unexpected results. System, draw. Ding, the draw was successful. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 30,000 yuan. Just 30,000 yuan? Jiang Chen thought he would win something more, but this is it. Fine, you dog system. Su Qingcheng over there was still blushing, and she didn't turn her head until her face stopped burning. But when she saw Jiang Chen again, she still felt a little panicky for some reason. What can I say, after all, she was seen. No, not only was she seen, the sense of shame was definitely much stronger than the night when the 2 of them perished together. Sun Qian covered her mouth and laughed a little, quickly returning to normal. She exchanged a few words with Song Mei and gave Su Qingcheng some instructions before leaving. Su Qingcheng was also tired to a certain extent and gradually fell asleep. Son, I'm going to cook for Qingcheng, you stay here and take care of Qingcheng and the baby. Seeing that it was almost time for dinner, Song Mei said to Jiang Chen that she had already asked around and there were places near the hospital that served postpartum meals. Eating out is another matter when it comes to nutrition, not to mention hygiene. I know, Mom. Jiang Chen replied. Song Mei was about to go out, but suddenly glanced at her son, and then suddenly grabbed him and pulled him outside. Jiang Chen was helpless. Mom, can't you just say something nicely? I'll say it nicely to you, don't you ever learn? Song Mei glanced inside the room at the sleeping Su Qingcheng, and then explained to Jiang Chen, just now, I talked with Qing Cheng, and in the end, they agreed to try dating you. For a while? It means to date someone. Oh. Why, are you dissatisfied or something? Song Mei looked at Jiang Chen's careless appearance and became a little angry. You little brat. You took advantage of the situation, you looked her up and down, she gave birth to 3 of your children, what more do you want? Have a little conscience, will you? Don't worry, I have a conscience and I will take responsibility. Jiang Chen promised with a pat on his chest. You know better. Song Mei gave her son a nasty look. You brat, I'm saying this in advance. Xinxing is my best friend, like a sister. She has given me 3 grandchildren. If you dare to be two-faced, treat Xinxing badly, or even betray her, I won't let you off. Do you understand? I understand. Mom, don't nag, I promise I will be good to her. So you think I'm nagging? What else? Song Mei was so angry that she laughed, and she reached out to grab Jiang Chen's ear. However, Jiang Chen dodged the attack by leaning to the side and putting one foot up. I can't reach your ear, but I can still kick your butt, right? Song Mei then kicked her son's butt. Unexpectedly, she also missed. Song Mei scolded with a smile. You little brat, I'll deal with you later. She glared at Jiang Chen and hurriedly left. It was already time for dinner, and there were many people cooking, so if she went late, she might have to wait in line. Jiang Chen returned to the ward. Seeing that Su Qingcheng was still sleeping peacefully, he couldn't help but stare at her for a while. Even now, he still felt like he was dreaming. He had just graduated and just broken up with his girlfriend, and then the much-admired goddess Su from Sihai University, the beautiful teacher, gave birth to 3 of his children? It feels so unreal. Suddenly, there was a strange smell in the room. Jiang Chen immediately snapped back to reality and looked at the 3 babies. Needless to say, at least one of them had pooped. He then proceeded to check the diapers. Sure enough, 2 of the 3 babies had pooped and 1 had peed. Feeling uncomfortable, the 3 little ones started squirming and grunting. Don't worry, Daddy will change your diapers for you. Jiang Chen gently reassured the 3 little ones and skillfully changed their diapers. Ha! Why is the baby's forehead pulsating? Su Qingcheng, who had been asleep, suddenly noticed that the baby's forehead was pulsating when she saw Jiang Chen changing the baby's diaper. She couldn't help but let out a surprised sound, followed by some worry. Could it be that the 3 babies have developmental problems? In fact, she had already woken up when Jiang Chen entered the room. The physical pain, the unfamiliar environment, and the natural alertness of a new mother meant that she had not slept long, even though she was very tired. But after waking up, she felt really awkward. Jiang Chen and she were alone in the room, and they didn't know what to say. So just now, she simply continued to sleep until she accidentally discovered that the 3 babies' heads were jumping. It's okay, this is a normal phenomenon. This part of the baby's head is called the fontanelle. After birth, the skull has not completely closed, so the fontanelle will appear to jump around. The front fontanelle will close between 12 and 18 months. The back fontanelle will close more quickly, and will be completely closed in about 3 months. Jiang Chen kept her hands busy, explaining to Su Qingcheng. Oh, I see. Su Qingcheng nodded, suddenly feeling relieved. You seem to be quite good at taking care of children. Well, I'm okay. I've learned some parenting knowledge online before, so I know a little. The 2 of them exchanged a few casual words. An hour later, Su Qingcheng let out some air, and Song Mei happened to return with the confinement meal she had made, crushing carp soup, brown sugar water, and millet porridge. Qingcheng, you must be hungry, right? Here, let's eat. Song Mei's tone was concerned, and she cheerfully brought the food box to Qingcheng and said, I don't know if it's to your liking or what you like to eat, but this is what confinement food is like. It's relatively light and focuses on nutritional balance. That's fine, thank you, Sister Mei. Su Qingcheng said softly, because she had already passed wind, she could eat something now. What are you thanking me for? This is what I should do. Song Mei put a small dining table on the bed, opened the several lunchboxes she had brought one by one, and pushed them in front of Su Qingcheng. Eat, Qingcheng, while it's still hot. Jiang Chen was also hungry at mealtime, as his stomach grumbled. Seeing the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a bad feeling. Mom, did you forget to bring me lunch? I haven't eaten yet. Ha? You haven't eaten either. You see, I was so busy with Qingcheng that I forgot about you. Song Mei slapped her head, saying, I prepared all this food for Ching Chung, so why don't you go downstairs and eat? Well, you really are my real mother. You didn't even eat, and you forgot your own son. Jiang Chen shook his head and had to go downstairs to eat. The maternal and child health hospital had a restaurant, located on the first basement floor of the inpatient building. He had seen the sign when he arrived. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at the restaurant, he had not even had time to order before. Suddenly, from behind him, came a surprised voice, Jiang Chen? It really is you. Chapter 10, Embarrassment, Unexpectedly Meeting Your First Love. Jiang Chen recognized the voice as familiar, and when he turned around, he saw that it was indeed an acquaintance, his former junior high school classmate Wang Bingbing. To be precise, this Wang Bingbing was the class flower back then, and also his first love. The two had not seen each other for 7 or 8 years after graduating from junior high school. This Wang Bingbing still looked the same as he remembered, with a slender figure and delicate appearance, and 2 small tiger teeth showing when she smiled. She had just grown a little over the years, and was now wearing a nurse's uniform, obviously working at this maternity and child care hospital. Jiang Chen, I thought you looked like you from afar, but I didn't realize it was really you when I got closer. It's been a long time. Wang Bingbing said to Jiang Chen, just like she did back then, with a sweet smile on her face. Yes, it's been a long time. Jiang Chen responded, unable to hide his embarrassed expression. Because at that time, he broke up with his first love. He cried his heart out, heart-wrenchingly trying to win her back. At one point, he wrote a suicide note, threatening to jump off a building, and even once climbed over the wall in the middle of the night, trying to run away with his first love, scaring her so much that she hid far away. And tried every means possible, but in the end it was useless. For a long time afterwards, he kept talking about it, always thinking about it, imagining countless times the scene when they would meet again. But now, Jiang Chen has finally seen her again, her so-called eternal goddess-like first love. Apart from some awkwardness, there were really no waves in his heart. How are you, Jiang Chen? Have you been well over the years? I've been fine. How about you? I've been fine too. By the way, why are you here? This is the maternal and child health hospital, where I gave birth to my child. You gave birth to a child? It can't be your child, can it? Wang Bingbing couldn't help but be surprised, but after taking a look at Jiang Chen, she quickly dismissed the thought, but that's impossible. According to the time, you just graduated from university, so it must be the child of a relative of yours who gave birth. At this time, a colleague called her, so she hurriedly answered, turned back and waved at Jiang Chen. Okay, I can't talk to you now, I'll talk to you later. Okay, no problem. Jiang Chen continued to eat in the cafeteria. Unavoidably, she recalled the events of that year, trying to find some of the feelings of being young and green, but she got nothing in return. Apart from embarrassment, she still felt that she was too immature and silly at the time. Hey! What's the big deal, just looking for death in life? Son, I have to go back. I am at least a small manager at work, and there is a lot of work that I haven't had time to deal with yet. It's getting late at night, so I'll just go back and deal with it on the way, and I'll come back in the morning. This night, I'm telling you, you have to be careful. At around 8 or 9 o'clock at night, Song Mei, after all, was getting old and couldn't hold out much longer. Plus, there was still a lot of work at the office, so she planned to go back and take a break. Before leaving, as expected, she threatened and lured Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen was used to this. Although his mother usually scolded and beat him, he knew that she was actually very caring. She liked to nag a bit, but she was actually closer to him than to his father. Don't worry, Mom, if I don't take good care of you, you can break my legs. You know that. Song Mei smiled and gave her son a glare. Then she told Su Qingqing softly, Qingchang, I'll go home tonight and come back in the morning. If the brat dares to bully you tonight, just tell me. And if you need anything, just tell the brat to do it. The brat is young and not afraid of getting dirty or tired. Jiang Chen's forehead was sweating profusely. I'm not afraid of getting dirty or tired. Who told you that? Su Qingqing couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly. Okay, I'm leaving. Song Mei gave Su Qingqing a satisfied look and then looked at her son, take care of my grandchildren, or. Jiang Chen's head immediately grew big upon hearing this. I know, Mom. You don't have to say it, they're your grandchildren, but they're also my son and daughter. If I'm not good to them, I won't let myself off the hook, okay? Without further ado, she pushed Song Mei out of the way. Chapter 11. With breastfeeding going well, the three babies won't go hungry. You and your mother are quite interesting. When Jiang Chen returned to the ward, Su Qingcheng said to Jiang Chen, which was the first time she had taken the initiative to speak to Jiang Chen. It's okay, we're used to this normally. Jiang Chen said. For a while, there were only two adults left in the ward, and Jiang Chen felt a little awkward, because in terms of generation, he actually had to call her aunt. Ah. So this is how it usually is. It's quite funny, but the relationship is really good. Su Qingqing's tone was not envious. It can be seen that you were born to your mother. You also think I was born to my mother? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask in surprise. Suddenly, he was very interested in this question. Of course. If you weren't born to your mother, do you think she would treat you like this? Think about it. If she was nice to you, cared about you, and was very concerned about your feelings, but was also careful to keep a distance, you would be too scared to do anything. That's right. Jiang Chen helplessly patted his head. After a few random words, the two of them became less unfamiliar with each other for a while. Thanks to Su Qingqing's extraordinary talent and Jiang Chen's help, she was able to successfully start breastfeeding in no time. Ding! The host helped the daughter-in-law successfully start breastfeeding. Congratulations to the host for winning a set of Beside the Water's Edge hardcover rooms. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning an additional reward, plus 10 physical fitness points. Completing the breastfeeding task rewards a set of Beside the Water's Edge hardcover rooms. Winning an additional reward, plus 10 physical fitness points. Not bad. Jiang Chen was in the bathroom, receiving the reward of plus 10 physical fitness points. Then a huge force spread throughout his body. After that, there was a sharp pain, and it seemed that all the bones and muscles in his body were being transformed by that huge force. In less than a minute. When the pain stopped, he was covered in sweat. Jiang Chen simply took a shower in the bathroom. When he looked in the mirror again, he saw that his body looked like a marble sculpture, big, muscular, with 8-pack abs, a 6-pack, and a washboard stomach. Well, great. With just a plus 10 physical fitness point, he had managed to transform his body into this state. If he had plus 100 points, he didn't dare to think about it. Su Qingcheng, you must be hungry. I've brought you breakfast. I made this breakfast myself, come and try it. The next day, at just after 6, Song Mei came over happily. At this time, Su Qingcheng had already woken up. With her watching over the baby for a while, Jiang Chen, who had stayed up all night, took the opportunity to catch a nap. Although his constitution had plus 10 points, he still needed to sleep. The breakfast that Song Mei brought for Su Qingcheng was quite substantial. There was preserved egg and lean pork congee, vegetable tacos, toast, egg pudding, fresh milk, and so on. Su Qingcheng knew that the child's rations were important, so she didn't hesitate to start eating. Thank you, Sister Mei. Hey, don't be polite. While passing Su Qingcheng food, Song Mei asked about last night. How was it, Qingcheng? Did you have a good night? It was fine. Su Qingcheng took a small sip of the preserved egg and lean pork congee and said. And the brat? How did he treat you? Did he bully you? Song Mei asked again. Him? No. Su Qingcheng thought about last night, and a blush crept up her face. She then glanced at Jiang Chen, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She thought to herself, that brat. Why is this guy so handsome? But over there? After waking up, Jiang Chen was busy changing the diapers of the three little ones. He listened to his mother's words and was a little unhappy. Mom, look what you said, why would I bully people if I'm fine? Okay, I'm glad you know that. Song Mei laughed and said to her son, here's your breakfast. Eat it while it's still hot. She was very satisfied with Jiang Chen's performance. The harmonious relationship between the young couple and the three healthy babies was her greatest wish at the moment. After visiting Su Qingcheng and her grandchildren, Song Mei hurried back to work. Because there had been recent activities at the company, it was the time when a small leader like her should set an example the most, and it was not easy to take leave. Son, take care of Qingcheng and the baby. I know, Mom, don't nag. After Song Mei left, the ward became quiet. Soon, the nurse on duty for the morning rounds came in. When she saw Jiang Chen, she couldn't help exclaiming, Jiang Chen? Why are you here? Chapter 12, Narrow Road of Enemies. The nurse was tall and had a pretty face. It was none other than Jiang Chen's first love, Wang Bingbing, whom he had met by chance the night before. Wang Bingbing was a nurse in the maternity ward of Sihai Maternal and Child Health Hospital. It happened to be their shift that day. In fact, when they met by chance at dinner the night before, it had been the first time they had seen each other in 7 or 8 years, so she was particularly excited, but they were in the middle of something at the time and didn't even have time to exchange contact information. Unexpectedly, when it was her turn to be on duty the next day, she happened to meet Jiang Chen again. "I never thought I'd see you again in the hospital." Wang Bingbing walked quickly up to him, and when she saw Jiang Chen's handsome, angular face in the sunlight, her eyes filled with joy. To this day, she still clearly remembers how good Jiang Chen was to her back then. When the two of them were still young and inexperienced, Jiang Chen, who was still a teenager, bought her breakfast, books, snacks, and even did her homework for her, treating her like a mother. They broke up because they were too young and didn't understand anything. She was just being trendy and playing around. The funny thing is that Jiang Chen actually took it seriously. After she broke up with him, she was so infatuated that she tried to commit suicide, wrote a desperate letter, and threatened to jump off a building. Wang Bingbing knew all about it. As for her feelings, she was a little moved, a little amused, and a little scared. Because at that time, Jiang Chen not only saw death in life, but also suddenly climbed through her third-floor window in the middle of the night to find her. With a childish and immature face, he asked her if his family disapproved of their breakup, and if that was the case, it didn't matter, he could take her with him and run away together, even if they had to wander to the ends of the earth and sleep rough, as long as they were together, he could support her by scavenging. She asked him if they ran away together, would they have KFC? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said no, wandering and picking up trash, where is there any KFC to eat, but if she really wants to eat, she can save a week's money and take her to McDonald's. So, she decisively rejected it. It's okay to wander to the ends of the earth, but there's no KFC to eat, so forget it. Letting her pick up trash together and not even giving her KFC to eat, it's definitely not her Prince Charming. But now 7 or 8 years have passed. Jiang Chen, who was immature and second-rate back then, is now handsome and has a straight figure. He seems even more handsome and imposing than he was back then. Wang Bingbing's heart started pounding when she saw him. After all this time, it seems that she still likes Jiang Chen's type. So when she saw Jiang Chen at this moment, she was both excited and surprised. She thought to herself, that young boy from back then has grown up. They say that first love and first time are a lifetime thing, something you can never forget. Jiang Chen was so infatuated with her back then, so unforgettable, he definitely won't forget her. But if he can't forget the old feelings and pursue her again, she, well, of course, will consider it and definitely give him a chance. At this moment, Jiang Chen had finished changing the diapers of the 3 babies and just sat down to drink a glass of water. The ward nurse Wang Bingbing, as soon as she saw Jiang Chen, couldn't help exclaiming. Then she came over to Jiang Chen very enthusiastically and surprised, and even wanted to grab Jiang Chen's arm as she did back then. Jiang Chen saw this. He secretly felt a headache. This is really a narrow escape. So he slightly turned sideways, unmoving, and avoided Wang Bingbing's hand reaching out to him. Chapter 13. Sorry about that. So, you're on duty today? Jiang Chen asked, looking up. Yes, I had a meeting yesterday, and it's my turn to be on duty today. Seeing Jiang Chen avoid her hand, Wang Bingbing was slightly surprised. But she didn't take it seriously. After all, she had hurt him deeply at the beginning, so it was normal for him to have a little temper now. But as long as she made a gesture, he might just be all over her, trying to please her again. Just like the young man he was back then. Wang Bingbing glanced around and saw the 3 babies next to Jiang Chen. Wow, triplets. Jiang Chen, which of your relatives' children are these? They're so cute. She sounded surprised, not at all fake. Because she hadn't even considered the possibility that they were Jiang Chen's children. Jiang Chen scratched his head and said, "These are all my children." What? These are all your children? Wang Bingbing was taken aback and asked in disbelief, Jiang Chen, are you married? No. If you're not married, how come you have children? Wang Bingbing asked in shock, looked at Jiang Chen, and then laughed. Oh, I see, you're joking, right? These must be your relatives' children. I never thought that after all these years, you still like to joke around so much. No, you've got it wrong, this is really my child, my own flesh and blood. Jiang Chen simply made his position clear. What? Wang Bingbing saw that Jiang Chen didn't seem to be joking, and her face suddenly turned pale. Jiang Chen, that's impossible, right? According to the time, didn't you just graduate from university? How come you had a child right after graduation? She was shocked and couldn't believe it. There's nothing impossible about it. Nowadays, there are also college students who don't have children, let alone me, who have already graduated. Jiang Chen said calmly, giving Wang Bingbing an answer that could not be more certain. Upon hearing this, Wang Bingbing's heart wailed. Oh my god, it's true. But back then, you clearly went to great lengths for me, threatening to jump off a building, writing a suicide note, and even climbing through my third-floor window in the middle of the night to ask if I wanted to wander to the ends of the earth together. You even said that you would use the money you made from picking garbage for a week to buy me a McDonald's meal. Have you forgotten all that? Why didn't you wait for me? How could you have 3 children without telling me? Hey! Wang Bingbing's thoughts raced, and she felt a wave of frustration. But she was not a child anymore, and quickly calmed down. She also quickly thought of a few facts based on Jiang Chen's words and tone. Jiang Chen was not married, her partner was pregnant accidentally, and since it was an accident, the future was uncertain. In other words, she still has a chance. What's more, she was the class flower back then, the dream girl of many boys. If she takes the initiative and doesn't believe Jiang Chen, she won't be able to resist her. Thinking about this, Wang Bingbing puffed out her chest, put on her most beautiful smile, and walked towards her rival in the hospital bed. Unexpectedly, the next second, her smile froze on her face. Because her rival was really beautiful. Fish subduing, duck charming, moon shaming, flower embarrassing, the country falls into ruin and the capital city is deserted. Just one glance and even she, as a woman, feels tempted. Compared to her, I am a proper country girl. However, what shocked her even more was the breadth of the other person's mind. It was so big. It was really, really big. Wang Bingbing looked down at her own and suddenly felt a strong sense of inferiority. Hey, compared to the other person, she obviously doesn't deserve it. Chapter 14, I'll let you love and wander the world. Wang Bingbing was full of confidence. She thought, I was Jiang Chen's first love, the goddess of many boys' dreams. Besides, Jiang Chen was infatuated with me back then, being all attentive and adoring. But now, compared to Jiang Chen's partner, it was a huge blow. Jiang Chen had just given birth and was in a relatively weak state, but even so, her appearance, her features, and her temperament were simply incomparable to her own, that of a village girl. Especially that figure. That broad bosom made her feel ashamed of herself and humble, like she belonged in the dust. Appearance, temperament, figure, all round crushing. Therefore, the excitement of meeting Jiang Chen, as well as a certain lofty goddess mentality in front of Jiang Chen, and the expectation of Jiang Chen meeting her and turning back into a dog to lick, were all gone in an instant. Not only were they gone, she also felt sour like she had eaten 3 pounds of lemons. She had thought that the old feelings could be rekindled, but well. She was being self-absorbed and thinking too much. Fortunately, she had nothing else to do, so she asked Wang Bingbing about Su Qingchang and the baby as a matter of routine. After finding out that everything was normal, she left as if escaping. There was no choice. If she stayed for even a second longer, she felt that she would turn into a lemon. She was so sour that she wanted to explode right there. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief after Wang Bingbing left. She thought to herself, thank goodness nothing happened. If my mother saw this, she would give me a dressing down. But then she looked back and saw Su Qingcheng breastfeeding her baby. She was a little confused. Hadn't she just fed the baby a while ago? A while ago? It was only half an hour ago. I was just worried that the baby was hungry. Su Qingcheng replied lightly. Actually, she knew that the baby had only just been fed, but she just wanted to feed it, especially in front of that Wang Bingbing. It turned out that ever since Wang Bingbing had entered, she had overheard the two talking, and it seemed that they knew each other, or were perhaps old lovers. Suddenly, for no reason, she could no longer sit still. While the two were talking, she picked up one of the babies, unbuttoned her blouse, and started to breastfeed. Needless to say, although the little one had just finished eating not long ago, he still ate with relish when the food was fed to his mouth. And the effect on the other side. Just by looking at Wang Bingbing's expression, you could tell that the effect could not have been better. Worried that the baby is hungry? Jiang Chen didn't notice Su Qingqing's little thoughts, and continued to remind her, you should go easy. It's not good to let the babies eat too much milk at once, as it may cause indigestion and poor digestion. But while she was talking, Her eyes were drawn to it unconsciously. It's true that it's amazing to say it like it is. It can cause indigestion and poor digestion? Su Qingqing overheard her and thought it was true, so she stopped feeding right away and put the baby in the crib next to her. If you're sleepy, go take a nap. I'll watch the baby. So Qingqing added. It's okay, I'm not sleepy. Jiang Chen really didn't sleep much last night, but since her body had gained 10 points of constitution, she dozed off for a while and wasn't too sleepy. In the afternoon, Song Mei hurried to the hospital. After she finished her work at the unit in the morning, she really couldn't rest assured at the hospital, so she asked for leave from the big leader. The big leader knew Song Mei's usual work attitude, so he approved her leave. She carried a large bag filled with all kinds of fruit and nourishing products for new mothers. However, just as she was about to enter the ward, she heard someone shout behind her, "Auntie!" Song Mei turned around and her expression changed slightly. It was Wang Bingbing, dressed in nurse's uniform. Of course, she knew this Wang Bingbing. Back then, she had a crush on Jiang Chen and they dated, and he had visited her home several times. Although nothing went wrong during her relationship with Jiang Chen, and they eventually broke up, the commotion afterwards was quite something. Jiang Chen refused to accept the breakup, going all out, crying and screaming, vowing to love this Wang Bingbing for life and take her with him as he roamed the world. Song Mei was furious when she saw this. She thought to herself, "You little brat, what do you know about love or for life? You haven't even grown your hair yet and you want to roam the world? Come on, I'll let you love, I'll let you wander the world." Without saying a word, she caught Jiang Chen and gave her a good beating. Jiang Chen was not satisfied after taking a beating and even said she would go on a hunger strike. Then her father came out and whipped out 7 wolf. Then Jiang Chen gave in, she was so hungry she immediately went to eat. Of course her mood was definitely not high, but in any case, she finally recovered and later successfully got into university. Nowadays, although he is still a bit unreliable, he has unexpectedly won over his best friend. But at least he has given her 3 grandchildren. Song Mei, as a mother, is quite gratified when she sees this. Therefore, at this time, when she suddenly saw Wang Bingbing again, Song Mei's heart gave a little thump. Could it be that this brat has caused trouble again? Chapter 15, Dad pulls out the 7 wolves. Song Mei thought this in her heart, but as an elder, Song Mei's face was still very gentle and polite. Bingbing? It's you. Why, do you work at the maternal and child health hospital now? Well, I'm a nurse here now. Wang Bingbing saw that Song Mei's attitude was gentle, and a glimmer of hope inexplicably arose in her heart, which had originally been deeply hurt. She then enthusiastically asked, "Auntie, what are you doing here?" "Hey, what's there to do? My daughter-in-law just gave birth, so I'm buying her some fruit and supplements," Song Mei said, and she showed Wang Bingbing the bag she was carrying. Daughter-in-law? Buying her fruit and supplements? Wang Bingbing felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. The little hope she had just been given was snuffed out. Her figure and looks are not good. In front of her, she feels inferior like a village girl. She had hoped to find some ground to stand on with her aunt, but who would have thought that her aunt now regards her as a daughter-in-law? Wang Bingbing glanced at the bag that Song Mei had opened. She could see that it was full to the brim with all kinds of expensive fruits and supplements. Her heart was filled with bitterness. "You bought so much, it seems that you really care about your daughter-in-law. Not bad. After all, she is my daughter-in-law, and she has given me 3 grandchildren. How could I not treat her well?" Song Mei said this with a smile that would not stop. Seeing this, Wang Bingbing. Her heart felt cold and despondent. There was no doubt about it, she was completely disheartened. Afterwards, she entered the ward, checked some things as a matter of routine, gave some instructions, and left in a hurry. She even politely declined Song Mei's invitation to sit down and have a glass of water. After Wang Bingbing left, Song Mei immediately looked at Jiang Chen with murderous intent in her eyes. "You and that Wang Bingbing, you didn't do anything behind my back, did you?" Jiang Chen immediately broke into a cold sweat. "Mom, I'm a grown man with a child now, what would I do behind your back?" "It'd better not be." Song Mei said, "I'm warning you, brat, you're not a kid anymore, you're not the child you were back then. If you ever dare to be two-faced with Qingcheng and do anything behind her back, watch out. I'll make sure you're crippled and skinned, right?" Jiang Chen looked helpless, finishing the rest of the sentence for his mother. Song Mei laughed out loud. "You brat, I'm glad you know." She scolded Jiang Chen with a smile, and then turned to Su Qingqing and said, Qingcheng, if Jiangchen treats you badly, don't be afraid, just tell me and I'll deal with him. I know, Sister May. Su Qingqing laughed. She had just been in bed and witnessed the entire conversation between Song Mei and her daughter, and she really thought the two of them were very interesting. Here, Qingcheng. These are fruits and supplements. You had a hard time giving birth, so I bought them especially for you. Song Mei placed the bag on the bedside table and handed each item to Su Qingqing one by one. Thank you, Mei. What for? We're family now, and family members don't need to say thank you. Well. Jiangchen glanced inside the bag and saw that there were lychees, which he liked, so he asked, Mom, can I eat the lychees? He was afraid to ask, as his mother had scolded him for eating them before. Go ahead, I bought the lychees for you. Really? Thanks, Mom, you're really my mom. You little brat, I'm not your real mother. Who is your real mother? Mom, actually, we have one more important thing. A woman in labor shouldn't eat too many lychees. After giving some to Su Qingcheng, Jiangchen simply put the pile of lychees in front of him, and while eating his fill, said to Song Mei. What's the important thing? What else could it be? It's Dad. Dad. At the moment, he shouldn't know about this yet, right? Your father? Maybe we should wait. Why? Jiangchen asked. Your father has just had appendicitis surgery and is still recovering. If he finds out that you've messed with my best friend, got her pregnant before marriage, and she gave birth to triplets for you, what do you think his reaction will be? What will happen? Song Mei gave Jiangchen a look and spoke in a gentle tone. This. Jiangchen immediately put his hands on his forehead. Dad is hot-tempered and impulsive. If he finds out that I've taken my mom's best friend, who knows what might happen? So what if he just had appendicitis surgery? So what if he's still recovering? Nothing can stop him from getting his hands on 7 wolves. Forget it. For the sake of Dad's health, and especially for the sake of my own life, I'd better put this off for now. But just as he was thinking this, the phone suddenly rang. It was Dad's phone. Chapter 16, You're professionals at tricking your son. Mom, it's Dad's phone. Jiangchen felt a sudden panic and handed the phone to Song Mei to look at. Song Mei glanced at it, cracked some melon seeds, and said calmly, It's from you, why are you showing it to me? Just answer it. Jiangchen. He had no choice but to answer the phone. Hello, Dad. You're calling me? What, I can't call you anymore? Jiangchen could feel his father's voice crackling from afar. He didn't turn on the speakerphone, but his mother next to him could hear every word clearly. You brat, have you done something bad again recently? What bad things have I done? I work hard every day, trying to earn money, so I don't have time to do bad things. Jiangchen tried his best to defend himself. I don't think you have the guts to do that. Jiang Dapeng on the other end of the line continued, It's strange, but your aunt suddenly called me this morning and said that you have caused trouble for your mother's best friend, and that she gave birth to 3 children for you. I felt like it was nonsense as soon as I heard it, and I didn't believe it at all. You say that this is such an absurd thing, and my son is such an outstanding and honest person, a model student at school and an outstanding graduate. It's obvious that he couldn't have done such an absurd and ridiculous thing. And triplets? The probability is so low, and my son has just graduated, so it's impossible. So before she could finish, I hung up on her. Lying and slandering my son like that is not the way to do it. I just had surgery and was recovering, so I was a little upset. Jiangchen felt guilty when she heard her father venting on the phone for a long time. From the tone of his father's voice on the phone, he knew deep down that his mother was right and that he shouldn't tell his father for the time being. Dad, you did the right thing by hanging up on your sister-in-law. Your son is too outstanding to do something so ridiculous and out of line, just like your sister-in-law said. Jiangchen said to Jiang Dapeng over the phone. Song Mei rolled her eyes at the side. Fortunately, the call was taken outside the door, so Su Qingcheng couldn't hear clearly inside. Yes, I know my son well. Jiang Dapeng heard Jiang Chen's reply and said with some smugness, But son, the social atmosphere is not good these days, with all kinds of devils and monsters. You must not follow their example. Things like what your auntie said actually caused the downfall of your mother's best friend. This kind of thing is ridiculous, you know? That best friend of your mother's, you have to call her auntie, there's a difference in age and generation, you kid, you better remember that. Of course, if you're itching for a beating, you can just try it. Like your mother, Dad's phone call also ended with threats. Jiang Chen was sweating while feeling guilty. It's no wonder they're an old married couple, they taught themselves together, hand in hand. Okay, Dad, I get it. Okay, hang up. After the phone call, Jiang Chen looked at Song Mei. Mom, what's next? What else can we do? Just let it go. Song Mei thought for a moment and said, It's done, the die is cast, what can your father do to you? When the time comes, you just put the 3 babies in front of him, and you'll see if he'll hug his grandchildren first or beat you up. After her mother's reminder, Jiang Chen suddenly had a lightbulb moment. Although she had done something ridiculous and out of place, the key was that she had given her father 3 grandchildren. At that time, as her mother said, when she put the little ones in front of her father, she was sure that he would hug his grandchildren first. Good, that's settled. Jiang Chen let out a heavy sigh of relief. His mother really had a way with his father. But Song Mei looked at Jiang Chen and suddenly smiled sinisterly. Son, your father will definitely not have a problem hugging his grandchildren first, but I predict that your father will give you a beating, and you won't be able to escape it. Jiang Chen? Well, it's no wonder that you and my father are a couple, you're professionals at tricking your son. Song Mei stayed in the hospital room all afternoon. Seeing Jiang Chen serving Su Qingqing and taking care of the 3 babies, whether it was changing diapers, carrying babies, changing diapers, feeding babies, she did everything with a sense of propriety and skilled hands, seemingly doing a better job than her as the mother. She didn't say anything, but she was very satisfied in her heart. Seeing Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing get along well with each other as they get to know each other, it looked like a young couple. She was also happy from the bottom of her heart. One is her son, and the other is her best friend. Now that they both have children, if they end up together and get married, of course she would be overjoyed. In the evening, Song Mei cooked dinner for the 2 of them and brought it over before going back home. After all, there is still someone else in the family, and if she doesn't cook for that person, he would rather starve than cook for himself. Of course, the occasional meal she does cook is like pig food, and only he can eat it. Your mom's cooking is pretty good. Su Qingqing couldn't help but praise as she ate the dishes on the table. Although they were all postpartum meals and home-cooked dishes, such as braised pig's feet with soybeans, stir-fried pork, home-style tofu, poached tilapia, and seaweed and egg soup, each one tasted really good, not much worse than the state banquets she had eaten before. Is it delicious? It's delicious, you should eat more. Jiang Chen was used to eating his mother's cooking and thought it was just so-so, but when he heard Su Qingqing say it was delicious, he immediately picked up a piece of fish for her. After picking up the food, she realized that she had used her own chopsticks. She immediately explained, Sorry, I used my chopsticks to pick it up for you. It's okay, I don't mind, said Su Qingqing, and to prove that she didn't mind, she immediately ate the piece of fish. Of course, after eating it, her face inexplicably flushed. After the 2 adults finished eating, the 3 little ones also arrived at mealtime. Wow! 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 Together, they expressed their strong desire to eat with extremely loud cries. Good baby! Don't worry, dinner will be here soon. Jiang Chen felt that she had prepared the warm water, and after cleaning, she fed the rations into the little ones' mouths, feeding 2 at a time first, and then the last baby. Since she had experienced this many times, Su Qingqing was no longer surprised by this process. To be precise, she had become numb. And Jiang Chen over there was no longer surprised, and of course her heart was very, very calm. After feeding the 3 babies in turn, Jiang Chen burped them one by one, lulled them to sleep, and then, because it was hot and she was afraid they would get prickly heat, she gave their little bodies a gentle wash. Before having children, she had seen other people's children, who were white and tender, and they were very cute. She naturally thought that raising a child should be very simple, dressing them, feeding them, teasing them when they were fine, playing with them, how wonderful. But after having a child of your own, you realize that you were thinking purely like a pet owner before. In fact, raising a child is not at all simple, and it is very worrying. You are afraid that they will be cold, and you are afraid that they will be hot. You are afraid that they will eat too little, and you are afraid that they will eat too much. Fortunately, Jiang Chen already has a comprehensive parenting skills, and his constitution has been increased by 10 points, so the workload of parenting is a breeze for him. Chapter 17, Can I be discharged tomorrow? After that, the 2 of them had nothing to do and spent the night until morning. Song Mei came early again, carrying a bunch of things, breakfast fruit and whatnot. Jiang Chen also got up because of the extra points added to his constitution, even though he had slept less. Jiang Chen ate some fruit. He was also worried about another matter. It was how to tell or explain to his father that he had taken his mother's best friend, and accidentally made her give birth to triplets for him. And to be honest, it was all the fault of his cousin. If she hadn't blabbed to his aunt about it, how would his aunt have known, and then how would his aunt have spread the news to his father, directly destroying his carefully considered plan? No, I must demand an explanation from her. That morning, Sun Qian finally arrived. After coming to the ward, she gave Su Qingqing a more comprehensive examination. Sister-in-law, Qingqing's physical recovery is still relatively ideal. The wound condition, as well as drainage, urination, and so on, are all within the normal range. If there is nothing else tomorrow, you can check out of the hospital. You can be discharged tomorrow? Song Mei was surprised. After all, she was getting on in years, had a lot of work to do at the office, and was still worried about Jiang Chen. She had been running back and forth between the hospital, her office, and home these past few days, and it had exhausted her. Yes, Auntie, Qingqing's condition is recovering well in all aspects, and she can be discharged tomorrow. Sun Qian said. That's great. Song Mei was overjoyed. Su Qingqing also felt a wave of relief. Although Jiang Chen and Song Mei had taken good care of her in the hospital, it was still a hospital, not her own home, and there were many inconveniences. Then Sun Qian finished her examination and was about to leave. Jiang Chen immediately stopped her. Cousin, did you tell my aunt about me? No, I didn't. Sun Qian immediately subconsciously denied when she saw Jiang Chen's expression of accusation. No? Jiang Chen didn't believe her for a second. If you didn't tell your aunt, then how did she know? It's fine if my aunt knows, but she actually called my father that day and told him. Sun Qian. Your own mother really couldn't hold it in and told your brother-in-law? But that's normal. When something like this happens, no one can hold it in. After all, it's outrageous that your cousin actually had a threesome with his mother's best friend and they had triplets. Luckily, she had enough self-control to only tell her mother. And as Jiang Chen's cousin, she of course knows about Jiang Chen's father, her uncle-in-law's temper. He's hot-tempered and impulsive. Once he gets going, no amount of persuasion will stop him. Sun Qian thought about this and couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen with pity. However, pity is pity, and it is impossible to admit it. Seeing that Jiang Chen at this time had an attitude of not giving up until he got an explanation, she played the card of warmth. Xiaochen, do you think your cousin has been good to you since you were little? Does she love you? It's okay, Jiang Chen said. To be honest, when he was little, his cousin was really nice to him. Whenever he went to her house, she would give him all the delicious food and fun things to play with. Of course, she could also be very mean when she was angry, and would take away his lollipops and hit him on the head until he cried. So when you were little, did you like playing with your cousin? It was okay. Do you want to know if your cousin told your father about you? Tell me. I didn't. Don't say such nonsense. After a series of denials, Sun Qian took advantage of Jiang Chen's days to slip away. There was nothing she could do. Although she was partly to blame, she really couldn't bear the blame. Jiang Chen? So? You're the cousin who has always loved and cared for me since we were little? He was going to blame his cousin and force her to help him think of a way to deal with the situation. But she was even more unreliable than he was. Forget it. I'll just deal with it as it comes. I'm my father's own son, after all. I'll do whatever he asks, and I'm sure he won't destroy me. Ding. Host status check, trigger random task, within 3 days, call your father and confess everything. Jiang Chen. Chapter 18. Hey, you big pig's foot. Call dad and confess everything? This is bullshit. Isn't the dog system pushing itself into the fire pit? System, can I refuse to accept the task? Ding. The task is mandatory in nature. If the host does not accept it, the system will self-destruct. Fuck. The dog system is threatening to blow itself up at any time. Is this okay? Or do you want to blow yourself up if you want? Forget it, what's the point of reasoning with the dog system? Jiang Chen reluctantly accepted the task, but fortunately, he did not have to confess to his father immediately, but within 3 days, which gave him a buffer. Su Qingcheng, listen to your sister's advice and live together. The baby has just been born, and you are in the postpartum period. Although my son is a bit clumsy, he is honest and obedient, and he is still the children's father. I think he cares about the children and you. Besides, if you live together, you can also cultivate your relationship. Anyway, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Because Su Qingchang was going to be discharged from the hospital the next day, and in response to the question of what to do after discharge, Song Mei of course advised her best friend to decisively live with her son. But Su Qingchang sounded hesitant. In fact, she also thought that what Song Mei said was not unreasonable. However, once discharged, she would have to live with a man, which is simply cohabitation. For a moment, she was psychologically uncomfortable, not to mention the fact that the man was also her best friend's eldest son. Here we go again. Song Mei couldn't help but smile when she saw Su Qingqing's hesitant expression. Her best friend had everything going for her, her looks, her figure, her temperament, but she was a bit reserved and easily shy. Qingchang, you've already had your children. Isn't it only natural that you'll live together after you're discharged from the hospital? If you're not at ease with the idea, I can always come and visit you after you're discharged. If my son treats you badly, I'll straight away give him a good scolding. That's embarrassing. Su Qingqing's face flushed. What's there to be embarrassed about? After all, I'm the children's grandmother. It's only natural that I go see my grandchildren and sort out my son in the process. Okay, then. Seeing that Su Qingchang had finally relented and nodded, Song Mei was overjoyed. Su Qingchang, for her part, was secretly relieved. She knew the heartache of being pregnant alone, and she didn't want to go through the experience of raising a child as a single mother again. At this point, having a good girlfriend's assurance was still reassuring. What's more, the guy is not bad, quite handsome, and has a good personality. After spending a few days together, he's really taken good care of himself and the baby. But then she suddenly remembered, and a blush of embarrassment spread across her face. She gave Song Mei a resentful look. You really think your son is honest and well-behaved? He's been pretty attentive to himself and the baby these past few days. But when it comes to me, he's both. Looking me up and down, and, ugh, if he's not a lecher, he's a pig. Song Mei was just happy. She didn't notice Su Qingqing's little thoughts. After just convincing her best friend to do the right thing, she then happily came over to Jiang Chen's side and said, Son, after Qingchang is discharged from the hospital, you can live with her to take care of them more easily. Live together? Really? Is that appropriate? To be honest, Jiang Chen really wasn't mentally prepared for this. His mother said they would live together, but in reality, wouldn't that mean living with this goddess Su from now on? Why is it inappropriate? Song Mei was a little upset when she saw that her son didn't immediately agree. What do you mean? Why? You're not happy about living with my best friend? No, what I mean is, what about Qingchang? Does she agree? Of course she agrees, that's why I'm telling you. Oh, okay. Song Mei was upset when she heard this. Hey, you little brat. From the sound of your voice, it sounds like I'm begging you for this, doesn't it? And was about to use the ear-pulling technique. No, Mom, you've got it all wrong, I'm happy, very happy. Jiang Chen broke out in a sweat and hurriedly replied, Hey, you're quick to get angry, no wonder Dad says you're a violent maniac and a tiger mom. He muttered the last part. But since Song Mei was right there, she heard it clearly. What? I'm a violent maniac? A tiger mom? Song Mei was furious. This is outrageous. And immediately rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen saw the situation was not good, so he ran away, immediately running outside. Mom, I'm going out for a bit to buy some fruit. Song Mei didn't catch up with her son, so she laughed angrily, shook her head and returned to the ward. Su Qingchang, who was in the hospital bed, saw this and laughed a little, covering her mouth. Song Mei suddenly knew that she had gone a bit too far, and she laughed apologetically. She said, Just now, as your mother, was I a bit too strict with my son? Su Qingchang laughed, a bit. Song Mei was embarrassed, okay. Jiang Chen went downstairs to buy some fruit. When he returned to the ward, his mother didn't find fault with him. After all, she was his real mother, and it wasn't a big deal for her to scold her son in front of her best friend and daughter-in-law. However, Song Mei didn't let him off the hook. She arranged for him to do one thing, move. Jiang Chen thought, yes, indeed, since after being discharged from the hospital, he would be living with Goddess Su, naturally the two of them would have to move in together. So he readily agreed. In addition to moving, there was one more thing to do, quit his job. After graduating, Jiang Chen found a job with a good atmosphere and a decent salary, but it was still not as good as the job his mother had, which had a state establishment and had been done for decades. So a few days ago, his mother went back to the unit to deal with urgent work matters. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, has been on leave since then. This time, when he went to the company, he didn't even bother to ask for leave, he just resigned. After all, he is now a person with a hook. As long as he lives with his wife and children, various rewards will come continuously, and even becoming the richest man in the future is not impossible. There is really no need to go back to his old company. Jiang Chen went to the underground parking lot of the maternal and child health hospital. After finding the BMW X7, which was rewarded by the system, he took out the key from his pocket, opened the car, and sat in the driver's seat. The car purchase contract was placed on the passenger seat, and the license plates, paperwork, bills, etc. were all there, so it was indeed reasonable and legal, and the source was formal. It was worthy of a luxury car with nearly 2 million in top-level equipment. It is really much better than the old Volkswagen that my mother has been driving for 10 years. Jiang Chen adjusted the seat, started the car, and then stepped on the accelerator. Boom! The car let out a powerful roar and immediately sped off. Jiang Chen drove out of the maternal and child health hospital. On the way, he suddenly felt thirsty, so he thought it was still early and stopped at a convenience store to buy a bottle of water. Unexpectedly, as soon as he left the convenience store, he saw a familiar figure in front of him. It was Jiang Chen's former school beauty queen girlfriend, Shinsini. When Shinsini turned around, she also saw Jiang Chen. Chapter 19 Sister Yang, I actually gave birth to. Jiang Chen, do you have any interest in following me? We've broken up, okay? I have a new boyfriend now, and he treats me very well. You're just going to make me hate you more. When Shinsini found out it was Jiang Chen, she immediately said a bunch of things in displeasure. At this time, she had changed from her previous innocent schoolgirl appearance, heavily made up and dressed up, wearing a miniskirt, carrying a small bag in one hand and holding the arm of an obese man with the other. Jiang Chen? Which fucking eye of yours saw me stalking you? And when Shinsini saw Jiang Chen, she was still dressed in the same ordinary clothes as before, and she couldn't help but sniff with her nose, and her expression was full of disdain. But in this society, can being handsome feed you? Money is the most important thing. See, this is my new boyfriend. He drives a $1 million top-of-the-line BMW X5. On the first day we were together, he bought me an LV outfit and this little bag. All of this costs 50 or 60,000 yuan. She said, tightly holding the arm of the man next to her, with a look of arrogance on her face. Jiang Chen put a hand to his forehead, a little helpless. He thought to himself, we had a conversation, let's part on good terms. You dislike the poor and love the rich, you are vain, and you think I have no money and no future. That's fine, it's only human nature. To be honest, I also like the rich, but after you broke up with me, you made false accusations and looked down on people, and you even offered your face to me. So don't blame me for being rude. Anyway, there is no way I will be a saint, not in this life. Gee, 50,000 to 60,000 yuan, and you're already bought. You really are cheap. But it's not bad. A little more expensive than the prostitutes in the club. Shinsini nearly exploded when she heard this. Jiang Chen, what did you say? You called me cheap and called me a prostitute in a club? She was also a little incredulous that Jiang Chen, who had always been extremely nice and tolerant towards her, would actually say such things to her. I don't need to repeat what someone knows in their heart. Jiang Chen then glanced at the fat man. By the way, is this your new boyfriend? Not bad, if you didn't say anything, I would have thought he was your father. After saying this, she walked away. This time, not only did Shinsini fly into a rage, the fat man couldn't hold back either. This ex-boyfriend of yours? He's really something. He thinks he's justified because he's poor. If he wasn't worried about losing the fight, he would really like to stop Jiang Chen and beat him up. Shinsini's face was even more difficult to see, and she cursed at Jiang Chen as he left. Jiang Chen, you poor bastard. You deserve to be without a girlfriend for the rest of your life. Back then, I was blind to fall for you. After scolding Jiang Chen for a while, Shinsini turned to the fat man and said, let's go, honey. Didn't you say you'd buy me a cell phone today? We don't need to get angry over a poor guy. Let's go, honey, I'll buy you a cell phone. The fat man gave Shinsini a smiling look and said, but you promised me, so you have to keep your promise tonight. Don't worry, I always keep my promises. Shinsini laughed, took the arm of the fat man, and walked happily towards a BMW X5 parked on the side of the road. But when she glanced ahead, her face suddenly changed. Her face was incredibly shocked. Because not far away, Jiang Chen got into a brand new BMW X7, sat behind the wheel, and then roared off down the road in front of them. What? Jiang Chen was actually driving a BMW X7. But how was that possible? Jiang Chen is obviously poor. When he was with him in the beginning, he had to save money for a week just to go out for a fancy steak. The gift he bought himself for his birthday never exceeded 1,000 yuan. The fat man obviously saw it too, and his expression was equally surprised. Isn't this kid poor? Why is he driving a BMW X7? This damn X7 top-of-the-line version costs 2 million yuan more, and it's a higher grade than my X5, and it's much more expensive. Jiang Chen drove off in his BMW X7, speeding down the road. He had just met Shinsini, and it felt like he had just eaten a fly. Luckily, they had broken up decisively. Otherwise, he would have been sick for the rest of his life. Then he drove to the company. This was his first job after graduation, and the atmosphere was good. Although he had only been there a few days and was still on probation, Jiang Chen got along well with his colleagues. Seeing that Jiang Chen had come to the company again, his colleagues greeted him. "Oh, Jiang Chen is here. You took a few days off in a row, I thought you quit." "Ah. Jiang Chen is here. Let me see, have you gotten any handsomer in the past few days?" "What do you mean by handsomer?" "I've always been handsome, damn it. It seems like you really have gotten handsomer." Upon closer inspection, it's true. No wonder you're the company's #1 handsome guy. Jiang Chen, here's a cake and a sandwich with wood ear mushrooms, do you want some? If you do, will you let me be your girlfriend for a day? Me too. Jiang Chen was sweating from all the teasing he heard from his colleagues, but he didn't take it seriously because that was the kind of atmosphere the company had. The relationship was harmonious, and everyone got along, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen to work here in the first place. But to be honest, compared to before, his appearance had really improved a bit. After all, the 10 o'clock body is not for nothing. Appearance, stamina, muscles, etc., have all improved quite a bit. After a while, Jiang Chen arrived at the office where his department was located. Yang, the department head, was drinking water while talking about work with two of her subordinates. She saw Jiang Chen arrive and greeted him with a smile. "Jiang Chen? I thought you weren't coming." The two subordinates saw it was Jiang Chen. They came up to him and greeted him warmly. Jiang Chen and they had joined the company at the same time and had an exceptionally good relationship. "Brother Chen is back, welcome." "Welcome back, Brother Chen, the king has returned. We haven't seen you for a few days, it feels like 3 autumns have passed." "Jiang Chen, you're back just in time. Our department is full of the elderly, the sick, and the disabled. It's almost peak season, but we don't even have a veteran who can fight hard battles anymore," Sister Yang said with a smile. Jiang Chen looked behind him and sure enough, there were empty seats everywhere. He couldn't help but wonder, how come everyone is gone? Where are Sister Zhang and the others? Sister Zhang had an unexpected pregnancy. She is an elderly mother herself, so she went home to protect her baby. What about Brother Li? Brother Li's wife gave birth and went to look after her wife and child. Then, isn't there still Sister Su? She gave birth to her second child, so why isn't she here? Her? I was just about to talk about her. She may be prone to pregnancy. She said she didn't want children, but then she got pregnant with her third child recently, and this time it's twins. Sister Yang was speechless. I don't know what's going on in our department lately, but we've got a baby factory here. There were only a few of us, but we've all had babies. Fortunately, we hired you 3 new recruits in advance, otherwise we wouldn't know what to do during the next peak season. Jiang Chen also put a hand to her forehead after listening for a while. Well, they really all went together. But after a pause, she still said with a stiff face, "That's right, Sister Yang, I actually gave birth too." As soon as Sister Yang heard this, she immediately coughed up a mouthful of water. Chapter 20, she looks honest, but she's actually wicked. What? You gave birth too? Sister Yang was shocked. The 2 girls, Xinjia and Suna, were also shocked. Jiang Chen realized his slip of the tongue and quickly explained that it wasn't me who gave birth, it was my wife who gave birth, and I became a father. But when he said this, Sister Yang and the 2 girls were scared again. Your wife gave birth? You became a father? This, to be honest, it's too fast. Did I hear it right? Jiang Chen, you have a wife, and your wife gave birth to a child for you? You're a father? Sister Yang gasped and asked with difficulty, looking as if she had seen a ghost. Well, another birth in the department. This year has really been a breakthrough for children. Well, that's right. Jiang Chen nodded. After hearing this, the two sisters, Shinjia and Suna, were surprised, and then they were extremely disappointed. Their disappointment was not because the department had suddenly lost another capable person, but because Jiang Chen had actually got a wife, and his wife had given birth to a child, and he had become a father. Was there something he couldn't let go of? So young, and he already had a wife and child. Hey! So you want to take leave too? Sister Yang had seen the world after all, and quickly calmed down. No, I'm resigning. Resign? Sister Yang was surprised again. The company doesn't refuse to grant leave, so why don't you just come back to work after you've taken care of your wife? Besides, you have a family to support, so how will you support your wife and children if you don't go to work? My family doesn't have a mine, but I'm short of money right now. Jiang Chen told the truth. What's more, my wife gave birth to triplets, so I want to spend more time with them. What? Triplets again? Sister Yang, Shinjia and Suna. They were all a bit speechless from the shock. Sister Yang smiled bitterly. Triplets. I'll have one less capable person on my team. But seeing that Jiang Chen was determined, she approved Jiang Chen's resignation, settled his salary, and paid him as usual next month. After a brief handover, Jiang Chen said goodbye and left. Bye, Sister Yang. Bye, Sister Jia and Sister Na. Bye, Jiang Chen. Bye, Chen. Come back and visit the company sometime. Okay. After Jiang Chen left, Yang looked around the empty office and suddenly looked a little panicked at her two remaining top employees, Shinjia and Suna. I'm telling you, you two, you're not pregnant, are you? Shinjia and Suna shook their heads. No, that's impossible. We don't even have boyfriends, so what kind of children would we have? But Jiang Chen didn't really seem to have a girlfriend before, so why would he suddenly have a child? Yang continued. Yang Jia, we're different. You know that since we started working here, we've always liked the type of guy that Chen is. Now that he's suddenly got a wife and child, we're more like heartbroken than anything else. Yes, Yang Jia, I feel like I've been heartbroken anyway, and I no longer have any hope for love. Hey, I don't know what Chen is thinking. He's young, and he's already got a child. Well, that's true. On hearing Shinjia and Suna's words, Yang suddenly let out a sigh of relief. The country hasn't recently issued any measures to encourage childbirth, so the fact that everyone in our department is having babies at the same time must be a coincidence. But it's a real shame about Jiang Chen. He's handsome, capable, and young enough to accept someone else having his babies for him. Hey, if I'd known, I would have jumped the gun. Yang said, with a face full of regret. Shinjia and Suna were dumbfounded when they heard this. What's going on? If you knew, you would have done it in advance. Ah. This young sister, you hit it pretty deep. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, who was in the BMW X7, suddenly sneezed inexplicably. After sneezing, his brain hurt a little. Who the hell is cursing me? After resigning, it was time to move. Jiang Chen first drove the car to the place where Su Qingcheng was renting. He quickly packed and organized the things in Su Qingcheng's room to facilitate moving. Afterwards, he went to his rented place and after packing everything, he called the moving company. Thinking that there might not be enough manpower, he shouted in the 303 WeChat group again. He thought that everyone would have things to do, taking exams, working, and it would be good if just one could come, but unexpectedly, Lu Wei, Zhang Chang, and Wu Hao, his three sons, all came at once. Those taking exams stopped studying, and those working took leave. As soon as they saw Jiang Chen, the sons came up and gave him a beating. Jiang Chen, are you still a human being? You actually let Goddess Su give birth to 3 children for you. You just broke up with the school beauty, and now you've got Goddess Su. What a big mistake. I didn't realize it, but you seem like an honest guy, but you're actually a sneaky bastard. And have you guys noticed? This kid is moving, and he's going to live with Goddess Su. What the hell? Is there any justice in the world? Beat him. Beat the shit out of him. The more they talked, the angrier they got, and they started to beat him up. Of course, after beating him up for a long time, Jiang Chen didn't feel a thing. They had been in the same dormitory and had a good relationship, so they were used to joking around. So they had a little fight. Everyone worked hard to help Jiang Chen move. During the move, they quickly noticed Jiang Chen's BMW X7 and naturally assumed that it wasn't his. During the 4 years of university, they had learned about each other's situations. Jiang Chen's family is also well off, and they have a 10-year-old Volkswagen in the family that his mother drives. Jiang Chen, you rented the BMW X7, right? Yes, I rented the BMW X7 to impress Goddess Sue. By the way, the top-of-the-line BMW X7 is nearly 2 million yuan, and the rental fee is not low. What do you know? You can't catch a wolf without giving up your children. Goddess Sue is willing to give Jiang Chen children, so he should pay this small fee. Jiang Chen did not immediately defend himself when he heard this. Should I tell them that I have a BMW X7 and a house in Bishuiju, and that I can easily make tens of thousands of yuan a day? That's ridiculous. Lu Wei and Zhang Chang saw that Jiang Chen didn't refute, so they took it as a tacit agreement. But they didn't take it seriously either. Renting a BMW X7 for a few thousand yuan a day is a bargain compared to getting a beautiful woman like Goddess Sue. But when they found out that the destination of the move was Bishuiju, they were no longer calm. Because Bishuiju is the top high-end residential area in Sihai City, and the cheapest small apartment there costs 5 to 6 million. If you rent a place here, it's not going to be less than 10,000 yuan a month. If I were to say that I didn't rent a place, but that I have my own house in this Bishuiju neighborhood, would you believe me? Jiang Chen simply didn't hide it this time. Believe it? We don't believe you for a second. Lu Wei, Zhang Chang, and Wu Hao simply didn't believe it. Will you stop bullshitting? This Bishuiju community is the most top-notch high-end community in the entire Sihai City. Any one of the houses there is worth tens of millions. Even if you have a salary of 10,000 to 20,000 yuan a month, the rent may not even be enough. Yes, Jiang Chen, don't pretend anymore. We were classmates, we know each other inside out, there's really no need to pretend in front of your buddies. Pretending to be innocent will get you gang raped, and pretending to be cool will get you struck by lightning. A few people advised Jiang Chen to stop pretending, each one of them was earnestly persuading him. Suddenly, with a click, Jiang Chen pressed his hand on the fingerprint lock, and the security door actually opened. Chapter 21, Come Clean, Ill-Gotten Gains. Void? You really do have a house in the Bishuiju? No way. Lu Wei, Zhang Chang, and Wu Hao couldn't believe their eyes. After entering Jiang Chen's well-decorated house in Bishuiju, they were completely shocked and couldn't stop being surprised. They could only see the layout of the 4-bedroom, 2-living-room interior, which was extremely spacious. It was well ventilated from north to south, with a sunny balcony, and the decoration was extremely high-end. The crystal chandelier, leather sofa, and Persian carpet left everyone dumbfounded. After recovering from the shock, Jiang Chen was beaten up again. It was so obvious that a house of this standard would cost at least tens of millions of yuan. Even if it was rented, it would still be very expensive, and it was simply not affordable for a recent college graduate. Damn, Jiang Chen, you suddenly got rich. Got rich? I think it's because you've got the Goddess Sue. But Goddess Sue is just a college teacher, and her salary is only so much. Tell the truth, where did the money come from? Was it ill-gotten gains? Don't tell us you have an old grandfather living abroad who left you a large inheritance, and then there was a house in the Bishuiju. Jiang Chen, who had been beaten up, was speechless. Damn it, stop it, I really earned this money. Holy shit? You really have become rich. Several people instantly changed their faces, immediately rubbing Jiang Chen's shoulders and back, trying to please him in every way. Jiang Chen, how did you get rich? Brother Jiang, please share your experience. Dad, please share your experience. Dad, please share your experience. After spending 4 years together, Jiang Chen knows his son's temperaments too well. They like to play, make trouble, and joke around. They don't care about propriety, so Jiang Chen cooperates with them. Okay, my sons, when I'm in a good mood, I'll share some tips on getting rich with you in a few days. Pish. Get lost. You're getting fat and breathing heavily. Lu Wei and the others laughed and scolded when they heard this. They all understood that it was just a joke, and no one took it seriously. After all, no matter how rich you get, you're still a human being. Besides, it's really true that it's not good to talk about money among friends, as it could hurt feelings. But joking aside, Zhang Chang and Wu Hao suddenly had some crooked ideas. Brother Jiang, I don't want any secrets to getting rich, but can you pass on some secrets about picking up girls? Right, Jiang, please pass on some tips on picking up girls. I've been single for more than 20 years, and I still don't even know what it's like to have a girlfriend. Before Jiang Chen could say anything, Lu Wei couldn't bear to watch anymore. He glanced at the two of them, one less than 1.7 meters tall, the other covered in acne, and said helplessly, "Forget it, you two. I think it would be more practical for Jiang to teach you some tips on getting rich." Jiang Chen returned to the hospital in the evening after moving. Song Mei, as usual, prepared a sumptuous dinner for Su Qingchang, and of course Jiang Chen was included. Su Qingchang had already finished eating and was lying in bed resting. The two of them ate at the table near the door. While eating, Song Mei asked Jiang Chen where he had moved. "My own home," Jiang Chen said lightly. "Your own home?" Song Mei frowned. "Your rented room, a dog kennel-like place, can you call it home? At least you and Qingcheng live together, and it's good to change houses." "I've changed," Jiang Chen said. "Well, it's better to change," Song Mei nodded approvingly. "You two adults now, 3 children, the house you live in, the space can't be too small, and the conditions can't be too bad. By the way, you've spent all 30,000 yuan, right?" Without saying a word, she took out a card from her body and handed it to Jiang Chen. Chapter 22, Who's Your Wife? Jiang Chen was a little taken aback and quickly waved his hand. "Mom, no, I have money now." "Money? You have shit for money. Where did you get the money after you just graduated? Raising children costs a lot of money these days, and you're raising 3 of them all at once, and you just rented a house, not to mention that Qingcheng is still my best friend. You have to be nice to her, take it." Jiang Chen. "But Mom, I really do have money, I'm not lying to you. I received 30,000 yuan from Mom last time, and we had a good time together. This time, I can't accept it no matter what." "Are you sure you really have money?" "I'm sure. The 30,000 yuan you gave me before, I still haven't touched it." "Okay then." Song Mei took the bank card back, but she was still worried, so she added, "Son, I won't say anything more, but Qingcheng has gone through a lot of suffering giving birth to triplets. From now on, you must pay more attention to Qingcheng and the children, and be as nice as you can to them to make up for it. Money is not a problem, so if you run out, just ask your mother, understand?" "I understand, Mom." Jiang Chen suddenly felt a warm feeling in his heart. What a good mother. The world's closest relationship is still with one's mother. But don't worry, Mom, your son has grown up and will never ask you for money again. In fact, he also wants to confess to you about his situation, especially about the house and the car. But with Mom's quick temper, she will know that I suddenly have a multi-million-dollar property and a BMW X7 with a top-level configuration worth nearly 2 million. Her first reaction will definitely be that she thinks I've done something improper. The most profitable things are written in the criminal law, and one misstep can lead to eternal regret. Then she will catch you and ask you until you break down. Not to mention, this meal is definitely not going to happen. Take it easy. After all, she is your own mother who just moved you to tears, and you should be nice to her. Qingcheng, these are sun-dried grapes. They are sweet and crispy, with thick, juicy flesh. Song Mei washed a bunch of grapes for Su Qingcheng after dinner and served them on a plate. Jiang Chen saw them and wanted some post-meal fruit. "Mom, I want to eat grapes too. I bought these specially for Qingcheng. A small bunch is so expensive, you should buy your own if you want to eat them." Jiang Chen was a little confused. Her own mother? Well, the moment of emotion just now was gone again. Song Mei tidied up a bit, gave a few instructions, and then went back. After Song Mei left, Su Qingcheng smiled at Jiang Chen, holding the plate with the grapes, and gestured for him to come over. "Come, let's eat together, I can't finish them all anyway." Hey, sometimes I really doubt if she is my real mother. Jiang Chen walked over, a little helpless. "Don't worry, she is definitely your real mother." Su Qingcheng giggled. "Just from what your mother said to you just now, I feel that no one in the world is closer to you than your mother." Jiang Chen glanced at Su Qingcheng. "You heard what I said to my mother just then?" "Yes, I heard. Apart from worrying that you have no money, she also told you to be nice to me." "Yes, she told me to be nice to you and the child." "So, what do you think?" "What do I think about what?" "It's just that your mother told you to be nice to me and the child. Does it need thinking about?" Jiang Chen asked back, deliberately teasing, "Of course I will take good care of my wife and child." Su Qingcheng's pretty face flushed as she heard this. Who's your wife? Chapter 23, Let them deal with the small cuts. After this incident, Su Qingcheng was a bit tired too. After returning to the ward, she yawned for a while, so sleepy that she couldn't keep her eyes open. She rubbed her eyes, briefed Jiang Chen, and then lay down on the bed to sleep. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, did as he had done before. He played with his phone while watching the baby. His constitution had been strengthened, and he could now sleep for 3 to 4 hours a day, so it was still very early for him. He played with the baby for a while, played games, and checked on the 3 babies at regular intervals. It wasn't until the middle of the night that he finally fell asleep. Ding! The host carefully took care of the daughter-in-law and the 3 babies until they were about to be discharged from the hospital, doing their best and taking care of every detail. Congratulations on winning a cash prize of 100,000 yuan. Ding! The host triggered a special reward. Congratulations on winning a set of fine decorated rooms by the Swan Lake. The next morning, in a daze, Jiang Chen heard a prompt from the system in his head. Wow! I've actually been rewarded 100,000 yuan and a set of fine decorated rooms by the Swan Lake. The dog system has been generous again. That's great. After helping Su Qingqing solve the problem last night, the 3 little ones started to make trouble again, so they changed the diapers of the 3 little ones again, washed them, fed them, burped them, and put them to sleep. After a while, it was almost dawn. However, due to her strong constitution, Jiang Chen could doze off in a chair for a while and was not sleepy at all. She just had to be discharged from the hospital today. But there was a lot of waiting for her. Jiang Chen woke up shortly after his mother arrived. In addition to some fruit, she brought them a hearty breakfast of steamed buns, hard-boiled eggs, congee, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and Jiang Chen's favorite dish, lamb and leek dumplings. Mom, I'm not hungry today, you guys eat. In the past, Jiang Chen would have eaten some of the food his mother brought if he saw her bring so much. But this morning, he really wasn't hungry. You little brat, what's wrong with you today? I worked hard to bring you breakfast, and I even brought you a leek and lamb bun, and you're not even going to eat it? Song Mei was a little surprised. Just the other day, this son of a bitch was complaining that I didn't bring him breakfast. This morning, he actually didn't want to eat. This is really something out of the blue. Mom, why would I lie to you? I'm really not hungry, Jiang Chen said, reluctantly picking up a bun and taking a barely tolerable bite. Song Mei. If you don't want to eat, that's fine, Qingqing and I will eat it. Now that she has a daughter-in-law and grandchildren, Song Mei doesn't pamper Jiang Chen. Seeing that Jiang Chen doesn't want to eat, she puts the breakfast in front of Su Qingqing. Qingqing, come on, let's eat together. Su Qingqing nodded. Yes, Mom, you and Qingqing eat, she must be very hungry. Jiang Chen said. Su Qingqing blushed and glared at Jiang Chen angrily. You're the only one who can talk, aren't you? Song Mei is not stupid. Seeing this scene between the two, she expected that there must be something going on between them, and she could not help but think that it must be something shameful. However, Su Qingqing had just given birth to a child by cesarean section, so no matter how eager the boy was, he could not have gone too far. But never mind. It's just a small matter, let them go. Why did she guess blindly? On the other hand, Su Qingqing was indeed hungry. She ate almost twice as much as usual, and after finishing, she patted her stomach and regretted it a little. So she said to Song Mei, Hey, Mei, I ate so much, I'm going to get fat again. Song Mei heard this and smiled as she looked at Su Qingqing. Don't worry, Qingqing. With your constitution, you won't get fat no matter how much you eat. Besides, you're going to feed 3 babies now, and you can only produce enough milk if you eat a lot. Chapter 24, Miracle from Hard Work? Su Qingqing heard this and blushed again. She had originally wanted to emphasize that eating too much would lead to weight gain. Unexpectedly, Song Mei brought up that topic again. Hey! Mei, you don't know. With my current talent, there is no problem at all feeding the 3 babies. Su Qingqing sighed. Just as they finished breakfast, the 3 little ones started to cry, waving their little arms and kicking their little legs. It had only been a few days. They had completely changed from the wrinkly little monkeys they had been when they were born. Their skin was smooth and white. They were so cute that it was hard to believe. Just one look and you can't help wanting to get close to them. Oh, are you hungry? It's okay if you're hungry, Grandma will carry you to eat. Song Mei's face relaxed as soon as she saw the 3 little ones, and she looked 10 years younger for a moment. With a smile on her face, she helped Jiang Chen change the diapers of the 3 little ones, then carried them over to Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing didn't care anymore and took the babies one by one and started to feed them. Song Mei and Jiang Chen both stood nearby. Song Mei was used to this and subconsciously wanted to tell Jiang Chen to go away. She thought to herself, my best friend is breastfeeding her child, what is there to see for a big guy like you? She quickly thought, my son is not a stranger, he is the father of Su Qingqing's child. If there are no problems with today's examination, you can be discharged from the hospital. You should also pack up early. Soon after feeding the baby, Jiang Chen's cousin Sun Qian, carrying an instrument, entered with several nurses to conduct a more comprehensive pre-discharge examination on Su Qingqing. How is it, Xiao Qian? Song Mei asked anxiously, as Su Qingqing's best friend and future mother-in-law. Sun Qian checked Su Qingqing's wound recovery and various test values, and nodded, recovery is quite good, you can be discharged today. That's great. Song Mei said happily. Su Qingqing also felt relieved. Living in the hospital, although the conditions were tolerable, Song Mei and Jiang Chen, mother and son, took good care of her and the children, and she herself did not suffer any grievances. But it is, after all, a hospital. Living there is still very inconvenient. If she can be discharged as soon as possible, she would certainly welcome it. After discharge, pay attention to the healing of the wound, avoid strenuous exercise, avoid contact with water, and pay attention to hygiene. 42 days after a cesarean section is the recovery period. After that, you should go to the hospital in time for a follow-up examination to see how the incision is healing. Also during the recovery period, you should refrain from sexual contact. Of course, 42 days is a rough estimate, and everyone's situation is different. The specific time should be based on each person's feelings. If you feel pain, you should not do it after 42 days. If you don't feel pain, you can try it a little before 42 days. Of course, things like vigorous sex are definitely not allowed. Sun Qian explained in detail the precautions after discharge from the hospital. Upon hearing the advice on sex, Su Qingqing blushed. Of course, it was also considered knowledge, although it was strange knowledge. It turned out that it was only possible after 42 days. No rush. Ugh, who's in a rush? Jiang Chen almost froze upon hearing this. He thought to himself that his cousin must be doing this on purpose. Song Mei, as someone who had been there, heard Sun Qian's words and glanced at her son and best friend, smiling and taking it all in stride. They were both married. They have 3 children, so it's normal for them to have thoughts and needs in that area. After Sun Qian gave her instructions, she accompanied Su Qingqing for a while. Song Mei and Jiang Chen were busy with the pile of things they had to do after being discharged from the hospital, packing up their belongings and going through the discharge procedures. Suddenly, Song Mei's phone rang. She received a call. After the call, Song Mei looked grave and looked at Jiang Chen, her expression not quite right. Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask, Mom, who was that? It was your father. He said he wanted to come and see you. What? My father is coming to see me? Didn't he just have an appendectomy? He's still on N4, isn't he? He is still on N4, but he said he felt something was wrong, so he pulled out the needle and hurried over here to the maternal and child health hospital. Really? What should I do? Jiang Chen panicked. Thinking about his father's hot temper, he felt a little numb. It's not your son, don't worry. There is something I haven't told you yet. Mom, what is it? Your father should be at the hospital by now. I just sent him the room number. Chapter 25, Meddling. Jiang Chen heard his mother's words. He was speechless. We're home. First, you told me not to worry, and then you told me that my father had already arrived at the hospital, and you even sent him the room number. Okay, you're all ganging up on your son. Not a son. You know your father's temper. He insisted on coming, and even asked me for the room number. I couldn't not give it to him. Besides, I couldn't keep this from him forever. Song Mei also felt that it was a bit excessive, and she followed up with an excuse. Jiang Chen scratched his head. Over there, Sun Qian and Su Qingqing were talking. After a few days of contact, the two of them had gradually become familiar with each other. Hearing Jiang Chen and Song Mei's conversation, Sun Qian couldn't help but laugh immediately. Su Qingqing almost laughed out loud as well. She is a cold-natured person who doesn't laugh much, unless she can't help it. Her best friend is really funny, and she has all kinds of ways to trick her son. But she should trick him. Who let this big pigfoot be so tasteless? How dare he snatch? the girl away from me. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Is Dad here? Jiang Chen immediately got a shock. Go and see. So what if your father is here? You've graduated from university. Is he going to eat you up or what? Song Mei said calmly, at most, your father will just beat you up. Jiang Chen. You make it sound easy. It's me who'll get the beating, not you. No, beat Mum? Dad doesn't have the guts to do that. In front of Mum, a real tigress, even if Dad is grumpy, he has to be docile like a kitten. A dragon has to coil up, and a tiger has to lie down. But my father was very strict with me. I was a very naughty boy. I didn't want to go to school because I wanted to play, so I tore up my homework book. My father took me by the ear and escorted me to school himself. I was scolded by my father for not concentrating on my homework, so I retaliated by pouring the 3 bottles of Moutai that my father had been saving for years down the drain. I broke all the brooms in the house. Meanwhile, of course, there was no shortage of his mother. Men's singles, women's singles, mixed doubles. Hey! As the saying goes, a mother's love is like a sword in her hands, ready to strike her wayward child. Ding! The system reminds the host that the task of actively confessing to his father within 3 days is about to expire. The host is advised to seize the opportunity to confess, especially at this time, as this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Special reminder, the reward for this task is linked to the task completion status. Specifically, it is linked to the severity of the beating the host gets from Dad. What? The reward is linked to the severity of the beating? This can't be right. The lighter the beating, the more generous the reward, right? Jiang Chen asked. Ding. No. The more severe the beating the host gets, the more generous the reward. Jiang Chen? Damn it, the system is just stirring up trouble. It seemed like Jiang Chen and the system had been communicating for a long time, but in reality it had only been a matter of moments. He shook his head helplessly and went to the door. When he opened the door, it was indeed his father. Cough cough, Dad, why did you come here without telling me in advance? If you had told me, I could have picked you up. Jiang Chen greeted his father as soon as he saw him. Jiang Dapeng, on the other hand, had a gloomy face. He glanced at Jiang Chen and didn't say a word, and went straight into the hospital room. Jiang Chen felt inexplicably panicked when she saw her father not saying a word. Dad! Dad, listen to me. This whole thing was really an accident. Really, I was drunk and confused, and then I made a mistake and did something stupid. But don't worry, I'll take responsibility until the end. Really, I'll be a man like you, a man who stands up for what's right. Jiang Chen hurriedly explained, confessed. Jiang Dapeng still didn't say a word. After entering, he took a quick look around the room and saw Su Qingcheng and Sun Qian. He nodded at them amicably and then walked straight to the crib, where Song Mei was holding a little guy in her arms and playing with him. Jiang Dapeng was shocked when he saw it. There really are 3. What did you think? Song Mei said. Then, let me hold him. Jiang Dapeng couldn't help but get a little excited and held out his hands to hold the baby. Song Mei glanced at her husband and handed over the baby in her arms. Jiang Dapeng took it and carefully held the baby in his arms. He couldn't stop loving the baby and couldn't get enough of holding it. He then held the other 2 little ones, one after the other. His eyes were full of the love a grandfather has for his grandchildren. This is pretty good to watch, too. Why did Jiang Chen say he'd get beaten up? Su Qingcheng whispered to Sun Qian over there. We're not even halfway there. Sun Qian went on to explain, hey, you don't understand. My brother-in-law, this is just the calm before the storm. Let me give you an example. Back when my good cousin was still in elementary school, he was angered by my brother-in-law's nagging, so he secretly poured all of my brother-in-law's precious Moutai down the drain. Seeing that the matter had been revealed, my cousin ran outside. My brother-in-law looked for him all day before catching him. Seeing that he was dirty and starving, my brother-in-law let him take a bath and then cooked him a delicious meal. After he had eaten and drunk his fill, my brother-in-law took up the broom and chased my cousin around the house, beating him. In the end, he broke 2 or 3 broomsticks before he let the matter rest. This Su Qingcheng heard this and couldn't help but feel a little nervous for the big pig's trotter. She thought to herself, although the big pig's trotter has no taste and actually snatched something to eat, he is, after all, the children's father. Sure enough. Jiang Dapeng held the baby for a while, and after getting his fill, finally turned his attention to Jiang Chen. "Come with me for a moment," he said in a stern voice, his face turning gloomy again. He stood up and walked towards the door. "Jiang Chen. Finally, you're here." "Uncle, Chen hasn't really done anything, and besides, he's all grown up." Sun Qian saw this and hurriedly persuaded Jiang Dapeng. Song Mei followed up with a word of advice. "Yes, Qian is right, your son has graduated from university, you should probably let it go." "That, uncle, Jiang Chen didn't mean it, he's actually quite nice." Su Qingqing couldn't help but say. "It's okay, I'll be careful." Seeing the three women persuading him together, Jiang Dapeng responded in a very conciliatory manner, but while he said it was okay, the next second, he pulled a belt out of his pocket. Everyone, seeing that they couldn't persuade him, they gave up. Jiang Chen followed Jiang Dapeng out. Jiang Dapeng saw that there was no one in the next ward, so he pulled Jiang Chen in. At this point, it was impossible for Jiang Chen to say that he wasn't nervous. There was no way around it. As a child, he was scared of being beaten, and when he saw his father like this, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. But since it had come to this, it didn't matter. At worst, he would just get a beating. After all, he had given him 3 grandchildren, so he didn't believe that Jiang Dapeng would really destroy himself. After Jiang Dapeng went in, he kept a straight face and took a good look at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt his hair stand on end as he stared at him. Just as Jiang Chen felt the atmosphere reach a boiling point and his father was about to take action, the other man suddenly took another card out of his pocket and handed it to him. "Take this." Jiang Chen was baffled. "Dad, why are you giving me this?" "What do you mean?" "You little brat, you've grown up. There's 800,000 yuan in this card, it's half of your mother and my savings, take it and buy a house." Chapter 26. Oops. "Dad, you really whipped me with your belt?" I was prepared to take a good beating, but instead of beating me, Dad just gave me an 800,000 yuan bank card and told me to use it to buy a house. Dad has changed. Jiang Chen was suddenly confused. "Dad, what do you mean?" "Hey, brat, what else could a father do? Just let you buy a house." Jiang Dapeng's face softened and he adopted a serious tone. "At first, when I heard from your aunt that you had caused your mother's best friend to give birth to triplets, my first reaction was of course disbelief. Your mother's best friend is a generation younger than you, so she is your aunt. Besides, the probability of triplets is extremely low, 1 in several 100,000 or even lower, so how could you be the one to get them? After that, I thought there was something wrong. Your auntie wouldn't make up a rumor about you for no reason. So I called your mom again, several times in a row. At first, she didn't admit it, but when I kept asking, she got annoyed and admitted it, telling me the location." Jiang Chen scratched his head. "So you were getting in 4, and you unplugged the needle and came running over?" "Of course, there was such a big deal here, I would be weird if I could sit still." Jiang Dapeng continued, "But, brat, it's not scary to make a mistake, the important thing is to be a man, to be brave enough to admit your mistake and take responsibility. You're not a kid anymore, and since this happened, you need to be nicer to the mother and son and take responsibility. The 800,000 yuan was originally saved for you to buy a house and get married in the future. Now you take it and buy a house, so that the mother and child can have a place to live. It will also give the girl a sense of security, and let her know that our family is serious. Next, get a marriage license, get married, and give the girl a name as soon as possible, so that when she goes out with the child, people won't point and laugh." Jiang Dapeng said, and once again put the bank card into Jiang Chen's hands. "Dad, no need, I have money, both money and a house." Jiang Chen quickly refused. "You have shit for money and a house." Jiang Dapeng immediately scolded when he saw his son refuse to take it. "You just graduated, I know you well. I tell you to take it, so take it, why are you still arguing with me?" Without further ado, he shoved the bank card into Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen. "Forget it, I'll return it when I get the chance." Jiang Dapeng scolded, and when he saw that his son was not pushing the bank card back, he smiled contentedly. "To be honest, are you worried that I will beat you up this time? What do you think? You are afraid of being beaten by me." Jiang Chen glanced at the belt Jiang Dapeng was still holding in his hand, and his heart was a little weak. Jiang Dapeng patted his head and laughed apologetically. "But you said it yourself, when you were a kid, weren't you a bear, and didn't you deserve to be beaten? You were still in primary school, and because I made a noise while you were doing your homework, you were angry and took out your anger on my precious Maotai wine that I had been saving for years. There were 3 bottles of flying Maotai, and to this day, just thinking about it makes me so hungry." But you were fine, and you poured it all down the drain. In junior high school, you didn't want to go to school anymore, hanging out with people from the streets, staying out all night, dyeing your hair yellow. I was so angry that I grabbed you back that night. In high school, let's not talk about your early love. When the girl broke up with you, you actually tried to kill yourself and even wanted to run away with her. I was in the middle of a company project at the time, and when I heard what your mother said, I was furious. After beating you up with your mother, I remember threatening you that if you ever did something stupid again, I would whip you with a belt. But then again, think about it, those times when your mother and I beat you up really badly, in fact, after you screamed in pain, didn't you get better quickly? Jiang Dapeng talked about the past in one breath. At first, Jiang Chen felt uncomfortable when he heard his father recounting his past embarrassments. To be honest, the brat was really bratty, so much so that he wished he could travel back in time to beat himself up again. But what his father said next was the first time he had heard it. From what his father meant to say, and the fact that he still had a mother, it seemed that over the years he had been more of a threat than the real deal. On second thought, it did seem a bit like that. The thunder was loud, but the rain was light. After being beaten up for almost every mistake he made, he soon got over it and went back to eating, drinking, and going to school as usual the next day. Dad, are you saying that all these years, you actually cared for me and didn't want to hit me? That's nonsense. I'm your only son, what if I really hurt you? Jiang Dapeng said matter-of-factly. To be honest, there were 2 times when your mother and I were really scared. One time was when you were in junior high school and you played hooky and hung out with the wrong crowd. You dyed your hair yellow, smoked and drank, and got into fights. Your mother and I were really worried that you were going astray. And then there was the time in high school when you had a crush on someone. After the breakup, you suddenly tried to commit suicide by jumping off a building. That time really had our hearts in our throats. Your mother and I didn't sleep for several days, worried sick, secretly watching your situation. We were afraid that you would do something stupid on impulse. But fortunately, you boy came through smoothly, successfully got into college, and then graduated successfully. Your mother and I were finally able to relax. Although you made a few minor mistakes this time, Jiang Dapeng casually wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, suddenly punched Jiang Chen on the shoulder, and laughed happily. You've given me 3 grandchildren in one go, which is honestly better than what I did back then. Ha ha ha. It's okay. Jiang Chen said modestly. But this comment from his father really touched him. It's a pity that parents have such hearts. Before, I always thought my father was a roughneck, short-tempered and prone to violence, but in fact he is very considerate and has been secretly worrying about me. Meanwhile, the tall, upright, once all-powerful, roughneck who was good at reasoning with people has now grown a little older. His back is a little stooped, his hair a little gray, and his face has more wrinkles. Slowly, he is beginning to show signs of an old man. Time really does make people old. Dad, thank you for all these years. Jiang Chen felt a little choked up. Rascal, why are you thanking me? I'm your father, so I owe you for life. Jiang Dapeng's expression was gentle, and he smiled and said, You're going to have a good life in the future, and you haven't forgotten about your mother and me. We're both content. Jiang Chen was moved to tears. He didn't realize that his father and mother had been so devoted to him. Hey! I really want to throw myself into my father's arms and cry like I did when I was a child. But just as Jiang Chen was deeply moved in feeling his parents' love for him, he suddenly saw that Jiang Dapeng's belt, which he had been holding, was moving. Yes, it was moving. Looks like he's going to whip himself? Jiang Chen couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. Old dad, what are you going to do? Whip me with the belt? Well, Jiang Dapeng nodded and said with a smile, Didn't I warn you at the beginning that if you ever did anything wrong again, I would whip you with the belt? You don't want me to go back on my word, do you? No, Dad? You're serious. Don't worry, it'll be fine. I won't really whip you with the belt, I'm just doing it to show you that I'm the king of the family. So your mother will understand that I, as the man of the house, have the authority and that there's no one else who's qualified to be in charge of the family. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, then okay, Dad, go easy. Don't worry. Pop. Ouch. Dad, you really whipped me with the belt? Huh? Son, are you okay? Of course I'm okay. It's this chair, look for yourself, you almost whipped it to pieces. Ding. The host has completed the task of actively confessing to his father and has been beaten with a belt by his father. Task evaluation, one mountain stands out. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. Chapter 27, The Majesty of a Man's Domineering Aura. Congratulations on receiving a reward of 1 million cash and one chance in the lottery. 1 million cash? Awesome. Finally, it's not a small amount of tens of thousands or 100,000. Droll Jiang Chen said with his mind. Ding, lottery draw successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining god-level cooking skills. Jiang Chen is in trouble now. With his sister-in-law's explosive temper, he's going to get a good beating. Sister May, Jiang Chen didn't really do anything wrong. It was a pure accident. Why don't you go talk to your uncle and ask him to calm down and let Jiang Chen off the hook? After Jiang Chen was taken away by Jiang Dapeng, Sun Qian and Su Qingchang were worried sick. Sun Qian felt guilty. If her mother hadn't tipped off Jiang Dapeng, he wouldn't have come in such a hurry. And after all, she is a relative, and she knows Jiang Dapeng's temper. Jiang Chen will definitely get a good beating this time. Su Qingqing's position was a bit awkward. But after all, she is older than Jiang Chen. The cause of the incident was indeed an accident, and after getting to know each other over the past few days, she felt that big pig feet was okay, so she didn't feel like speaking up for Jiang Chen. Even though she called Song Mei's sister and Jiang Dapeng uncle. It was really awkward. Song Mei was a little worried at first, but after listening for a long time, she didn't hear anything from inside, and there was no sign of a fight at all. After all, they had been husband and wife for many years, and she immediately understood Jiang Dapeng's intentions. So she assured her, it's fine. Jiang Dapeng said he knows what he's doing, so he knows what he's doing. Auntie, are you saying that your brother-in-law won't beat Xiaochen? Sun Qian asked. Su Qingcheng also looked at Song Mei when she heard this. No way. Song Mei waved her hand and spoke resolutely. Look at how old Xiaochen is now. He's graduated from university and is now a father, having given birth to 3 grandchildren for him. If Jiang Dapeng were to beat Xiaochen up again like when they were kids, what would that say about him? Besides, Xiaochen is not short, and if they fight, it's not certain who will beat up who. Ah, that's true. Sun Qian and Su Qingcheng looked at each other awkwardly. It's not certain who will beat up who. What a thing to say. A son beating up his father is not proper. But no matter what. The two of them agreed with Song Mei's words, that Jiang Dapeng would not beat Jiang Chen. Unexpectedly, the next second, a sound of a belt whipping came from inside, followed by Jiang Chen's scream. Sun Qian and Su Qingcheng. Song Mei froze for a moment, and then she became furious. This old thing, he really hit him. Furious, she wanted to rush into the room. Before she could push the door. With a creak, the door opened from the inside, and Jiang Dapeng walked out with a belt in his hand and a stern expression on his face, followed by Jiang Chen, who had obviously been taught a lesson. Song Mei was stunned at first. Then she asked in surprise, Jiang Dapeng, you really hit your son? What? When my son makes a mistake, shouldn't I, as his father, teach him a lesson? Besides, if he knows he's wrong and can change, that's what makes him a man in our Jiang family. Jiang Dapeng said with confidence. Song Mei. Turning to Jiang Chen, she asked, Son, did your father just hit you? Well. Jiang Chen glanced at Jiang Dapeng and nodded. Ah. Song Mei was surprised. Son, does it hurt? Of course it hurts. I used the belt to give him a good lesson. Jiang Dapeng, 1.8 meters tall and burly, crossed his arms with one hand and spoke condescendingly to Song Mei. Song Mei angrily scolded, You old thing. How dare you use a belt to whip your son? He's all grown up, and mistakes will be made, but no matter what, I've given you 3 grandchildren, so how could you do it? And you hit him so hard, with a belt. Jiang Dapeng, I see you're capable of it. So what if I hit him? It's only natural for a father to teach his son a lesson. You're a woman, what are you meddling in it for? Jiang Dapeng was not to be outdone. Woman? Ha ha. Song Mei, in a rage, followed up with a stomp to grab Jiang Dapeng's ear. Jiang Dapeng was prepared. He dodged and successfully avoided the attack. Song Mei attacked again, Jiang Dapeng dodged again. Jiang Dapeng was about to gloat when Song Mei struck again. This time, Jiang Dapeng failed to dodge. Crunch! Jiang Dapeng was accurately grabbed by Song Mei by the ear. The burly and somewhat arrogant Jiang Dapeng immediately wilted, and a sound of pain and pleading came from him, Ouch! Wife, what are you doing? Can you go easy on me? There was a moment of silence. Everyone was a little shocked. Even the three babies, who had been a little noisy, quieted down at this moment and wanted to look in a certain direction following the sound. Sun Qian was a little shocked for a moment. Before, she had only heard that her sister-in-law had a short temper and liked to hit Jiang Chen. Once she was enraged, she would be furious and the heavens would have to give way. However, she did not expect that in front of her sister-in-law, her burly sister-in-law would really be a pussycat, and her sister-in-law would be the real tiger. And Su Qingcheng, upon seeing Song Mei's flowing movements, knew that her best friend had done a lot of it before. She had to say, gee, this best friend of 1.6 meters has an explosive fighting power that is so strong, it's almost like she's 2.8 meters tall. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, put his hand to his forehead. Family emperor? The majesty of a man's domineering heir? The person in charge of the family? Hey, Dad, why did you do that? This time, the majesty of the king and overlord was shattered and it was scattered on the ground, and then it was stepped on by Mom and rubbed. Humph. You old thing. You think you're something, beating your son with a belt? Your son has grown up, and you use him for beating? You beat him, but you don't choose a suitable way, you beat him with a belt. You think you're so awesome. Song Mei said, and she put a lot of strength into her hand. Ouch. Ouch. Jiang Dapeng, who kept screaming in pain, felt like his life was in Song Mei's hands, and he was completely finished. He quickly told the truth, honey, let go. I didn't hit my son. Really, I just scared him a little and tried to convince him with reason. I didn't hit my son with a belt. Song Mei then turned to Jiang Chen and asked, son, did your father hit you? Well, no, Jiang Chen scratched his head and had to honestly say, my father really convinced me with reason, lecturing me on a bunch of big ideas. What about the sound of beating and the screams of pain just now? Song Mei asked again. That was my father beating a chair. As for the screams of pain, I cooperated with my father, saying it was for my father's family throne. Jiang Chen followed up, Mom, just let go. That's right. We only have one son, and you feel bad, I feel bad too. Jiang Dapeng agreed. Your father really didn't hit you? Song Mei still didn't believe it. Really not, he used a belt to whip a chair. If you don't believe it, go inside and take a look, the chair is almost broken, Jiang Chen said. Song Mei went into the room and took a look. Sure enough, she found a chair that was almost broken. Only then did she let go of her hand. You're smart. I'm telling you, Jiang Dapeng, you really broke my son's chair, and I'm going to make you pay for it. That's not going to happen. Jiang Dapeng laughed sheepishly. It's unfortunate that you want me to pay for breaking your son's chair, but I only have one son, don't you know? Song Mei glared at Jiang Dapeng in annoyance. Then turned to Sun Qian and said, Xiao Qian, remember to make your brother-in-law pay for this chair. He deliberately damaged hospital property, so make him pay for it however you want. Don't forget. Yes, okay, sister-in-law. Sun Qian said, reacting. Jiang Dapeng was suddenly speechless. Damn, what a real shrew. She didn't even forget to make me pay for breaking a chair. Great, now I'll have no money for cigarettes next week. Farewell. My family's imperial position, the majesty of a man's kingly and tyrannical heir. Chapter 28, You young people are hot-tempered. But for all this, Jiang Dapeng, as a seasoned veteran, is used to it. What family status? What dignity of a manly king? It's never been okay. So Jiang Dapeng didn't feel anything yet. Besides, women are short-sighted with long hair. We men, what do we care about arguing with short-sighted women? It's a waste of face. Once Jiang Dapeng was free, he didn't even pause. He went directly over to see his 3 grandchildren. Looking at the 3 cute, rosy-cheeked little ones, Jiang Dapeng was overjoyed and couldn't get enough of them. He couldn't believe it. I'm 50 years old and I'm going to be a grandfather? Ha 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 ha. Mom, my father is actually quite good to me. Just now, he didn't mean to hit me at all. He told me a bunch of things, and I just realized that he and you, my mother, have good intentions for me. I'm so touched. Also, my father gave me this bank card, which has 800,000 yuan in it, saying that I can use it to buy a house. Jiang Chen saw that his mother was still a little angry, so he came over to help his father speak well of him. He took out the bank card and said. Song Mei immediately looked pale when she saw the bank card. Where did Jiang Dapeng find this bank card? He found it even though I hid it so well? Well, no wonder, the old man has a lot of secret money, he can even afford to smoke great China cigarettes. Jiang Chen. I didn't think that Dad took this bank card and acted without authorization. Ah, this. But since that's the case, it's even more important to return the bank card. Anyway, I don't really need money. I have a house and a car. I just got a beating from my father and was rewarded 1 million yuan by the system. Mom, you take the bank card. What do you mean? You take what your father gives you. The money in here was originally meant for you to buy a house and marry a wife. Song Mei immediately shoved the bank card back to Jiang Chen. Then she deliberately glanced at Su Qingcheng and said, Xincheng, don't you think so? Oh, Sister Mei, don't make fun of me. Su Qingcheng couldn't help blushing a little. She understood that her best friend was completely prepared to treat her like her daughter-in-law. After many years as best friends, she had become her mother-in-law. Her best friend's eldest son had become her husband. She's perfect. Song Mei was very satisfied with Su Qingcheng's reaction. A good daughter-in-law like her best friend, who knows the ropes, is well-educated, has a good figure and can bear children, is truly hard to find. After a few words, Song Mei also thought about the crib. The reason was none other than that although she had held the baby many times before, she still felt jealous when she saw Jiang Dapeng, who was desperate to hold his grandchildren, especially in the crib, with one arm embracing a baby. She couldn't help but want to be close to her own grandchildren too. Come, let me hold you. Song Mei came over and held out her arms. There's still one left, you hold that one. I want to do the same as you, hugging two at a time. No way. Jiang Dapeng refused without even thinking. You've hugged so many times, and I'm just starting to hug. Why are you competing with me? Jiang Chen was speechless as he listened. He thought to himself, aren't these 3 babies enough for the 2 of you to hug, or what? He was about to go over and persuade them. Suddenly, he heard his mother exclaim in surprise, oh, Jiang Dapeng. Why is there blood here? Jiang Dapeng was holding the 2 babies and couldn't stop smiling. Suddenly, he heard Song Mei's words and was taken aback. He looked down in the direction she was pointing and saw that there was indeed blood. All over the place. Let me take a look. Sun Xian also hurried over to take a look. Brother-in-law, what happened? The wound has burst open. Sun Xian said after examining it. I don't know if Jiang Dapeng was overjoyed and carried away, or what the reason was, but the wound from my appendicitis operation had partially opened up, and wasn't bleeding outward. Huh? The wound has opened up? Yes, but I'm an obstetrician, in your case you need to find a surgeon to help you, Sun Xian said with a serious expression. Jiang Dapeng glanced again at the wound, about 4 or 5 centimeters long, and the patch of blood that had flowed out. He waved his hand, not taking it seriously at all. It's not a big deal, I'm not going to die. After saying that, he was still happy, with his arms around the 2 babies in the crib, and even wanted to bring the 3rd little one to him. You're in your 40s, acting like a child. You just had appendicitis surgery, don't you know what's going on with you? Song Mei was a little angry when she saw this. Are you going to see a doctor or not? No, I'm not going to die. Jiang Dapeng was having so much fun entertaining the children that he really didn't want to leave for a moment. You won't go? You want to die, but I don't want to be a widow. Song Mei put her foot up and went straight for the jugular. Ouch, honey. Can you please go easy? I'll go, okay? If you just said so, I wouldn't have known why you were being so stubborn. Song Mei grabbed Jiang Dapeng by the ear and, without further ado, escorted the reluctant Jiang Dapeng off to the doctor. The others covered their eyes. It's okay, we didn't see anything. Jiang Chen shook his head, feeling sorry for his father in his heart for 3 seconds. My father is a bit henpecked. Jiang Chen said to Su Qingcheng with some helplessness after Jiang Chen and Song Mei left. I can see that. Su Qingcheng smiled. In the future, if we get together, do you want me to be henpecked? I don't know, but I still prefer to be free. It's too much trouble to be controlled by others. There are 800,000 yuan in this card. My parents want me to buy a house, but in Shihai City, 800,000 yuan probably won't buy a very good house. What do you think? It doesn't matter. I don't have high expectations anyway. Not high expectations? Jiang Chen asked teasingly, if I live in a dog kennel, will you follow me? Cut it out. Su Qingcheng spat and rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. First, it's not like I have to live wherever you live, and second, if you really live in a dog kennel, I'm not going with you. It's fine for adults to suffer a little, but no matter how hard life gets, you can't make the kids suffer too. That's true. Jiang Chen laughed. But don't worry, I won't let you and the kids live in a dog kennel no matter what. Sun Xian, who had not yet left and was checking the children's jaundice, suddenly felt a bit of toothache when she heard the two of them talking. So, the young couple were just flirting? Geez. I have to say, the young couple are quite a match. Okay, you are discharged today, so you should pack up and go through the formalities. There is a lot to do. By the way, Xiao Chen, have you remembered the precautions for postpartum women after you are discharged? I've got it all clear. Avoid strenuous exercise, pay attention to hygiene, and prevent the wound from getting wet. What else? What else? Yes, there is a 42-day recovery period for sex. If you want to have intimate contact, you should always ask the woman's opinion, and the standard is that she should not feel any pain or other uncomfortable feelings. Jiang Chen. Got it, cousin. You've already been told. By the way, you didn't mean it, did you? How could that be? Sun Xian vehemently denied it, her eyes wide. I'm an obstetrician, this is just medical advice for you. Besides, I'm just afraid that you young people are hot-tempered and can't control yourselves. Chapter 29 3 seconds, no, 3 minutes. Jiang Chen started packing things and going through the discharge procedures. Her mother called to say that her father's condition was slightly serious and that he would need to have an infusion after the wound was cleaned. Anyway, if they want to be discharged in the morning, they'll have to rely on Jiang Chen. Of course, on the phone. Song Mei also complained, I can't help, I'm just here to cause trouble. Zhang Dapeng had to smile and stay by her side. Fortunately, there wasn't actually much stuff, and it didn't take long. Jiang Chen had almost finished packing everything and the hospital admission procedures were almost complete. At this time, Sun Xian came again. She brought a cash-red envelope and a baby stroller for triplets. Xiaochen, Xingcheng. This is my contribution to the wedding, don't mind it. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be secretly amazed when she saw that the cash gift was 5,000 yuan and the special stroller for triplets was also worth a lot. Su Qingcheng also felt that the gift was not small. Cousin, isn't this a bit too much? Su Qingcheng had been in contact with Sun Xian for a few days and felt that she was a nice person, so at this time, along with Jiang Chen, she addressed Sun Xian as cousin. This is just the beginning. Sun Xian laughed and said, next time, I'll give you something even bigger. Next time? Su Qingcheng was puzzled. Of course, if you and Xiaochen have the baby, you won't get married? You can't just get on the bus without buying a ticket. Xingcheng, let's just accept it. Jiang Chen said cheerfully, not to mention the money, of course the more the better, this stroller for triplets is also exactly what we need, there is no reason not to accept it. After all, this is a token of my cousin's goodwill, and it would be rude to refuse. Besides, our cousin is rich and generous, so this small amount of money is nothing to her, just a few days' salary. Sun Xian? What's so rich and arrogant about it, and what's a few days' salary? I'm just an ordinary person, okay? My monthly salary is a few thousand, plus bonuses barely over 10,000. It's really just a token of my affection for my nieces and nephews as their great aunt. Hey, this cousin is heartless, like a dog biting Lu Dongbin without realizing a good heart. I wasted my time raising him when he was little. Thank you, cousin. Su Qingcheng said. Family, what's the point of being polite? Sun Xian laughed, still saying kind things. As she had something to do, Sun Xian went back to work for a while, saying that she would come back to see Jiang Chen off when he was ready to go. Su Qingcheng was able to stand up and walk alone for a while by now. Together with Jiang Chen, they put the 3 babies in the stroller, amused them for a while, and then fed and watered the 3 little ones. After a short pause to tidy up a bit, they were ready to go. Unexpectedly, an uninvited guest arrived at this time, Wang Bingbing. She also came to offer her congratulations. Jiang Chen, giving birth is a major event in life, and as an old classmate, I happen to be here, so I can't be rude, congratulations. She gave 1,000 yuan in cash, a fruit gift box, and a few sets of children's clothes. Previously, she was outshone by Su Qingcheng in every way, in terms of appearance, temperament, and figure, and she was ignored and neglected by Jiang Chen. Later, with Song Mei's official recognition as the Jiang family's daughter-in-law, Su Qingcheng was officially certified as the Jiang family's daughter-in-law. All this made Wang Bingbing feel disheartened. She no longer had any hope that Jiang Chen would change his mind and treat her with the utmost care and devotion, as he had done back then. Since then, to avoid embarrassment, she has even switched shifts with her colleagues, deliberately avoiding the area in charge of Su Qingqing's ward. As for this time's gift-giving, after all, they were once classmates, and it would be embarrassing to encounter each other but show no reaction to the baby of one's former classmate, pretending not to see it. So as soon as she heard that Jiang Chen was going to be discharged from the hospital, she hurried here again. And of course, she didn't have the slightest thought of another person in her heart, nor was it possible. After all, back then, Jiang Chen was too good to her, willing to give everything for her, his heart and soul, and even his life. Although some of his actions seemed a bit silly and laughable, he definitely had a true heart for her. Back then, she didn't understand and didn't cherish it. And after all these years of going around in circles, among the many boys she has met, she still feels that she prefers a sunny and handsome guy like Jiang Chen. Back then, she missed Jiang Chen, and she was so stupid. Although she is not worthy of A, and her broad-mindedness is incomparable to Su Qingqing's, different people have different preferences. What if Jiang Chen also likes her A? Hope is still something you should have, just in case it comes true. After all, she was his first love. And he was once willing to die for her. It was precisely this slight thought, this last-ditch effort, the regret of not cherishing him back then, etc., that drove Wang Bingbing to take advantage of an old classmate to send a gift and come and see Jiang Chen again. However, her arrival suddenly silenced the atmosphere in the room. Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling a little embarrassed. He didn't know what to do for a moment. If he didn't accept the gift, the other person was well-intentioned and an old classmate, and it wouldn't look good. If he accepted the gift, it wouldn't look good with Su Qingqing. Don't look at this girl, she's quite generous in every way, but in fact she's very small-minded. This motherfucker, the best ex must be like dead, the words are not false. Not to mention that back then, I wasn't even an ex, I was just a lickspill, the kind that licks until the end and ends up with nothing. Honey, since it's a token of your old classmate's goodwill, just accept it. Just as Jiang Chen was hesitating whether to accept it or not, Su Qingqing, who was standing next to him, said in a calm tone, and what she said took Jiang Chen by surprise. Did the girl just call her husband? That's good, that's really nice. Thank you, old classmate, I'll accept the gift. Jiang Chen quickly responded and said to Wang Bingbing. It's okay, you should. Wang Bingbing said politely, but her heart was so sour that Su Qingqing had already started calling Jiang Chen her husband? For a moment, she felt like she had been pricked by a needle. However, the feeling of being pricked would continue for her later. Su Qingqing walked slowly over to Jiang Chen and naturally took his arm in her hand. We are being discharged from the hospital today. You and my husband are old classmates, so you are welcome to visit us at home when you have time. As she spoke, a large headlight pressed very intimately against Jiang Chen's arm. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, very consciously reached out and embraced Su Qingqing's slender waist. Wang Bingbing saw this scene and wanted to vomit blood. Welcome to the house to visit. So, they moved in together after they were discharged from the hospital? Moreover, one was holding the other's arm, playing with the weight that life cannot bear, while the other was embracing the other's slender waist. This live show of affection? Also, men are really visual animals, or do they like the big ones? Wang Bingbing suddenly felt as if 1,000 or 10,000 needles were stabbing her heart. Okay, she had come here looking for trouble, she was so stupid. I shouldn't be here, I should be under the car. Okay, thanks. I have things to do, I'll go now. After a few polite words, Wang Bingbing fled, as if she was escaping. If she stayed for another second, she was afraid she would cry out in surprise. Did you just call me husband? After Wang Bingbing left, Jiang Chen looked at Su Qingqing and said, that's a nice sound. Let's call each other that from now on. Not if I have anything to do with it. Su Qingqing's pretty face flushed, and she pushed Jiang Chen's hand away that was around her waist. You were only my husband for a few minutes, and now you want me to do the same? You can forget about it. I'll tell you what, let's just say you were my husband for a few minutes. Can I ask, how many minutes was that? Jiang Chen's words carried a hidden meaning, and he asked with a smile. Su Qingqing didn't realize it at the time. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, she also jokingly said, I have to count it. From the time your so-called old classmate came in until he left, it was probably about 3 minutes. Oh, so it was 3 minutes, that's okay, not 3 seconds. Even if Su Qingqing was slow-witted, she could hear what Jiang Chen meant. Her pretty face flushed red. Get out. She gave Jiang Chen a fierce look and said, You have a dirty mind. I'm not talking to you anymore. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. After laughing, he then had a hard time deciding what to do with the gift from Wang Bingbing. So he looked at Su Qingcheng again to seek her advice. Su Qingcheng understood Jiang Chen's meaning in an instant. Since they had accepted it, they had to keep it. After all, it was a token of their old classmates' affection, and 1,000 yuan could buy a lot of things. Besides, it would be a waste to throw away the fruit gift box. Su Qingcheng quickly returned to her normal expression and gave her own suggestion. That's right, then keep it all. Jiang Chen said. Since Su Qingcheng had said that, he didn't have to worry about it anymore. This children's clothing set looked very exquisite, and it wasn't cheap. It should look good on our 3 little babies. Jiang Chen was about to put away the baby clothes set that Wang Bingbing had given her and put it with Su Qingcheng's belongings. Unexpectedly, she was stopped by Su Qingcheng. Forget about the baby clothes. Our babies should of course wear the clothes we bought. The baby clothes your old classmate gave you are indeed of good quality and just right for the 3 babies as diapers. Jiang Chen. Okay, as I said, this girl of ours is generous in every way, except that she is a bit narrow-minded. After that, they were discharged from the hospital. Sun Shen finished her work and came over to help, pushing the stroller with the 3 babies. Su Qingcheng could walk, but she couldn't walk for long. Jiang Chen found a wheelchair and let her sit in it as they went downstairs. After they got downstairs, Jiang Chen simply carried Su Qingcheng in his arms all the way to the hospital entrance, as the wheelchair couldn't get through due to construction in the middle of the road. Sun Xian couldn't help but laugh when she saw this. Su Qingcheng, unsurprisingly, once again felt a certain discomfort. Without thinking, it was Jiang Chen's phone in his trouser pocket. So she didn't find it strange. However, a few minutes later, when Su Qingcheng accidentally discovered that Jiang Chen was holding his phone in his hand, not in his trouser pocket, she couldn't help but panic. Chapter 30, Rich Woman Happy Ball. Oh! Su Qingcheng exclaimed. Her face turned red, and she then asked to get out of Jiang Chen's embrace. What's wrong? Jiang Chen asked. Nothing, Su Qingcheng said, I ran into a pervert. Ran into a pervert? Jiang Chen was at a loss for a moment. He was holding her, so how could she have encountered a rascal? When he asked Su Qingcheng again, she resolutely refused to say anything and insisted on walking by herself, albeit very slowly. Jiang Chen had no choice but to let her go. He had to let Su Qingcheng go down. After she went down, Su Qingcheng walked slowly on her own, and inadvertently glanced at a certain place on Jiang Chen. She was secretly startled and her face flushed. No wonder. Ding! Host holds daughter-in-law. Congratulations, host, you have won a reward of 80,000 yuan. There's a reward for holding a daughter-in-law? Not a bad dog system. Jiang Chen, what's the situation with your uncle-in-law? My dad is in the hospital, receiving IN4, and my mom is with him. But judging by the time, it should be soon. You mean, how is he? Is it serious? I asked, and my dad just repeated his mantra, I'll live. Jiang Chen laughed helplessly. Sun Xian laughed along with her when she heard this. This is really the way my brother-in-law acts. Just as she was about to ask Jiang Chen how to get back and whether they needed a taxi, she heard a crunching sound. It was Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei who had returned in the car, which was their family's old 10-year-old Volkswagen. It just so happened to be their son. Let's go, I'll take you back. Jiang Dapeng, who was in the driver's seat, said excitedly before he even got out of the car. It turned out that Jiang Dapeng's wound had burst open, and when he went to the doctor, there was originally a surgery department in the maternal and child health hospital, where adult men could be seen, but Song Mei saw that there were many people registering and it would take a long time to wait, so she drove Jiang Dapeng to another hospital. When they arrived, as soon as the doctor saw Jiang Dapeng's wound, he scolded him for not being careful, saying that this was just after surgery and was not an ordinary wound. Jiang Dapeng was still completely unconcerned, saying that he would not die, leaving the doctor at a loss for words. At Song Mei's request, Jiang Dapeng at least agreed to have his wound treated, and then he received another infusion. Even so, Song Mei was still not at ease, and kept a close watch on him, lest the old boy, as he had done before, pull out the needle and run before the infusion was finished. After the infusion, Jiang Dapeng insisted on driving, saying that he wanted to personally drive the 3 grandchildren back. The doctor said that it would not affect driving. The old driver Song Mei then glared at Zhang Dapeng and let him sit in the driver's seat. Son, don't look down on your father's car, even though it's a bit old, and your mother is driving it now, but you know, the car hasn't had any major problems, and it has served our family well over the years. Zhang Dapeng happily said to Jiang Chen. Ever since he knew that he had 3 grandchildren, he was overjoyed and felt like he was on cloud 9. A happy person is a healthy person, and life suddenly felt like a second spring. Dad, it's okay, I have a car. What, you brat has a car? Well. Jiang Chen nodded, walked over to a BMW X7 parked on the roadside not far away, took out the car key and pressed it, and the headlights immediately lit up. BMW X7? Holy shit! This time, not only Zhang Dapeng, but also others, such as Song Mei and Sun Xian, were instantly shocked. Son, is this really your car? Yes. Jiang Chen said. But this is a BMW X7, which costs 2 million yuan. Zhang Dapeng was shocked. His first reaction was disbelief. He said, I've never driven such a nice car, so why did my son get to drive it first? This is a BMW X7. You didn't steal it, did you? If I told you that I bought it with money from robbing a bank, would you believe me? Get out. Tell me the truth, is this your car? Of course it's mine. But this car costs 2 million yuan. You just graduated, where did you get that kind of money? It's only 2 million yuan, it's not bad. Besides, it's normal for someone who just graduated to have a million yuan luxury car. Zhang Dapeng. Okay, brat, are you trying to show off in front of me? But despite his surprise, Song Mei and the others also had a lot of questions. However, they were just about to leave the hospital and go home, and it was not a good idea to stand in front of the hospital gate and ask Jiang Chen such questions. So everyone came forward one after the other. They put the 3 babies, the stroller, and various items into the car one by one. Jiang Chen's BMW X7 had been modified in the back, so it had the function of a child seat, and the 3 little ones could comfortably lie in the back seats. Song Mei saw that there was still plenty of room in her son's car. Song Mei followed suit and got in. As a result, Zhang Dapeng's car could only carry one lonely passenger, himself. After that, it was time to go back. As for the destination, according to Song Mei's thinking, where else could it be? It must be Jiang Chen's rented apartment. However, half an hour later, the car actually drove directly to the entrance of the Bishuiju community, which greatly surprised Song Mei, because Bishuiju was the most famous high-end community in the entire Sihai city. A random house inside costs tens of millions. Even if you rent it, the monthly rent is at least 10,000 to 20,000 yuan. Are you living here, son? Yes. But this is Bishuiju, and renting here must cost a lot of money, right? I'm not renting, I own a house here. Jiang Chen's car drove directly into Bishuiju. After greeting the security guard at the gate, Zhang Dapeng's car followed. After entering, they came to Jiang Chen's house. Looking at the luxurious decorations in the house, the old couple were taken aback and confused. They had just learned that their son had bought a 2 million yuan car, and now they found out that their son actually had a house worth tens of millions of yuan. They thought that they were just an ordinary working-class family. They were afraid that they, the old couple, could not afford such a garage even if they did not eat or drink for decades. But their son, is this a hit? Zhang Dapeng and Song Mei wandered around, looked at Jiang Chen's house, and after watching it for a while, they weren't very happy. Instead, they pulled Jiang Chen aside and asked him questions. Their faces were solemn. Son, be honest, did you get involved with some rich woman? Otherwise, where did you get so much money? Yes, son, you're still young, don't just think about living off someone else's hard work and taking shortcuts. Besides, what's so good about that shortcut, like rich women? Apart from being rich, they know how to have fun, and there's also the rich woman happy ball. Zhang Dapeng said, his expression full of anguish. Chapter 31, This lifetime is incompatible with gambling and drugs. Rich woman happy ball? Song Mei asked in puzzlement. It means steel wool. Zhang Dapeng explained with a stiff upper lip. Steel wool? Song Mei's expression became even more confused. Hey, just search for it yourself, Zhang Dapeng said. Song Mei did as she was told and searched for it herself. After reading the explanation, her face flushed slightly. She glared at Zhang Dapeng fiercely, you old pervert. You know a lot, don't you? I'll deal with you when we get home. Zhang Dapeng couldn't help twitching at the corner of his mouth. Afterwards, the couple still worked together to force Jiang Chen to admit whether he had been screwed by the rich woman. No. How could your son do such a thing? Jiang Chen looked helpless. Although young people nowadays like to take shortcuts, but who are we, good boys of justice with excellent character and grades? It's absolutely impossible. Cough cough, even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have the chance. No. If not, have you done anything illegal? Song Mei pursued. Yes, the methods for making a quick fortune are all listed in the criminal law, you kid, don't do anything stupid. Zhang Dapeng followed up, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chen. For example, have you done the one selling rock sugar recently? Selling rock sugar? Song Mei questioned again. It means selling drugs, making the drugs look like rock sugar and using selling rock sugar as a cover. Ha! Song Mei couldn't help but be surprised, and turned to Jiang Chen with a nervous voice that trembled a little. Son, don't tell me you made money doing that, that's a capital crime. Zhang Dapeng was just casually asking Jiang Chen if he was selling rock sugar. Seeing Song Mei like this, he couldn't help but be shocked, and he also looked nervously at Jiang Chen. Rascal! Could it be that he really is impossible? Jiang Chen, on the other hand, looked at the solemn and nervous expressions of the two old people for a while, unable to laugh or cry. Where did all this come from? Sell rock sugar? Are you kidding? I've been at war with gambling and drugs all my life. But it's normal to think about it. I suddenly got rich after graduating, with a luxury car, a luxury house, and tens of millions of assets. No one can believe it, and my parents are no exception. In order to avoid worrying my parents, Jiang Chen took out the property ownership certificate, car purchase contract, etc., to prove that the car and house are mine. After that, he showed the old couple his mobile phone and bank account. All the rewards the system has given him are reasonable and legal, so even if he bought a car and house, he has a legal source of funds, and that source is from stock and Bitcoin speculation. Every transaction is recorded. Song Mei and Zhang Dapeng are both highly educated. After carefully looking at Jiang Chen's various incomes, they found that they are all in compliance with the law, have a clear source, and are not illegal income, nor are they paid by some rich woman. They are completely convinced and relieved. They never thought that the brat was so awesome. The brat gave birth to 3 children at once, which is more awesome than being an employee. He is also more awesome than an employee when it comes to making money. Zhang Dapeng was suddenly so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. This son is awesome, and he's just an employee, so he's benefited too, hasn't he? When his son has meat to eat, he can drink the soup too. Song Mei was also very pleased. The brat has not been raised in vain. He is so awesome right after graduating, and can afford a garage worth tens of millions of yuan. Even so, there are still millions of yuan in cash in his bank account, which is much better than his labor. No matter what, she has a daughter-in-law, 3 grandchildren, and a son who is successful and has a successful career. This life can be considered complete. Song Mei was overjoyed at the thought. She was happily enjoying herself when she suddenly slapped Jiang Chen. You little brat, you say you're making so much money, and you still rip off your own mother? She said this with a slightly angry expression. Jiang Chen? He, as a son, was also quite fulfilled, watching his parents happily excited. He was suddenly slapped by Song Mei and was a bit baffled. He thought to himself, what's wrong with this tiger mom? How did I end up betraying my own mother? Come on, I just took down your best friend, so what's the big deal? After all, I gave you 3 grandchildren, so why is this not over yet? It can't be that menopause has started early. Mom, how did I betray you? You haven't betrayed me yet? Song Mei said relentlessly, you little brat, you're giving me the runaround, aren't you? You cheated me out of 30,000 yuan in bonuses and allowances, and then you cheated your father and me out of 800,000 yuan, which was the savings of a lifetime. Song Mei's words made Zhang Dapeng realize what had happened. Forget about the 30,000 yuan his wife had lost. But the 800,000 yuan was the hard-earned savings of a lifetime for the couple. Yes, son, your mother is right. You say you are so rich already, so why do you care about our money? The 30,000 yuan is just a gift. But the 800,000 yuan, although originally intended for your house, you already have a house, a multi-million yuan luxury house. Isn't it a bit excessive for you to want that 800,000 yuan? A barrage of questions. There was no way around it. Zhang Dapeng was a technician, making an average of 8,000 yuan a month. His salary has been higher in recent years, just barely getting by. Song Mei is a civil servant, which looks good on the surface, but in reality, she has a lot of work and little money, with a monthly salary of only 6,000 yuan. Over the years, the family has spent a lot on food and entertainment, and besides sending their 2 children to school, there is not much money left. The 800,000 yuan was really saved little by little over more than 10 years. It is not an exaggeration to say. It is not an exaggeration to say that the 800,000 yuan is the life savings of the elderly couple. Zhang Chen understood his parents' feelings. He smiled helplessly and took out the 2 cards. He handed them back to his parents, Mom and Dad. I'm just keeping them temporarily, how could I take advantage of you? Besides, at the time, you forced them into my hands. We did force them into your hands, but why did you really take them? Yes, you should have been more humble. I did give in. I said I had money, but you guys didn't believe me. If I didn't take it, you were going to beat me up. Song Mei and Zhang Dapeng both thought back that it was true. At the time, they could see that the brat clearly needed money, but he was being stubborn. They really wanted to convince him with reason on the spot. Dad, Mom. You have had a hard time over the years, and it was hard for you to pay for my university. You have a little money now, so I want to take this opportunity to give you a gift. Zhang Chen said sincerely. Song Mei's first reaction was to refuse. Give us a gift? No, we are old and have weak limbs, what gift do we want? By the way, could it be that you have messed around and harmed some girl, and given us some grandchildren? Old thing, what nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean nonsense? My son has inherited my handsome genes, and has charmed a few young girls. Then what happened is only natural. Oh dear. Can you please be a little quieter? No, I can't. I'm putting my foot down today. If my son dares to be two-faced with Chingcheng, I'm going to break his legs. Yes. If he dares, I'll break his legs too. Chapter 32, You pissed on your grandfather's face, that's really filial. Seeing his mother catch his father, he was a burst of ruthless. Zhang Chen was a burst of forehead support. He thought to himself, Dad, when did you become so funny? Where did the previous grumpy old man and the domineering hunk go? Never mind, I'd better just worry about Dad for 1 second, and spend the remaining 99 seconds laughing, ha ha. Mom and Dad, don't get the wrong idea. The gift I've got for you is a house. Zhang Chen took out the house deed and keys and said to the 2 old people in all seriousness. What? You're giving us a house? Song Mei and Song Wei were surprised, and as usual, they objected repeatedly. Silly boy. Even if you have money, what's wrong with giving us something else, a house? We don't live in it or what? We were thinking of buying you a house before. With the 800,000 yuan in our hands, we can afford to buy your house, but there are so many affordable housing estates in Sihai, and a smaller one would be enough. Even for the Swan Lake Housing Estate, which focuses on affordable luxury, you can easily pay the down payment. Yes, son, we know you're being filial, but you can keep the house for yourself. By the way, son, which housing estate did you say you bought for us? It's the Swan Lake Housing Estate. Ah. Swan Lake Community. That's good stuff, although it's not comparable to Emerald Waters, but a full payment for a house in Swan Lake Community would cost 2-3 million. You silly boy, why did you buy us such an expensive house? Yes, you can't eat or drink, it's just a waste of money. You're just starting out in your career, and it's not good to get into the habit of spending money recklessly. Song Mei and Zhang Dapeng both scolded Zhang Chen for spending money recklessly. They firmly refused to take the house, with comrade Zhang Dapeng being particularly vocal about it. He was heartbroken at Zhang Chen's reckless spending, but said nothing, and instead took the house deed and keys. Let's be reasonable. Your son is just being filial and it's hard to refuse his hospitality. We can't let him feel disappointed, can we? Zhang Chen looked on, and was secretly delighted. After all, they were his parents. They had worried about him for so many years. They have worked hard all their lives and saved all their lives. It is only right to let them enjoy the good life with you. You can't do enough for them. Giving them a house is nothing. Is this really your house? Zhang Chen had just finished addressing her parents' doubts and concerns when she came out and ran into Su Qingcheng wandering around the room. The 3 little ones were sleeping soundly, so she gave her a tour of the new home they would soon be living in. She didn't know much about Zhang Chen. From what she knew about her best friend Song Mei, her family was just average. There was no prominent family history or background. Jiang Chen herself was just a recent college graduate, but she had first bought a BMW X7 and then a house in the Bishuiju neighborhood, which was surprising even for someone who had seen it all. The BMW X7 cost 2 million when it was delivered. And the most notable characteristic of the Bishuiju neighborhood was its high prices. The house she is about to move into now is worth at least 10 million. For a recent college graduate, this level of wealth is a bit much, I must say. Of course it's mine. Jiang Chen laughed. What do you think, Teacher Su? It's not bad, is it? Well, it's not bad. Su Qingqing nodded, and her gaze at Jiang Chen was a little strange. I thought you were just a poor student, but I didn't expect you to have so many good qualities and be a hidden rich man. From now on, Teacher Su will be a little busy. I'm full of good points, just waiting for you to discover them. Who's going to discover them? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Su Qingqing felt her face heat up for no reason. Her heart was in turmoil, but her mouth was very disdainful. After gathering her thoughts, she suddenly said, "By the way, can I make a request?" "What is it?" "Just say it. Can you stop calling me Teacher Su in the future?" "Huh? What should I call you then, wife?" "Wife? No. Mom? Get out. Then what should I call you?" "It's not respectful to call you by your name, so how about I call you Auntie?" "Huh? Why?" "Because calling you Auntie is so embarrassing." Su Qingqing suddenly felt so shy that she wanted to hit someone. She almost cursed out, "What the hell? Damn it, what the hell? Have you ever met an aunt who gave birth to you?" Jiang Chen saw Su Qingqing's expression of almost anger, and he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Girls still don't stand teasing. Ha ha ha. Su Qingqing then turned her head angrily, deliberately looking cold. After a while, she suddenly remembered and asked Jiang Chen again, "You just gave your parents a house on Swan Lake? You heard that? Your parents were shouting so loud, it's weird if I didn't hear it." "That's right. I did give them a house on Swan Lake. Why, are you not willing to part with it so soon?" "What do you mean I'm not willing to part with it? It's not my house. I just think that you are very filial. Sister May and your father have not raised you in vain to have a son like you." "Of course. Being filial is a traditional virtue of the Chinese people. I have always been very filial. I would rather give my best to my parents." Jiang Chen patted his chest and bragged a bit. Su Qingqing blinked and asked, "The house in Bishuiju is much more expensive than the one by Swan Lake. Since you are so filial, why don't you let Mei and the others live in Bishuiju?" "Ah, this." Jiang Chen was immediately at a loss for words and scratching his head. "Auntie Su, you are asking a question that no friend would ask. What do you mean, since I am so filial, why don't I let my parents live in the house in Bishuiju? By doing so, I am still considering that the old couple are not used to living there, and I am just thinking about my own comfort. As the saying goes, filial piety is the foremost of all virtues." Su Qingqing saw Jiang Chen being embarrassed. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly. "Oh, I see, so this is how filial you are. Well, it's a bit filial, but not much. Ha 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 ha." Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing teased each other, while Song Mei and Zhang Dapeng were also busy. After happily receiving the keys to the property from their son, they immediately rushed over to their 3 grandchildren. The 3 little ones were sleeping. When they were suddenly woken by the commotion, they woke up, wriggled about, and cried incessantly. Song Mei checked and found that the diapers needed changing. Comrade Zhang Dapeng volunteered to help change the diapers. "Change the diapers? Are you sure you can do it?" Song Mei asked. "What do you mean, can I do it? It's just changing a diaper. I've changed diapers before, didn't I?" Zhang Dapeng said with confidence, and proceeded to change the baby's diaper with confidence. "See, what's so difficult about it? Just unfasten the diaper, wipe the little brat's bottom clean, remove the old diaper, and put on a new one. Simple, couldn't be simpler." "What? Ugh. 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 You little stinker, you pissed on your grandpa when he was changing your diaper. Filial. So damn filial." Chapter 33, even if a cow ate it, it would still take 3 seconds to be shocked. Zhang Dapeng volunteered to change the diapers of the 3 little ones. While changing the diapers, he also showed off to Song Mei how easy it was to change a diaper. Unexpectedly, just as he was changing the diaper of the first grandchild, the grandchild suddenly peed, and coincidentally, it peed in the mouth of Comrade Jiang Dapeng. Song Mei burst out laughing when she saw this. Isn't this beautiful? Changing a nappy and getting a mouthful of pee from your grandchild, you're a real talent. Let's see if you're still so capable. Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing couldn't help but laugh when they saw it. Jiang Chen had no choice but to pour his father a glass of water. Jiang Dapeng himself didn't care. He spat twice and didn't even drink the water Jiang Chen handed him. On the contrary, his mood was undiminished. He didn't mind that his grandson had peed in his mouth, and cheerfully said, "I was peed in the mouth by my grandson when I changed his diaper for the first time," which shows that he is close to his grandfather. Besides, what do you know? This is boy urine. It's good for the body. Anyway, he acted like he didn't care. When the others heard this, they were speechless. Ding! The host's father was urinated on by his grandson. Grandpa is kind and the son is filial. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 30,000 yuan. Jiang Chen was a little dazed when he heard the system prompt in his head. His grandson urinated on his grandfather and he also got a reward? What kind of logic is this dog system? Ding! Logic is filial piety. Ding, the system has issued a random task. The host will continue to be encouraged to change the baby's diaper, achieving the goal of filial piety or parental love. The host will receive an additional reward. Of course, the host can refuse. There is no punishment or reward for refusing. Jiang Chen. Filial piety? Parental love? Is this random task issued by the dog system something that a human should be doing? No, I absolutely refuse. Jiang Chen was determined, so he went up to his father and persuaded him, "Dad, just forget it. This time, let my mom change the diaper." "What do you mean, forget it? I'm not young anymore, and there's no such word as forget it in my dictionary." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Dapeng immediately blew up. "I don't believe it. It's just changing a diaper for my grandson, and I can't do it. You watch, I'll change the baby's nappy beautifully." With that, he rolled up his sleeves and started changing the baby's nappy again. But as soon as he started, he let out a cry of pain. Everyone looked and saw that Comrade Jiang Dapeng's hands, which were changing the baby's nappy, had grabbed a handful of poo from the baby because he had been using too much force. Ding! The host's father has grabbed a handful of poop and achieved the mission goal. Congratulations, host, you have won 50,000 yuan. Jiang Chen. Ding! The host's father is not convinced and successfully grabs a second handful of poop, getting his sleeve dirty. He is so angry that he almost wants to cut off his hand and throw it away. The mission goal has been achieved. Congratulations, host, you have won 100,000 yuan. Jiang Chen. Before they knew it, it was already noon. Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng's excitement gradually subsided, and their stomachs started rumbling. "Qingchun, what do you want for lunch? I'll cook you something delicious." Song Mei came over first and asked Su Qingqing for her opinion, because before Song Mei cooked, she would ask Jiang Dapeng what he wanted to eat, and Jiang Dapeng was a little uncomfortable at first. But he quickly recovered. Su Qingqing is his best friend and daughter-in-law, so of course the mother-in-law has priority. Hey, family supremacy. It seems to have dropped quite a bit again. I'll just make something random. Su Qingqing replied. Okay, since today is your first day out of the hospital, I'll just make something random. Song Mei laughed, because they had been good friends for many years. She knew Su Qingqing's character well, and she was not pretentious, she would just say what she meant. She said she would just make something random, and that's exactly what she did. Of course, as the mother-in-law, Song Mei could not just make something random. There was a fresh food supermarket in the community downstairs, so after Jiang Chen bought the ingredients, he brought them up, and Song Mei started cooking. Jiang Dapeng clamored to help. Song Mei refused without even thinking about it. Jiang Chen chimed in, also not wanting her father to help with the cooking. Faced with the firm opposition of the mother and son, Jiang Dapeng, helpless, could only shake his head and look down at his hands, quite self-knowingly giving up. "Mom, how about I try cooking for lunch?" Jiang Chen suddenly thought of his god-level cooking skills, which he had yet to display, and wanted to take this opportunity to show off. "You're going to cook? Are you any good at it?" Song Mei expressed her doubts. She had eaten her son's cooking before, and it was only a high praise if it didn't burn the pan, and the taste was not worth mentioning. Son, I'm not trying to discourage you. You should forget about cooking. You've cooked before, and let me tell you, even dogs would shake their heads if they ate that food. Jiang Dapeng spoke up, a rare display of solidarity with his wife. As soon as Jiang Dapeng said this, Song Mei and Su Qingqing burst out laughing. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, put his hands on his forehead. You really know how to talk, Comrade Jiang Dapeng. What do you mean, the food I cook makes even dogs shake their heads? It's obvious that the food I cook is so delicious, it tastes amazing, it's salty and spicy enough that the dogs dance for joy when they eat it, squeaking and squirming, and run away happily. Mom, just let me try once. If I really can't cook well, you can just continue. Jiang Chen persuaded Song Mei again. Okay, I'll watch from the side. Seeing that Jiang Chen was sincere about showing off his skills, Song Mei had no choice but to agree and let Jiang Chen into the kitchen. However, she still didn't have any confidence in Jiang Chen's cooking. The food is mainly for Qingcheng, so it doesn't matter what we eat. Qingcheng is in her postpartum period and has to feed 3 children, so she must eat well at every meal. I know, Mom. Jiang Chen responded, his hands busy. The first dish he made was a home-style stir-fried pork. After washing the pork belly, he cut it into thin slices, sliced the garlic and ginger into thin slices, and cut the spring onions into sections. Thanks to his god-level cooking skills, he not only had extraordinary experience and skills in cooking, but also chopped vegetables incredibly quickly. His movements were almost like a blur. Song Mei was still nagging over there, preparing a side dish of stir-fried pork liver with radish. Jiang Chen had already heated the pan, put in the oil, added the sliced pork belly and stir-fried it until it was browned. After a short while, a dish of delicious-looking stir-fried pork was ready. My son, Qingcheng, is my best friend, so I won't go into details. She gave our Jiang family 3 children, which is no mean feat, and she has done a great service for our family. We must be nice to her, otherwise we would be heartless. Song Mei kept nagging while putting the prepared side dishes over to Jiang Chen. But when she looked up, she noticed that Jiang Chen had already finished cooking a dish of stir-fried pork at home, and had even taken the time to snap a picture of the cucumber. You're done already? Song Mei was surprised. Yes, Mom, try it. Jiang Chen handed over a pair of chopsticks. Song Mei took the chopsticks and took a bite of the stir-fried pork. As soon as it reached her mouth, she couldn't believe her taste buds. The taste was so good that it was indescribable. In a nutshell, she had never tasted such delicious stir-fried pork in her life. Then she tried the cucumber salad, which also tasted incredible. It was just cucumbers, nothing more. But she could taste the deliciousness. How did this brat manage to do it? Mom, what do you think? Is it delicious? Jiang Chen saw that his mother kept tasting the dishes but didn't say anything, and for a moment, he doubted his own god-level cooking skills. Song Mei quickly took another bite of the cucumber to savor the taste, and then said indistinctly, "It's delicious. It's too delicious." Son, what made your cooking skills improve so much? Well, I've recently taught myself. Self-taught? Come on, you brat, you're just pretending again. Song Mei laughed and scolded, "Son, you make good food. I'll take this cucumber dish over to your father and let him try it." Okay. Jiang Chen continued cooking, stir-frying pork liver with radish, steaming mandarin fish, braising beef brisket with tomatoes, and poaching shrimp, one dish after another. But just as he was getting into the swing of cooking, Song Mei hurried over. "Son, please make some more cucumbers. Your father has already eaten all the cucumbers before the meal has even started." Ah, this Jiang Chen laughed a little. Comrade Jiang Dapeng is getting more and more carefree as he gets older. When he was a child, he would get a beating from Jiang Dapeng if he did this. After we finish eating, I'll take another picture. By the way, Mom, what did Dad say about the food I made after he tried it? Jiang Chen asked again. Your father said that the food you made before would make a dog shake its head, but the food you make now would make a cow stun for 3 seconds. Chapter 34 Steamed Mandarin Fish, Tomato Beef Brisket. After the baby was born, Qingqing was discharged from the hospital and moved into a new home. It can be described as an added joy. Jiang Chen, with the help of Song Mei, watching, made a big table of dishes. There are home-style stir-fried pork liver with radish, steamed mandarin fish, beef brisket with tomato, boiled shrimp, stewed pig's feet with soybeans, egg with wood ear, stir-fried spinach, seaweed and egg soup, and 2 cucumbers. Jiang Dapeng's eyes lit up as soon as he saw them. If it weren't for Song Mei watching over him, he would have already started eating with his chopsticks. Su Qingcheng, today is the first meal our family has eaten together. Song Mei smiled at Su Qingcheng and said, Shen made all these dishes. Try them, I guarantee you'll want more. Just now, when Jiang Chen was cooking, Su Qingcheng went to the bedroom to take a nap for a while. When she came out, she saw that Jiang Chen had made all these dishes, and couldn't help but turn to Jiang Chen in surprise. What? You made all this? Because each dish on the table looked very appetizing. Just looking at them makes them look delicious. Of course, try them. Jiang Chen laughed. Su Qingcheng nodded, picked up her chopsticks, and took a bite of the spinach. As soon as it entered her mouth, she felt the fragrance and tasted the deliciousness. Her mouth watered instantly. She couldn't help but taste the stir-fried pork liver with radish, the steamed mandarin fish, and the tomato beef brisket. As well. Each one was fresh and fragrant, and her taste buds exploded. It was so delicious that she almost swallowed her tongue. Not bad. It really was delicious. Su Qingcheng was not a greedy eater, but after tasting Jiang Chen's food, she inexplicably felt a sense of euphoria. She tried a little bit in a short period of time, and then ate several more spoons in a row. Even so, she couldn't stop eating with her chopsticks. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook, you really impressed me. Su Qingcheng couldn't help but praise him. Jiang Chen was unashamed. I've said it before, I don't have any other problems, just a whole lot of good points. Xingcheng, if it's delicious, eat more. We're all family, don't be polite. Right, Qingcheng. It's rare that you like the food the brat makes, so eat more. To be honest with you, the food the brat made before was so bad that even dogs would shake their heads at it, but now it's different, it's so good that even cows would be stunned for 3 seconds. Here, try this shrimp. Although it is boiled, the taste is really different. See you over there. Su Qingcheng loves it, and Song Mei and Zhang Dapeng are overjoyed. They keep on adding food for Su Qingcheng, and soon the small plate in front of Su Qingcheng is full. Thank you. Thank you. If you add more, I won't be able to finish it all. Su Qingcheng is sincerely grateful, and struggles to deal with the full plate of delicious food. In the past, she would definitely have a hard time. But now, she reckons that she can not only finish it, but also have another plate, no, maybe even 2 more. Over there, don't look at Song Mei and Zhang Dapeng constantly helping Su Qingcheng with the food, in fact, they themselves are eating like crazy. Comrade Zhang Dapeng even took 2 plates of cucumbers and had a good time. There was no way, these were the best cucumbers he had ever eaten in his life. It felt like the previous decades had been a bit of a waste. Jiang Chen, as the cook, felt a sense of accomplishment seeing his family eating the food he had prepared with relish and devouring it. Of course, he hadn't rested his chopsticks either, and after a busy morning, he was indeed a little hungry. He first tasted a piece of steamed mandarin fish. Not bad. Food you cook yourself is just damn delicious. Oops. While the family was busy eating, Su Qingcheng suddenly shouted, covering her chest and frowning. What's wrong? Jiang Chen asked. No, it's nothing. Su Qingcheng said and stood up, gesturing to Jiang Chen and pointing at the crib where the 3 babies were. Jiang Chen understood what Su Qingcheng meant in an instant. But deep down, he still couldn't believe it. No way. This talent is just incredible. Zhang Dapeng was busy eating when he suddenly heard Su Qingcheng shout, so he went into the bedroom. Jiang Chen also got up and pushed the crib into the bedroom, but he couldn't help feeling puzzled. What's wrong with Qingcheng? Has something happened to her? Before he could finish asking, Song Mei interrupted immediately, eat your food, what's got into you? Oh. Zhang Dapeng responded, knowing that it was none of his business. So he continued to eat in silence. Chapter 35, I treat you like a best friend, but you want to be my mother. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng came out of the bedroom with the 3 babies. The 3 babies were naturally full and asleep. Lying side by side in the cribs, they were all in the same surrendering sleeping position, which was very cute at a glance. This scene immediately attracted Song Mei, who liked it very much. At the same time, this confirmed her suspicion that Su Qingcheng must have gone into the bedroom again to nurse her baby. Qingcheng, come and continue eating, the food is still warm. Song Mei followed up with a warm greeting, and that big table of food, since Su Qingcheng and Jiang Chen took the children into the bedroom, she had basically saved it all for Su Qingcheng, except for 2 plates of cucumbers that Zhang Dapeng had feasted on. She had even carefully reheated it in the microwave. Well. Su Qingqing's face felt a little warm, so she nodded and sat down. It was not an exaggeration to say that after what had just happened in the bedroom, she was actually a little hungry at this point, really hungry. Coupled with the fact that Jiang Chen's cooking was inherently hard to resist, she was not polite when she sat down and started eating heartily. Over here, Su Qingqing sat down to eat. Over there, Zhang Dapeng, having finally received permission from the tigress, could once again pick up his chopsticks and eat the dishes other than the cucumbers. But Jiang Chen has not touched his chopsticks since he came out. He can't help but feel a little surprised. Son, why aren't you eating? There are still so many dishes left. Song Mei is also a little surprised. Yes, son, you're a big guy, and food is essential for the body. How can you not eat? I'm really not hungry, you guys eat. Jiang Chen mumbles an explanation. Song Mei and Zhang Dapeng both don't quite understand. But they didn't really understand, and they didn't think too much about it. After all, their stomachs were still craving all those delicious dishes, so they didn't pursue the matter any further, and together with Su Qingchang, they started eating again and concentrated on finishing their rice. However, what no one noticed was that while Su Qingqing buried her head in her food, her face was secretly flushed and burning hot. If she weren't hungry, she would really want to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it, or at the very least, hide in the bedroom and never come out again. As for Jiang Chen, this big pig's foot. Hey! Hey! In this life, I really fell into his hands. Ding! The host family is reunited, the couple is harmonious, and in order to help the host live a happy and fulfilling life, congratulations to the host on receiving a special reward, golden kidneys, a lottery gift pack X1. Hearing the system prompt in his head, Jiang Chen was a little surprised. What the hell is this reward again? Golden kidneys. Lottery gift pack X1. Okay. His wife is so amazingly talented, and as her husband, how can I show weakness? Jiang Chen thought to himself. He immediately claimed the reward of the golden kidneys. He instantly felt a huge surge of power in his body. Draw. Ding. The draw was successful. Congratulations, host, you have won 3 bottles of Mao Tai and a commercial message. There's actually a commercial message. So the system. This is the next step, preparing to pave the way for their own business empire? By the way, Sun and Qingcheng, have you come up with names for the 3 grandchildren yet? Zhang Dapeng suddenly remembered and asked as he was enjoying his meal. Song Mei also looked over with interest when he said this. Not yet, I haven't been able to think of a good name, so I've put it on hold for now. Jiang Chen said, it's not urgent anyway, as long as the names are picked within a month. How can you say it's not urgent? Naming a child is a big deal, after all, the child will use it for the rest of his life. Zhang Dapeng patted his head and said, how about this, I don't care about the first name, how about I help you pick the child's nickname? You? Song Mei immediately expressed her opposition, you can only pick names like dog leftovers and dog egg. So what? I am an educated person after all. Zhang Dapeng said apologetically. In fact, he had this in mind, but since the tiger mom had given him a heads up in advance, he had to think of something else. The eldest is a boy, so let's call him Stone. The name Stone implies that he is strong. The second and third children are both girls. My wife and I, apart from Xiaochun, have always wanted to have another girl, but unfortunately we haven't been able to. Now we have 2 granddaughters at once, so we finally got what we wanted. How about the second and third children? One is called Cinny and the other is called Nian Nian. Zhang Dapeng simply put down his chopsticks and gave a bunch of serious advice. The first child's nickname is Shirtua, the second child's nickname is Cinny, and the third child's nickname is Nian Nian. I think it's not bad. Song Mei said after thinking about it carefully. What do you think, Chen and Qingcheng? Not bad at all. Jiang Chen nodded. Yes, the nicknames are really good. Su Qingcheng followed suit. Seeing that everyone agreed with the nicknames he had given the children, Zhang Dapeng was overjoyed and rubbed his hands together before continuing, now that the nicknames are settled, it's time for you to come up with the children's given names. Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng have also thought about it many times, but none of the names are satisfactory. Since Dad has helped solve the problem of nicknames today, the big names of the children can't be put off any longer. So Jiang Chen took out a big dictionary and looked it up with Su Qingcheng. Song Mei also came over to join in the fun. After looking it up for a long time, the 3 of them still couldn't relax their furrowed brows. After looking it up for a long time, Jiang Chen finally got an idea. The eldest is a boy, so let's name him Jiang Letian, after by Judy's style name. Jiang Chen said. The second and third are girls, so let's name them Jiang Yishao and Jiang Yanran, after the Chinese idiom a smile that lights up the face. Jiang Chen had barely finished speaking when Su Qingcheng, who had been frowning and thinking hard, chimed in. Eldest son Jiang Letian. Second son Jiang Yishao. Third son Jiang Yanran. Yes. Song Mei muttered, and after she finished, she gave a big slap on her thigh and exclaimed, excellent. When the she-tiger exclaimed, Comrade Jiang Dapeng over there also exclaimed in approval. But these three names really seemed quite good to him. After the family unanimously agreed, the names of the three little ones were finally settled. Son, do you have any wine? Today, after all, there are so many happy events in the family, how can we not celebrate a little? Jiang Dapeng said on a whim. Wine. Yes. Jiang Chen said, the system has just rewarded 3 bottles of Maotai. He went to the bedroom, took out the 3 bottles of Maotai, and carried them over to put them on the table. Jiang Dapeng's eyes lit up as soon as he saw them. It's actually Mao 80? This is a good thing, a bottle is worth tens of thousands of dollars. Where did you get it, son? I just bought it, Jiang Chen said. Just bought it? Jiang Dapeng was surprised. He was about to ask if it was a fake, but then he glanced at the luxuriously decorated living room and swallowed the words he was about to say. Buy a fake? Are you kidding? With his son's wealth, a car costs 2 million, a house costs tens of millions, and the balance in his card is over $1 million. It's really nothing to drink a bottle of Maotai 80 that costs tens of thousands of yuan. Jiang Dapeng is a big drinker, and when he saw 3 bottles of Maotai 80, he immediately couldn't hold back and was excited to open them. Unexpectedly, Song Mei stopped him right away. You just had surgery and just had an infusion in the morning. What are you drinking? Ah. Jiang Dapeng suddenly slapped his head, realizing that he really was. Honey, can I just have 1 glass? I'll just try this Mao 80. Jiang Dapeng couldn't resist being too greedy. Indeed, he really hadn't drunk it before, so he begged the tiger mother again. Unsurprisingly, the tiger mother refused without any hesitation. Not even 1 glass. You want to die? I don't want to be a widow. Jiang Dapeng was suddenly speechless. Su Qingcheng saw this and almost laughed out loud. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was used to it. He also knew that his father really couldn't drink, so he quickly persuaded him, Dad, forget it, you really can't drink this time. This time, the 2 of us will drink water instead of wine, and next time I'll drink with you to my heart's content. Okay, then. Jiang Dapeng looked at the 3 bottles of Maotai 80 with reluctance. So Jiang Chen and Jiang Dapeng, the 2 of them, drank water instead of wine, one after the other. Of course, after drinking a glass of water, they glanced at the Maotai 80. Song Mei watched for a while, and when she saw that Jiang Dapeng didn't have a chance to drink secretly, she felt relieved and left, going over to the crib to see the 3 babies. Su Qingcheng had almost finished eating by then and also came over. The 2 of them teased the children while whispering to each other. Sister Mei, maybe in the future I should just call you Auntie? Su Qingcheng suddenly said. Call me Auntie? Why? Song Mei was surprised. We have been good sisters for many years. You have always told me to behave well, right? It's awkward. Su Qingcheng looked embarrassed, her tone a little embarrassed. Think about it, you are Jiang Chen's mother, I call you sister, and I call Jiang Chen's father uncle. This just doesn't feel right. But it makes sense when you think about it. They're obviously a couple, but one calls the other sister and the other uncle. It's really awkward and doesn't feel right. It's okay, Qingcheng, this way of addressing each other is only temporary. Song Mei smiled and reassured her, and you can change the way you address me, too, when you and Xiaochen get married. Ah? When Jiang Chen and I get married? Yes. Because I don't want to be called Auntie, I want to hear you call me Mom, ha ha. Song Mei said, unable to stop herself from laughing softly. Su Qingcheng gave her a sour look. Well, this is really it. I treat you as a best friend, but you want to be my mother. Hey! It's all the fault of the big pig's feet. Song Mei laughed quietly for a while, thinking about what would come next. The young couple would live their own little lives, and as the future mother-in-law, there were still some things she needed to explain. So she said again, Qingcheng, I'm 1,000 times satisfied that you're with my son, but to be honest, you're older than him, so you should teach him a few things. Teach him a few things? Su Qingcheng didn't react at first, and Sister May, which things are you talking about? Cough. Song Mei was a little embarrassed, but for the sake of their harmonious life together, she gritted her teeth and reminded her, what things? Just the things that couples do. Su Qingcheng blushed all over. She thought it was something else, but it turned out to be this. But I taught the big pig's feet? Ha ha. That's Sister May, you don't know, my age is older than your son, but in this area, your son understands much more than me. Ah. Upon hearing Su Qingcheng say this, Song Mei suddenly reacted. Indeed. The young people nowadays are not like them back then. What don't they understand? What can't they do? There are so many outrageous things on the news. Besides, her eldest son is no pushover. Otherwise, how would she have these 3 great-grandchildren? Forget it, let them be. Song Mei suddenly felt that she had been worrying for nothing. Looking at Su Qingcheng, she felt apologetic. After all, that brat, did he save the galaxy in his past life or what, that he could have such a good daughter-in-law in this life? After dinner, the family chatted for a while, and Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng were about to leave. In fact, after Jiang Dapeng finished drinking, he picked up his grandchildren and didn't want to let go. He was reluctant to go until Song Mei told him to go. Why are you leaving so soon? I haven't seen enough of my grandchildren yet. Jiang Dapeng said, still not satisfied. Why? You want to stay here and be the third wheel. Song Mei immediately retorted, if you want to see your own grandchildren, can't you come back another time? Third wheel? Jiang Dapeng puzzled for a moment, glanced at Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng, and suddenly understood. Oh. The young couple needs their own space. I understand. Comrade Jiang Dapeng then packed up and prepared to go back, and for a moment, he forgot what the third wheel meant. And, in fact, he also had a wife called Tigress. There's nothing for me to take back with me, so just pack up those 3 bottles of Maotai 80 for me. After all, you owe me 3 bottles of Maotai from back then too. Jiang Dapeng said to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen laughed, sure, no problem. But Dad, after all these years, you still remember the time I poured your 3 bottles of Maotai down the drain? Of course I do. Jiang Dapeng said, I will remember that for the rest of my life, and whenever I think about it, I feel a little remorseful. Remorseful? Remorseful about what? Jiang Chen asked, it can't be that you regret not beating me hard enough? How could that be? If I beat you harder, I'm afraid I'll really hurt you. I do regret it. Why did I hide it at that time? Why didn't I drink the 3 bottles of Maotai earlier? Jiang Chen packed the 3 bottles of Maotai 80 and handed them over. The person who received them was of course Jiang Dapeng's wife, Song Mei. After receiving them, she said to Jiang Dapeng, you can't drink now, this Maotai 800, I'll keep it for you. It's Maotai 80, not 800. No problem, honey, my current physical condition doesn't allow me to drink, and I was going to give this wine to you to keep anyway. It's okay, you're sensible. After that, the old couple laughed. Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng saw them off downstairs. Before leaving, Song Mei had a private chat with Su Qingcheng. Then she took Jiang Chen aside and earnestly told him, son, you'll be living with Qingcheng from now on. You're a man, so you have to give in on everything. Women have temperaments, so don't be petty. And Qingcheng is still in her postpartum period. Don't rush things, take your time, and take care of Qingcheng's feelings. Don't bully her. I know, Mom, if you keep saying that, I'm going to get an earache. Chapter 36, No way you're learning the trumpet. Mom, why can't I understand what you're saying? You don't understand, do you? Wait, do you understand now? Mom, please be gentle. Do you understand now? Yes, I understand. Although it didn't hurt at all, Jiang Chen pretended to rub his ear. He was sweating profusely. This mother, is she really my biological mother? I've graduated from university, okay? No wonder Dad always says behind my back that you're a tigress. Hey, a real tigress, always ready to fight, and she's so persuasive. At least I got my parents to the car. Jiang Chen was about to turn around and go back, but when he looked back, he saw Su Qingcheng standing behind him, laughing. What are you laughing at? It was just so funny. My mother just twisted my ear? What else could it be? Ah, you had that time too. Ha 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 ha. Su Qingcheng said, covering her mouth and laughing for a while, unable to hold back. Jiang Chen. It's not this stupid woman, my mom pinching my ears, what are you so happy about? Just wait. There will be a time for you to cry. Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng drove away. After leaving the Bishuaju community, Jiang Dapeng wanted to hurry back and take the 3 bottles of Maotai 80 back and hide them. Although the tigress doesn't let him drink now, just watching is very satisfying. If he can show off in front of his old buddy again and brag, that would be even better. However, Song Mei, driving the 10-year-old Volkswagen, obviously had other ideas. Not wife, where are you going if you're not going home? Where do you think? Of course, to the Swan Lake community. Swan Lake community? Jiang Dapeng heard this and followed up with a response. Yes, his son had given them a house in Swan Lake community. If not now, when? The couple had heard of Swan Lake community for a long time. The community had a good location and the house had a good layout. They had originally planned to buy it for Jiang Chen's future wedding, and they actually planned to buy it in this Swan Lake community. But unexpectedly, now it's good. The house in Swan Lake community, thanks to their son, the couple actually got to live in it first. Song Mei drove and caught Jiang Dapeng and went straight to Swan Lake. After entering the community, they were first amazed by the greenery and public facilities inside. Although it was not comparable to Bishuaju, it was much better than the old and small house they had lived in for more than 10 years. It was full of greenery, with flower gardens, fountains, crescent lakes, fitness venues, and everything else. After entering the room, the couple once again marveled. Because of the interior decoration, it is really not much different from the house where Bishuaju Jiangchen lived. I can't be dreaming, can I? My husband and I have saved up half of our lives to buy our son a wedding house here, but now our son has just given us a house. Our son has become successful and grown up. Yes, it's not in vain that we have loved him so much. Love him? It's true, you're a mother who hits me all the time. It's fine if you hit me, I've been bullied by you for decades and I'm used to it, but as soon as our son gives us a house, you turn around and pull his ears. What do you know? Am I that inconsiderate? I was just pretending to scare him. You think I really pulled his ears? We only have one son, we can't love him enough. If you know what's good for you, why did you really hit me? Because I'm different with you. I love you even when I scold you. Huh? Do you want me to love you even when I hit you? Sure, I'll lend you the courage. Go ahead and try. The couple argued while taking an interested look at the house, from the living room to the kitchen and bedroom, discovering that the furniture and appliances were all there, and it was basically ready for them to move in. So they liked it from the bottom of their hearts. Wow, it's really good. Everything is just perfect. When they saw the cozy arrangement of the master bedroom, with the Simmons mattress, Comrade Jiang Dapeng rolled his eyes, looked at Song Mei, and couldn't help but suddenly get a mischievous idea. To be honest, Song Mei herself is good looking and has a good figure, and she always pays attention to her appearance, otherwise she couldn't have given birth to such a handsome son as Jiang Chen, and she couldn't be such a good friend to Su Qingcheng. Honey, do you remember when you first said that you wanted to learn to play the trumpet with me? I remember. But I was just saying that in anger, because you were so naughty and got into so many trouble. I was so angry that I didn't want to bother anymore. I really want to learn to play the trumpet again. Now I don't have to say it in anger. Come on, honey, let's do it now. What? Shameless. What are you thinking? You haven't even recovered from your injuries. It's fine, it's no problem. You shameless old man. You're not practicing the trumpet. By Shueju, Jiang Chen's home. Soon after Su Qingcheng returned to the house, she felt a little sleepy and went straight to the bedroom to go to sleep. In fact, she was sleepy, but she also didn't quite feel comfortable. From now on, she was going to live with a man? Although, this man got her pregnant and gave birth to 3 cute little babies. But they weren't familiar with each other, and they really weren't. Especially since this person was also the son of her best friend. Su Qingcheng slept from the afternoon until the evening, and was still woken up by the cries of the babies. She immediately got up and rushed to the baby cot in the living room, only to see Jiang Chen there, comforting the babies while feeding them formula milk. Why, are you hungry? Su Qingcheng asked. Well, they already ate once this afternoon, and we ran out of breast milk in the fridge, so this time I had to give them formula milk. Jiang Chen said. Then why didn't you call me? Su Qingcheng's tone slightly complained, the baby is still better off eating breast milk than formula at this stage. I wanted to, but you were sleeping so soundly, there was no response when I called. Su Qingcheng's pretty face flushed, and she didn't say anything else. Immediately, she took the two babies from Jiang Chen, placed them in her arms, unbuttoned her shirt, and fed one while the other nursed. Jiang Chen was already used to this and helped out. Soon, the three babies were fed. Jiang Chen put the babies one by one in the cribs before standing up. "It's dinner time tonight, what do you want to eat?" "Whatever, anything is fine." "Whatever? Anything is fine?" Jiang Chen smiled knowingly. "How about ordering takeout?" Su Qingchang was speechless and rolled her eyes. "I have to breastfeed the baby, if you don't mind your baby, ordering takeout is fine." "That's right. You're still in your postpartum period, you should be a bit picky." Jiang Chen said generously, "Tell me, what do you want to eat? I'll cook it for you myself." Because Jiang Chen had shown off his cooking skills at lunch, the food really tasted very good. It was much better than the food that the Chinese banquet chef had cooked, which was how Su Qingcheng had remembered it. So when she heard that Jiang Chen would cook for her herself, Su Qingcheng couldn't help swallowing. Besides, she was hungry at that time of day. She had been craving fish recently, so she would have sweet and sour fish. Just one dish of sweet and sour fish? What? Not enough? How about some garlic shrimp? Just some garlic shrimp? Two dishes aren't enough? Forget it, then, how about some seafood soup? That'll be enough, and I can't finish it all. Su Qingcheng was afraid that Jiang Chen would make too much and it would go to waste, so she hurriedly explained. Then she thought about just talking about what she wanted to eat. She hadn't even asked Jiang Chen, so she asked out of concern. "What about you? What are you having for dinner?" But as soon as she had finished asking, she regretted it. What was the big pig going to eat for dinner? He wasn't hungry at all, for goodness sake. Jiang Chen didn't think about it that much. Because he was still marveling at how honest his silly wife was, she had actually ordered one dish for dinner right at the beginning. It was only after he had asked her that she had added another dish and a soup. It was as if she was afraid that he wouldn't be able to support her, or something. Since there weren't many ingredients at home, Jiang Chen went downstairs and bought some more. Su Qingqing saw Jiang Chen come back with big bags and small bags, and couldn't help but ask in puzzlement, "You bought so much, how many dishes are you going to cook?" "It's not for this meal. Just eat less at night, just cook a few simple ones." After Jiang Chen bought the ingredients back, he set to work cooking. Thanks to his god-level cooking skills, he cooked super fast, and after an hour or so, dinner was ready. "Come and eat." Su Qingqing came to the dinner table, and was taken aback by the richness of the dinner. In addition to the sweet and sour fish, garlic shrimp, and seafood soup she ordered, there were also yellow daylily and lean pork stew, shredded lettuce stir-fried with meat, minced meat steamed eggs, chicken and mushroom stew, stir-fried baby bok choy. And a total of almost 7 or 8 dishes. "This is what you made for dinner after eating less and simply preparing a few dishes?" Su Qingcheng was surprised. With so many dishes on the table, she was afraid there was some misunderstanding about eating less and simply. "My mom said you're in your postpartum month, and told me to be nice to you. I've only made a few dishes, so feel free to eat." Jiang Chen was very calm. Su Qingcheng looked at the table full of dishes, almost all of which she wanted to eat, and her appetite suddenly grew. So she didn't bother to be polite, picked up her chopsticks and started eating. But after a few bites, she suddenly remembered something important. "Well, aren't you going to eat?" "Eat, I'll get you 2 glasses of honey coconut juice and come over." "Oh, okay." Su Qingcheng let out a heavy sigh of relief. She had really thought that this person was not going to eat dinner again, and then save his stomach for. Wah! Ya! Ya! Su Qingcheng and Jiang Chen finished dinner, and the 3 babies were hungry again. Basically, babies are like this: they eat and sleep, sleep and eat, and don't wake up much during the day. As they grow up, the time they spend awake and playing will gradually increase. As for the 3 babies, basically if one of them blows a trumpet, the other 2 will cry. It's as if they've made a pact. For a while, anyway, the loud cries come one after the other. Many people have no feeling for the cries of babies, and are even disgusted by them, becoming very irritated. But for Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng, the cries of the babies at mealtime sound like a symphony. It's nothing else. In the eyes of their parents, every child is a treasure. Be good, don't cry, don't cry. I'll feed you soon. Jiang Chen went to the crib first and pushed it over to Su Qingcheng. The 2 of them worked together and quickly fed the 3 little ones. It's hot outside and they've been discharged from the hospital, so let's give them a bath later, right? Yes, they should have a good wash. Due to their delicate stomachs and intestines, the babies could not be bathed immediately after eating. Jiangchen then pushed the stroller around the living room and balcony for a while. It feels about right. Jiangchen then took them to bathe. After settling the three little monsters and putting them to sleep, it was time for the evening rest. Su Qingcheng could not bathe for a short period of time after the cesarean section, but it was hot, and the sweat on her body was really uncomfortable, so she asked Jiangchen to wash her body. Jiangchen readily agreed to this request. Before, at the hospital, he had only scrubbed a local area. But now, of course, it wasn't a local area. Jiangchen quickly got into his work here, but over there, Su Qingcheng suddenly blushed and became a bit embarrassed. Well, wait a minute, why don't you close your eyes? What do you mean, close my eyes while you scrub me? Yes. Okay, no problem. Jiangchen didn't hesitate, and immediately agreed cheerfully. Chapter 37, Probably, This is Fate. Su Qingcheng was a little too shy to bare her body in front of Jiangchen, so she asked Jiangchen to close his eyes and help her scrub. Jiangchen readily agreed. She let out a small sigh of relief. After all, she was naked. What kind of thing is this, showing herself to Jiangchen without a shred of clothing? Asking him to close his eyes made the scrubbing job a bit more difficult, but it also made it a bit less embarrassing. However, what surprised her was that even though Jiangchen had closed his eyes, the scrubbing job went exceptionally smoothly and without any obstacles. She couldn't help but ask in wonder, "Are you sure you didn't close your eyes?" "I did, just look." "But if you closed your eyes, how did you know what to scrub?" "Of course I did, I felt it with my hands, I knew where everything was without even thinking about it." Su Qingcheng was initially stunned by the news, but quickly understood. She felt it, by touch, and it seemed that was really the case. "Hey, this big pig's foot, worthy of you." Thinking about this, she suddenly blushed like a red persimmon. But since that was the case, she had nothing more to say, so she simply closed her eyes and lay flat, allowing Jiangchen to do whatever he wanted. Since it was a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room layout, in addition to the master bedroom, there were actually 3 other bedrooms. The bedding and sheets were all ready, but since she had to take care of the 3 babies, Jiangchen slept in the master bedroom at night. Of course, he slept in the bed. However, he slept at the end of the bed, and most of the bed was taken up by Su Qingcheng. So often, he would just lie at the end of the bed and take a nap. Anyway, with his current constitution, just taking a nap for a while was better than sleeping for a few hours. "Why don't you sleep here?" It was late at night, and Su Qingcheng, lying on the bed, tossed and turned, unable to sleep. After all, living with someone else was a bit of an adjustment. In her subconscious, it felt like only yesterday she was an innocent, carefree little girl, and suddenly she had become a young wife with 3 children. Unable to sleep, Su Qingcheng simply opened her eyes and found Jiangchen sleeping at the end of the bed. Feeling a little bad about it, she called out softly, "Okay." Jiangchen hadn't fallen asleep, and after answering, he lay down on the other side of the bed. There was plenty of space at the head of the bed, so Su Qingcheng moved over a bit to make room for Jiangchen. "So you weren't asleep either?" "Well, I don't get sleepy easily. Since neither of us is asleep, why don't we chat for a bit?" "Sure, but what should we talk about?" "Anything, like talking about you and your parents." Su Qingcheng said this, and for some reason, she felt like smiling. Jiangchen sounded a little helpless when he heard this, and said, "Me and my parents? Okay, my dad has a short temper, and my mom is a softie. When I was little, I was a well-known brat, and they beat me up all kinds of ways, singles, doubles, mixed. I was annoyed with them back then, too, and they would reason with me at every turn. But I understand now. They didn't really hit me, they were more like trying to scare me into behaving." "I can see that." Su Qingcheng nodded. "Although your father has a bad temper, it's your mother who hits more often. And there's a clear difference between your mother hitting you and your mother hitting your father. I don't know if you've noticed." "What difference?" "It's that your mother hits you to show she means it, but when she hits your father, it's often for real." "Really? I thought they were just pretending." Jiangchen had never heard that before, but after Su Qingcheng had reminded him, he thought about it and realized that it was true. His mother was pretty tough on his father every time. "Do you know why?" Su Qingchen covered her mouth and laughed lightly. "I don't know." Jiangchen shook his head in confusion. "Do you know?" "More or less, but your mother hasn't said it directly. It's more or less like this. It means that you're the only son, and you can't be replaced or returned, so you can't really hit her. Once she gets angry, who will support her in her old age? But it's different with a husband. If he really gets on your nerves, you can just get rid of him. If that doesn't work, you can get another one. Jiang Chen was speechless when she heard this. So that's what my mother thinks. No wonder. Hey! I can't help but feel sorry for Dad for 1 second. The remaining 99 seconds. Meanwhile, at the new home by the Swan Lake, Comrade Jiang Dapeng, lying on the Simmons mattress, was blissfully sleeping with his wife in his arms. He was sleeping soundly when he suddenly woke up from an inexplicable nightmare. When he saw that his wife was still in his arms, he felt slightly relieved, but when he thought about the nightmare, he couldn't help but reach out and touch his wife. Unexpectedly, his wife's response was pang. An unceremonious slap. By the way, how did you and my mom meet? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask curiously, seeing that Su Qingqing knew his mother quite well. That was a few years ago. We met in yoga class together. Su Qingqing didn't hold back and said directly, because we had similar personalities, we got along well in conversation, and then as our relationship grew, we became good sisters to each other. A few years ago? I was probably still in college at that time, right? No, it was probably still junior high school. Ah. So, in that case, I was still a little kid. More or less. Su Qingchang was talking while her thoughts went back a few years to when she first met Song Mei. She thought that the other person had a straightforward personality and didn't beat around the bush, and even out of loyalty, she helped her out of trouble a few times. At the time, she was very happy to have made a good friend. She just never imagined that a few years later, she would actually get involved with her best friend's son, and incidentally plant a few seeds that would bear fruit. And when I think back to when I first met Song Mei, I realized that Jiang Chen was really just a little kid. Perhaps this is fate. The reality you think you see is actually the result of causes long since planted. There was a moment of silence. Su Qingqing felt a little sleepy, so she closed her eyes and tried to sleep, but after a while she still couldn't sleep. So she had to poke Jiang Chen next to her with her arm again and say, "Let's talk a little longer." What do you want to talk about? Jiang Chen wasn't sleepy anyway, thanks to his enhanced constitution. Anything. Well, I'll talk about me and my parents, and you can talk about you. I don't have much to say about my parents, but I can talk about my personality and hobbies so that you can get to know me better. Okay. I'm actually quite an outgoing person, but I prefer to be quiet and don't like crowds. That's good. My interests are also very simple. For example, I like to go for a walk alone, listen to music, read books, sit in a corner of the park and meditate, and, well, play the flute when I'm not doing anything. Chapter 38. Why don't you give him a little something? What? Jiang Chen was filled with excitement. Wang Defa? The famous goddess professor at Sihai University is versatile and talented, and she actually knows how to do this? But come on. You're the cold goddess. It can't be? Su Qingchang was initially very calm, but was shocked by Jiang Chen's reaction. She quickly understood. After all, she is an adult. Although she has never been in love, she has seen it before. So more or less, she still knows a little. It's not what you think. It's a wind instrument. Su Qingqing realized that she had been misunderstood, and she was still misunderstood to that extent. Her pretty face immediately turned red, and she hurriedly explained. Cough cough, you should have said so earlier. I thought. Jiang Chen was also relieved. Exactly. After all, she is the famous goddess professor at Sihai University, so how could she do that? Because of this accident, Su Qingqing suddenly felt a little embarrassed, her face flaming with embarrassment. Fortunately, it was too dark to see in the evening, so in order to distract herself, she quickly asked Jiang Chen a question. But she regretted it as soon as she had finished asking. Well, can you? No, I can't. I can only whistle. Oh. There was an awkward silence. Su Qingqing never thought that she would have such an embarrassing day, and she was still so bold as to say something so inappropriate in front of a guy, even though she didn't think in that direction. But after all, that word had now been ruined and became unbearable to look at. She herself had no qualms about it, and neither should she. It's just unbelievable. Su Qingqing couldn't help but secretly glare at Jiang Chen in embarrassment. What a filthy thought. But she would be honest. Even though she couldn't see clearly in the dark, Big Pig's face was extremely striking, with clear angles and a full of masculinity. Just one glance was enough to make her want to take another look. To be honest, he might be the handsomest guy she's ever seen. She thought about how Piggy Toe had been taking such good care of himself and the baby these days. A strange feeling welled up in her heart. What if she gave him a little something? Su Qingcheng suddenly had some unspeakably embarrassing images in her head, and after quickly reacting, she was shocked by her terrible thoughts. When did she become so dirty? Her pretty face flushed again. This, that. Even if, at the very least, she gave everything to the Big Pig's foot. Even if she helped him with that thing, it would never be now, but definitely something that would happen a long time in the future. Forget it, forget it. For a period of time, she would resolutely ignore the Big Pig's foot. It would spare her a messy heart. Eee. At this time, the baby in the crib next to her suddenly started crying. Jiangchen usually takes care of the baby at night, but Su Qingcheng is still awake at this hour, so naturally she wants to take a look. But before she can get up, Jiangchen is already there, quicker than her, and is already at the baby's crib. It seems that the baby is hungry again. Jiangchen is used to this, as it happens sometimes when a baby is born, and after checking and changing the diaper, she touches her finger to the baby's mouth, and the baby immediately makes a sucking motion. Still hungry, Jiangchen laughed affectionately. Su Qingcheng heard this and deliberately didn't want to talk to Jiangchen because she was a little embarrassed by him earlier. So she came over, picked up a baby, and started to feed it. The baby immediately stopped crying when he had milk to eat. Looks like the little girl is angry? Jiangchen also noticed this. He shook his head and laughed, without saying a word. So in an awkward silence, the two of them cooperated with each other as usual and fed the three babies. After feeding the babies, Jiangchen continued to deal with the aftermath, burping and coaxing each baby to sleep. Ding! The host and his daughter-in-law lived together for a day, which was perfect and unforgettable. Congratulations to the host on receiving the reward, 100,000 in cash and a lucky draw gift pack. Early in the morning, Jiangchen was woken up by the sound of the system. It was because he stayed up until the middle of the night. Even though Jiangchen had added physical fitness, he still woke up a little later than usual. But after listening to the system's prompt, he couldn't help but want to complain. Perfect, really forget it. Something like the wedding night, that's what you call perfect. As for unforgettable, it's really unforgettable. Lucky draw. Ding. Lucky draw successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a luck card. Luck card? Good stuff. Afterwards, Jiangchen got up, checked on the three little ones, washed up, and went to cook. How to put it, the mother is still in her postpartum month, so it's only right to take the initiative to take care of things. With the help of her divine culinary skills, making breakfast is really not that difficult. Get up and eat. She shouted from the bedroom. Okay. Su Qingcheng answered. She had just woken up too, because of what happened last night, she couldn't fall asleep. She yawned and got up to wash up. At this time, she was really hungry, and since she tasted Jiangchen's food yesterday, she was also looking forward to Jiangchen's breakfast. Of course, for Jiangchen herself. She felt a little uncomfortable looking at it. There was nothing she could do about it. Recently, there had been a lot of things that made her want to crawl through a crack in the ground. After washing up, Su Qingcheng went to the dining table. On the table were scallion pancakes, stir-fried shredded potatoes, fried eggs, and vegetable porridge. Su Qingcheng felt that they looked exquisite and delicious just by looking at them. As she was about to eat, she suddenly realized that the portion of breakfast was actually very small, and it seemed that it was only made for her. She couldn't help but ask with concern, "Have you already had breakfast?" "Well, you go ahead and eat, I already had breakfast." Jiangchen smiled faintly, pushed the baby to the balcony, and wanted to let the three little ones get some sun. Newborn babies are prone to jaundice, and sun exposure is just the thing to help get rid of it. Boom! Just then, Jiangchen's phone rang. Chapter 39, Your senior's life is too complicated for you to handle. Jiangchen looked at the phone and saw that it was a call from his classmate Zhang Chang. "Hey Qianzi, what's up?" "Jiangchen, something's happened," Zhang Chang said urgently as soon as he answered the phone. "Something's happened." "Who?" "Lu Wei. Lu Wei's broken up." "Broken up? It seems like this guy has never been in love before, so how could he be broken up?" Hey, it's all because of you. Because of me? Yes, forget it, you'd better check the WeChat group first. Jiang Chen then hung up the phone and opened WeChat. The 303 WeChat group immediately sent a message of 99 plus. Jiang Chen browsed through it and then understood the general situation. It turned out that Lu Wei had actually gone and messed with Feng Rongrong. Feng Rongrong was a senior from the previous year. Due to her outstanding appearance and figure, she was also known as one of the school beauties. During the 4 years of university, she had been pursued by many boys. He had openly dated 7 or 8 boyfriends, and there were reportedly just as many unacknowledged relationships. As for the lickspitties behind him, there were even more. Unfortunately, Lu Wei was one of the lickspitties. Over the past few years, he had wasted too much time, energy and, of course, money on Feng Rongrong. He was always there when she called, ready to do whatever she wanted. He even went so far as to do the absurd thing of washing Feng Rongrong's boyfriend's socks. And in return, could be a smile from Feng or a meal with Feng, but there was never any chance of going any further, not even holding hands. As for that, forget about it. Of course, he wasn't even qualified to lick her. This Lu Wei, after repeated disappointments, finally learned his lesson. He woke up from the myth of licking dogs. But recently, for some reason, he lost his mind and suddenly started licking again. Not only did he spend a lot of money, but he also bravely confessed his love in public. Unsurprisingly, the carefully prepared gift, which cost a few thousand yuan, was not even looked at by Feng Rongrong and was thrown directly into the trash can. In front of him, she got into the luxury car of a middle-aged man. Lu Wei couldn't hold back anymore and was a bit depressed. A few friends were concerned about him and asked him why he was doing this. He had a good answer. He had liked her for so many years, and he really didn't want to give up. Besides, as the saying goes, if you're brave enough, your master will take maternity leave. With the success of Chen as a role model, he didn't want to be just a master's disciple anymore. He just wanted to be brave enough to ask his favorite female teacher to take maternity leave. Is a reasonable request? Beaver, very beaver. However, it is still a bit of a tiger. After learning about it, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and complain a bit. In the 303 WeChat group, Zheng Chang and Wu Hao kept persuading Lu Wei. Wei Zi, stop. That Feng Rongrong is obviously playing with you. To put it bluntly, Feng Rongrong has had so many boyfriends, it's almost like she has a bus. You like her, but you don't like a bus, you really have a big heart. Jiang Chen also followed suit and said, Weizi, take it easy, your classmate Feng Rongrong is too deep, you can't control her at all. Yes, Weizi. Your classmate is too deep, you can't control her. +1. She's too deep, you can't control her. +1. Facing the persuasion of his friends, Lu Wei was still a little reluctant. Actually, I didn't want to, but in the past 2 days, Feng Rongrong took the initiative to ask me out, gave me all kinds of hints, smiled at me on her own initiative, took my hand on her own initiative. To be honest, I've never had a girl smile at me like that before. And I've never held a girl's hand before. So, I was really confused, and I thought she had a crush on me. But then, unexpectedly, it was only a day before she dumped me like a rag and got into the car of a middle-aged man. Hey! Weizi! Feng Rongrong was just using you to attract the attention of the main guy. What's the point of her having a crush on you? To put it bluntly, Weizi, Zheng Chang and Wu Hao, who wouldn't let you do anything and were just teasing you, were filled with indignation. For a moment, it seemed like they had gone back to their university days. They were all good friends in the same dormitory, and their relationship was really close. Jiang Chen also gave his own advice at this time. Wei Zi, do you know the biggest difference between you and Feng Rongrong's boyfriends? It's not about whether they're handsome or not, it's about whether they're rich or not. So the most important thing for you is to pull yourself together as soon as possible and become rich. Chen is right. Wei, if you were rich, just think, with Feng Rongrong's attitude, she'd definitely be in your bed in the middle of the night, begging you to do it. Yes, Wei, pull yourself together. I want to become rich too, but the key is that I don't know how. You don't ask for directions, you ask Chen. That's right. Chen, don't hold back this time. You've got the goddess Su, you've got a wife and kids, so just reveal your secret to wealth. Lu Wei, Zheng Chang, and Wu Hao all started to laugh. Jiang Chen was a little speechless for a moment. To be honest, we do have a secret to wealth. Just lie there every day and tens of thousands of dollars will come in. But that's because the system is rigged. He racked his brains for a while, and suddenly had a thought. He had actually come up with a secret to getting rich. Earlier, the system had rewarded him with a piece of business information. At first, Jiang Chen thought it was a business opportunity, but it turned out to be a divine barbecue technique. In fact, with his current cooking skills, he can also make very delicious barbecues, and the taste is even not inferior. But compared to the divine barbecue technique, it is more professional and more commercial, and is very suitable for large-scale commercial applications. Jiang Chen now has to take care of his daughter-in-law and child. He is busy at the moment, so it is a good opportunity for them to try their hand at it. But Jiang Chen hasn't said anything yet. Lu Wei, Zheng Chang, and Wu Hao have already started arguing over the so-called secret to getting rich. I said, guys, I'm in such a bad situation, what are you two still fighting about? Come on, have some conscience. Ahem, Wei Zi, we also want to become rich overnight like Brother Chen, marry a beautiful rich woman, and reach the pinnacle of life. Besides, your misfortune is just that you didn't succeed in licking the goddess. The point is, you haven't succeeded before. Right, in fact, you are the unluckiest, just washing the socks of the goddess's boyfriend. To be honest, I have actually done this kind of thing before. Holy shit? Xianzi, you have bushy eyebrows and big eyes, and you have actually done it before, no, licked it? It's really miserable. You think helping a goddess wash her socks is the worst? Wrong. In fact, let me let you in on a secret, I've even washed the underwear of a goddess boyfriend. Lu Wei's last sentence instantly left the two pranksters Zheng Chang and Wu Hao dumbfounded. They were so stunned that they were left speechless. Holy shit! You've even washed the underwear of a goddess boyfriend. Okay. You're the worst, you're the best. Chapter 40, Delicious, Explosion of Taste Buds. To be honest, as soon as Lu Wei said those words, not only Zhang Chang and Wu Hao, but also Jiang Chen, were dumbfounded. No. Even if you were a cow, you would be stunned for 3 seconds when you heard something like this. Jiang Chen had previously thought that helping the goddess's boyfriend wash his socks was outrageous enough, but now he was actually helping to wash his underwear. What was even more outrageous was that, not to brag, he was actually a good friend from his dormitory. This Wei Zi is really miserable. Jiang Chen knew that Lu Wei was a simple man with a kind and honest character who didn't have any bad intentions. When he learned that he was in such a miserable situation, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh for 3 seconds, and then told him about the secret to getting rich. Lu Wei readily agreed. Okay, Shen Ge, I'll go to your house sometime. I've thought it over and figured it out, money is a man's courage. I'll swear to make money, make big money, and one day, I'll show that Feng Rongrong that I, who you ignored in the past, is someone you can't afford to ignore now. Don't underestimate a young man in poverty. 30 years ago, you were in the East, and now you're in the West. Don't be so sure, Wei Zi, don't be so sure. Jiang Chen quickly advised, come and see if you want to do it first. After agreeing with Lu Wei, Jiang Chen prepared to do some barbecue on this side. While going downstairs to buy food, he also bought the ingredients and seasonings for barbecue. The family's kitchen has barbecue equipment, which happened to save a lot of trouble. Since it is a god-level barbecue technique that focuses on commercial applications, speed and mass production are very important, and of course it does not require the kind of meticulous craftsmanship that pursues the ultimate taste. And of course, the taste and flavor are equally unparalleled. The secret lies in the barbecue sauce. Oh, is it barbecue time? Su Qingcheng was in the living room with the baby, and she could smell the aroma from the kitchen a long time ago. She pushed the stroller past the kitchen door several times, and when the food was ready, the rich aroma of the barbecue filled the air. She couldn't hold back any longer. It was like a kitten smelling fish and seeing the fish, it was itching to pounce and have a good meal. Let's try it. This is the first time I've barbecued, so let's see how it tastes. Jiang Chen saw Su Qingcheng arrive and immediately picked up a well-toasted skewer and handed it over. Su Qingcheng didn't bother with the formalities. After taking the skewer, she didn't even bother with the heat and immediately took a small bite on the side. After taking a bite, she froze for 3 seconds, and her mind felt a little dazed. Because it was so delicious. It was so delicious. It was like an explosion of taste buds. Su Qingcheng could have sworn that she had never eaten such a delicious barbecue since she was born. And thus a skewer with a generous portion. She quickly finished eating it. Can I have some more? Su Qingqing felt a little embarrassed about her eating habits just now. She felt that if an outsider saw her, they might think she was starving, when in fact she had eaten quite a lot in the morning. Sure, you can have as much as you like. Jiang Chen had just grown a long tongue, and he very much understood Su Qingqing's greedy cat-like mood at this time. So she reached out and handed over the whole bunch of just roasted skewers, a total of more than 10. Go sit in the living room and eat there, there's cooking fumes in the kitchen. Su Qingqing took them, and just as she was about to excitedly take the skewers and go eat in the living room, she suddenly realized, I've taken all the skewers, how are you going to eat? It's fine, take them, I'll keep roasting. Besides, it's the same whether you eat or I eat. Jiang Chen kept smiling as she handed them over. You eat, I eat, it's the same? Su Qingqing heard a hint of sarcasm in Jiang Chen's words, and couldn't help but give the other person a good look. Then she was no longer polite, took the skewers, pushed the stroller, and went to the living room. It so happened that at this time, Song Mei called on a video call. It happened to be the perfect time to have a video chat with her best friend while eating the delicious barbecue. Song Mei had come to see her grandchildren, but when she saw Su Qingqing eating the kebabs, she was a little surprised. First, as a good friend, she knew that Su Qingqing was not a foodie and was not picky about food. Second, the kebabs looked so tempting. They must have just been grilled, with a golden color and oozing with oil. Just watching them on the video, she couldn't help but swallow. Why isn't Qingqing eating barbecue? This barbecue looks delicious. Yes, your son grilled it. Do you want to try some? My son grilled it? That's great, I'll come over sometime and try it. No problem. Afterwards, the two of them chatted about family matters and teased their children together through the video. Song Mei then changed the subject and asked about the day and night that Su Qingqing had just spent. How was it, Qingqing? Did my son behave well? Did he bully you? It was okay, Su Qingqing said. But when she thought about yesterday and last night, Big Piggy's behavior seemed to be quite good, except that occasionally he ate too much at night or sometime during the day. It's okay? That's great. Song Mei said happily. I was really afraid that the little brat wouldn't know how to behave and suddenly living with you would be too much for you. By the way, Qingqing, how are you? How is your recovery? Song Mei asked. Overall, I'm doing pretty well. The wounds don't hurt as much. Su Qingqing replied truthfully, but then she patted her stomach and complained, it's just that your son's food is so good. It's only been a short time, but I already feel like I've gained weight again. While complaining, she still didn't forget to stuff her mouth with barbecue. Song Mei burst out laughing when she saw this. It's good to be a little heavier, that means you're getting enough nutrition, and enough nutrition means you'll have enough milk. It seems that the three little babies definitely won't go hungry. Su Qingqing heard this and felt a bitter smile in her heart. Hey, I'm not just getting enough nutrition in breast milk. I feel like I've been eating more and more recently, and I'm turning into a pig. What can I do about it? Thinking this, a sudden wave of guilt washed over her heart. So she quickly chewed a few more bites of the kebab to calm her nerves. After finishing the phone call with Song Mei, Su Qingqing had also finished eating the 10 or so skewers, and she still felt a little unsatisfied after eating. She wanted to eat some more, but she couldn't anymore. Her stomach was bursting. You finished eating so quickly? Jiang Chen grilled another batch and came into the living room. Seeing a pile of bare skewers in front of Su Qingqing, he couldn't help but be surprised. How could you eat so many skewers so quickly? This really struck a chord with Su Qingqing. But she was honest, the skewers were really delicious, and after trying the first one, she simply couldn't stop, as if she were addicted. My stomach is a bit uncomfortable, why don't you rub it for me? Sure, but next time be more careful and don't eat so much at once. Okay, next time for sure. Chapter 41, This barbecue dip is so good you could dip your shoe in it. In the afternoon, Lu Wei arrived. He was carrying a bag of fruit and a rattle for the baby. Jiang Chen opened the door and welcomed Lu Wei in. Wei, you're here already, what are you buying? Hey, it's not worth much, Lu Wei said, the rattle is for the baby to play with. Lu Wei entered the room, placed the fruit and rattle on the table, greeted Su Qingqing, hello, sister-in-law. Then he teased the baby a little, before following Jiang Chen excitedly into the kitchen. Brother Chen, what's your secret to getting rich? Lu Wei couldn't wait to think about his future success in marrying a rich and beautiful woman. But once in the kitchen, he was a little surprised when he saw the ingredients for barbecue, the dipping sauce, and the already grilled skewers. Yes, it's barbecue, Jiang Chen laughed. I'm screwed. Lu Wei looked a little embarrassed. So the secret to getting rich is to do barbecue? Brother Chen, you're not fooling me, are you? Fooling you about what? Don't underestimate barbecue. If you get it right, you'll be set for life. Jiang Chen said, picked up a skewer and handed it to Lu Wei. Try it first. Try it? Lu Wei took the skewer with some doubt. The skewer in his hand had been grilled for a while and was now a little cold, so he didn't expect it to taste very good. In fact, he had worked in a barbecue restaurant before. He didn't really think there was anything delicious about it. Lu Wei thought to himself, put the kebab in his mouth, took a bite, and chewed lightly. Suddenly the whole person had a shock. What the fuck? This tastes so good. Holy shit. Holy shit. His eyes were wide open, his face full of disbelief. He finished the kebab in his hands in 2 or 3 bites, and still not satisfied, he then set his sights on the kebab on the plate, and then pounced, grabbed it and was about to eat it, when suddenly he remembered and asked, Chen, can I still eat it? Eat. I was saving it for you. Jiang Chen said. In the 4 years at university, the guys in the same dormitory had a good relationship. Lu Wei in particular was very nice. Jiang Chen got into a dispute while playing basketball. The other people were all big and strong, but Lu Wei was not afraid at all. He was the first to rush up and stand in front of Jiang Chen. One day, Jiang Chen didn't go to class because of something. It so happened that the teacher giving the lecture was particularly strict, and anyone who failed to answer the roll call twice was disqualified from the exam. As Jiang Chen had already missed one class, Lu Wei gave up his own chance and volunteered to answer for him, so that Jiang Chen could still qualify for the final exam. With this, Jiang Chen had reason to pull his buddy out of the fire. Of course, his buddy was also miserable enough. Being a toady was one thing, but also helping the goddess's boyfriend wash his underwear. This is fucking truly miserable in the world. Lu Wei, on the other hand, is a foodie. When he sees something delicious, his eyes light up and he can hardly move. Now that Jiang Chen says that it's all for him, he simply takes a breath and eats all the kebabs on his plate in one go. At the end, he wipes his greasy mouth and comes back to his senses, satisfied. Holy shit. Delicious. These kebabs are so damn delicious. Lu Wei showers them with praise. Now you understand why this is the secret to getting rich, right? I understand. But Brother Chen, did you use magic or some kind of supernatural method to make these kebabs so delicious? I was so full after eating them that I wanted to cry. It's not that exaggerated. The taste of the kebabs is related to the ingredients, the grilling method, and the heat. But the key to the taste of the kebabs I made is the barbecue dipping sauce? Barbecue dipping sauce? Yes, this is an ancestral recipe. With this barbecue dip, you can dip anything and it will taste delicious. After that, Jiang Chen demonstrated the main points of his superb barbecue skills, including the selection of ingredients, the method of grilling, the control of heat, etc., to Lu Wei. These are actually very simple. Most people can get the hang of it after watching a couple of times. Not to mention Lu Wei, who has worked in a barbecue restaurant before, so learning these skills is a piece of cake for him. As for the most crucial barbecue dipping sauce, Jiang Chen needs to personally blend it. This is not because Jiang Chen deliberately wants to keep a secret, but because it requires some of the techniques and skills of divine-level cooking. Even if Jiang Chen wanted to teach it, Lu Wei simply wouldn't be able to learn it. Wei Zi. Just tell me, how is this barbecue? Is there any money in it? Awesome, it's so awesome. Of course there is a lot of money in it. Lu Wei's face is full of excitement. Once this barbecue is launched, it's going to be the flavor of the day. I guarantee it'll be a hit in the whole of Sihai City, on the streets and in the alleys, with men and women, young and old, everyone will love it. Lu Wei had previously worked in a barbecue restaurant. He knew what those barbecues tasted like, and compared to Jiang Chen's barbecue, they were rubbish. Jiang Chen's barbecue, once launched. It's no exaggeration to say that it will be a hit. Just think of the kebabs. If you charge 4 yuan per kebab and sell 1,000 a day, that's 4,000 yuan a day, over 1 million yuan a year. If you sell 10,000 a day, that's 40,000 yuan a day, over 10 million yuan a year. Just thinking about being able to make so much money in the future makes Lu Wei excited and eager to get started. Damn it! When I'm rich, the first thing I'll do is take money and smash it in Feng Rongrong's face, scold her, question her, make her kneel on the ground and cry, repent, and cry for 3 days and nights, and then I'll decide whether to forgive her or not. Thanks, Chin. I was tricked by that woman Fong Rongrong, and I'm in a bad mood. I lost my job. Recently, I've been feeling like there's no way out of my life. Wei, what are you thanking him for? We're classmates and good friends. You're being formal. Besides, we don't know what's going to happen yet. You should get the barbecue stand up and running first. Okay. Jiang Chen saw Lu Wei off. When he returned, he saw that the baby was still sleeping peacefully, so there was nothing to worry about. So he went back to the kitchen and started cooking some food: 13 spice crayfish, stir-fried razor clams, fish baked in foil, garlic roasted oysters, etc. This time, it wasn't an experimental dish or anything. He was just craving it and wanted to indulge. And let me tell you, it was damn good. While Jiang Chen was cooking up a storm, Su Qingqing came over again just from the smell. Naturally, she tried a little bit of everything. And, as expected, she got full again. Why do you eat so much every time? You make me rub my stomach when you get full, can't you control yourself? Jiang Chen was helpless. It's all your fault. You said you were fine, so why make so much delicious food? And you keep coming up with new ideas. Before it was kebabs, now it's crayfish, oysters, and razor clams. You're like this, it's hard not to commit a crime. If I cook something delicious, I'm guilty? Fine, next time I'll just cook whatever. No, I'm just joking with you, just do your normal stuff from now on. After a while of arguing, Su Qingqing suddenly looked embarrassed, her face flushed as she stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong, did I go too far? Did I make you uncomfortable? No. No, then why are you looking at me like that? Do you think it's possible that I'm looking at you like this because you've been rubbing for a long time and you're rubbing the wrong place? Ha! Jiang Chen looked down and sure enough, he was. Cough cough, I'm used to it, don't mind it. I'll switch it over now. Chapter 42, A Taste of Success. After returning from Jiang Chen's house, Lu Wei set about his plan to get rich. He bought a second-hand barbecue setup and a second-hand tricycle. After trying out Jiang Chen's barbecue sauce, he felt that the taste was pretty much the same, so he figured he was ready to set up his stall. He didn't have the money to open a restaurant, so he had to start with a barbecue stall. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao were curious about the secret to Lu Wei's success. After finally finding Lu Wei on a food street, they discovered that this Lu Wei was actually setting up a barbecue stall on the roadside, which greatly surprised them. Holy shit! Did I read that right? Lu Wei, you motherfucker, didn't you get the secret to getting rich from Jiang Chen? Why are you starting a stall? Don't tell me the secret to getting rich is to set up a stall. Lu Wei glared at the two men. What's wrong with setting up a stall? Can't you get rich by setting up a stall? Lu Wei's words immediately confirmed Zheng Chang and Wu Hao's speculation that the secret to getting rich was actually selling things at a stall. Holy shit, it really is. Wei, this is the secret to getting rich that you got from selling things at a stall, and this is the result? Fuck, 80% chance that Jiang Chen tricked you, right? But it's not necessarily true. There are 360 professions, and there are winners in every one of them. Maybe Wei can really reach the pinnacle of his career and marry a rich and beautiful woman by selling things at a stall. Ha ha ha. Wei Lu didn't pay much attention to Zheng Chang and Wu Hao, who were both strange and eccentric. They had been in college together for 4 years, and he knew their personalities too well. So he began to work on the skewers. With the help of the divine barbecue sauce, the skewers on the grill soon sizzled and began to emit a fragrant aroma, which made Zheng Chang and Wu Hao, who were watching, immediately jealous. However, since Lu Wei was a stranger. Therefore, although there were many people walking around the street, no one stopped in front of his stall to stop and buy and taste. Some were even attracted by the aroma, but after looking at Lu Wei's barbecue stall, they hesitated and walked away. Wei Zi. Look, no one is buying your barbecue, why don't you let us try it? Yes, let's try it and give you some feedback. Okay. Lu Wei was setting up his stall for the first time and didn't have much experience. He saw that there were so many people on the food street, and there were people milling around in front of many of the stalls. He had been waiting for a long time, but there was no one. He couldn't help but wonder if the kebabs he was making were no good. You can try them, but each person can only try 2 kebabs at most, more than that is not allowed, I'm still doing business here. No problem. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao readily agreed, but as soon as the kebabs hit their mouths, their taste buds exploded, and they exclaimed in surprise, "This is delicious!" and couldn't stop eating. Lu Weizhang was worried about why the stall wasn't doing well. When he looked back, he suddenly noticed that most of the kebabs he had just grilled were gone. He was furious. "Damn it, you two idiots, you've eaten all of them, how am I supposed to do business? Weizi, your kebabs are so damn delicious. We two brothers can't resist them." Suddenly, 4 or 5 beautiful women in revealing clothes arrived at the barbecue stand. "Boss, do you sell kebabs? How much is each skewer?" These women were university students from the nearby dance academy. They were out shopping together when they suddenly noticed a new stand selling kebabs. The smell was quite appetizing, and after a moment of hesitation, they arrived at the stand. Lu Wei was still pretending to be Zheng Chang. Seeing a group of beautiful women come up and ask, he immediately filled with a smile, "For sale. For sale. 4 yuan each for the lamb skewers." "Give me 5 skewers," said the leading girl. "Okay." Lu Wei immediately started to cook. The skewers that had been grilled in advance were grilled with the aroma to attract people, and the cooking time could be reduced when there were customers. However, seeing that the first order had finally arrived, Lu Wei took it seriously and simply re-grilled them. Sizzling. Sizzling, 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 sizzling. Sizzling, 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 s. Great. Lu Wei was overjoyed. It seemed that this first order had been a hit. With the first order and a few eye-catching cool and beautiful women, people immediately followed suit and came to buy and taste as well. Everyone who tasted the kebabs was amazed and couldn't stop praising the taste. Lu Wei was so busy that he couldn't keep up. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao volunteered to help. In just 2 or 3 hours, Lu Wei sold all the skewers. After the accounts were settled, after deducting the costs, he made a net profit of more than 800 yuan. Holy cow! In just 2 or 3 hours, a net profit of more than 800 yuan is much better than working for a boss. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao were amazed, and Lu Wei was also overjoyed. Nima, it was one step closer to getting the money from the boss and throwing it at Feng Rongrong. Then he called Zhang Chen to report the good news. "Brother Chen, today was a great success. We sold all the skewers in less than 3 hours and made more than 800 yuan. We'll split it 50-50, I'll transfer the money to you right now." "Not bad, not bad," Zhang Chen said over the phone. "But forget about the money. You've only just started, and you earned it the hard way. Besides, it's just a few hundred yuan, do you think I could possibly take it?" Lu Wei thought about it and realized that it was true. Zhang Chen is now driving a car that costs nearly 2 million yuan, so a few hundred thousand is really nothing. "Okay, Chen, I'll put the money aside for now. When the time comes, we'll discuss a profit-sharing ratio. After all, it's not right to let you lose out." By Shui Ju home. Zhang Chen and Su Qingcheng were watching TV together in the living room. Just now, Lu Wei called Zhang Chen, and Su Qingcheng heard the whole thing. "Your classmate is not bad, selling barbecue with your recipe and still offering you a cut," Su Qingcheng said, "but from the sound of your voice, are you planning to go wild in the catering industry in the future?" "More or less," Zhang Chen said. "Ha? You really have this plan?" Su Qingcheng's eyes lit up. "So how big do you expect it to get in the future?" She was also quite impressed by Zhang Chen's ability to make money. After all, it was rare to see someone like Zhang Chen just after graduating. So when she heard that Zhang Chen was interested in starting a business, she was quite interested. "Maybe a few trillion." "A few trillion? Bullshit." Su Qingcheng didn't believe it at all. In fact, Zhang Chen didn't believe it either, and he was just saying it casually. The barbecue business is just a passing fancy. His current plan is that since he doesn't have the time, he'll get his best friend to help out, and at the same time, he'll test the waters to see how the market responds. If he continues with it next, he'll definitely have to put in a lot of effort. With his god-level barbecue skills and the help of the system, he should be able to open thousands or even tens of thousands of barbecue restaurants that are a huge success, right? But for now, he's just thinking about it. Right now, he just cooks delicious food every day, takes care of his wife and children, and makes a lot of money every day just lying there. He really doesn't have much desire to start a business that requires hard work and a lot of effort. Chapter 43, Why Don't I Let You Hold Me While I Sleep? The weather forecast said it would rain at night. Sure enough, at around 8 or 9 o'clock, there was a loud clap of thunder, followed by a deafening rumble, lightning flashing in the sky, and heavy rain pouring down. After days of hot weather, it finally rained. This was a rare rainy night. Jiangchen had coaxed the 3 little ones to sleep, and then he leisurely sat down to watch videos. Su Qingcheng also stayed up, intently reading a book. She was reading well when she suddenly coughed, feeling an itch in her throat. Then came a violent cough, and it took a while for her to catch her breath. Maybe. Su Qingcheng drank some water to moisten her throat. She had only coughed halfway before, but for some reason she started coughing again. Her throat itched and hurt a little. Come on, open your mouth. Jiangchen came up to Su Qingcheng. What for? Su Qingcheng was puzzled. Jiangchen suddenly made such a request out of the blue, and it was hard to say if he didn't have bad intentions. Let me take a look at your throat to see if you really have a sore throat. Jiangchen was a little tempted to laugh when he saw the girl so on her guard. Oh, you should have just said so, Su Qingcheng said, but she hesitated. Opening her mouth in front of a man to show him is a bit of an intimate thing to do, especially when the man is a pig. Open your mouth wider, or I won't be able to see. At Jiangchen's further request, Su Qingcheng had to open her mouth wider, and her pink tongue came out a little. Jiangchen took a small flashlight and shone it inside, acting like a pro. After looking for a while, he put down the flashlight. It was indeed inflamed, and there was inflammation in the throat, but fortunately, it wasn't that serious. I'll make you some special honey in pear water later. I guarantee that you won't cough after drinking it. Jiangchen has the skills of a parenting encyclopedia. Although it mainly focuses on the care of infants and young children, in fact, it is not difficult to solve minor daily physical problems. Of course, if Su Qingcheng's cough gets any worse, she will have to see a doctor, and there is nothing she can do about it. I didn't think you knew so much. Su Qingcheng couldn't help but praise Jiangchen when she saw him looking so composed. That's right, it's because I'm so versatile. Jiangchen was not at all modest, and continued, by the way, a lot of the time, it's because of the food you eat. You haven't been avoiding certain foods lately, and you eat just about everything, which is why you get angry. You need to be more careful in the future. Because anger can be passed on to the baby through breastfeeding. Got it. Su Qingcheng blushed, thinking to herself, this big pig, he's obviously young and doesn't look it, but he knows everything. It's good to know. Jiangchen smiled, and then prepared to go to the kitchen to make honeyed pear water. But just as she was about to go, she heard a coughing sound coming from the baby bed. Cough, cough. Jiangchen went over to take a look, and found 3 little ones coughing, obviously suffering from the same symptoms as Su Qingcheng, and also having a fever. See, it's true, Jiangchen said to Su Qingcheng. Su Qingcheng suddenly blushed. Suddenly, she thought of a more critical question and blurted it out. Well, you seem to eat more than the 3 kids, so why don't you have a cough? After asking the question, her face flushed, and she felt that she shouldn't have asked. Jiangchen was a little unprepared for this question. What? I eat more than the 3 kids? I'm a decent person, don't slander my innocence. The reason is very simple. Because I'm an adult. Jiangchen brewed some honey in pear water. He gave some to Su Qingcheng, and the effect was immediate. The itchiness and pain in her throat eased considerably. He then diluted the water and gave some to the 3 little ones in turn. The 3 little ones soon stopped coughing and slept peacefully and comfortably. Jiangchen brewed the honey and pear water exactly according to the recipe given by the system. As for why the effect was so good, he actually couldn't explain it. Anyway, asking is a god-level skill. Not bad, he really does have a knack for it. Su Qingcheng praised, and took the initiative to peel an apple for Jiangchen. I've been busy for half a day, and I'm rewarded with an apple? What else do you want as a reward? At least that's the way it should be, Jiangchen laughed, and tapped his finger on his cheek. Su Qingcheng's pretty face turned red, and she spat, why don't you just dream about it, and you'll have everything in your dreams. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Su Qingcheng's. Su Qingcheng looked at the phone, her face changing. She looked up at Jiang Chen and said, "It's my mom." "It's Su Qingcheng's mom?" Jiang Chen was a little surprised. After spending some time together, he had gotten used to Su Qingcheng's parents. Su Qingcheng didn't keep in touch with her family, and Jiang Chen had almost forgotten that Su Qingcheng had parents. Seeing Su Qingcheng's expression, Jiang Chen knew that it wasn't good. Jiang Chen thought that there might be something between Su Qingcheng and her mother that Jiang Chen shouldn't hear. "So I said, you answer it, I'm going to take a shower." And he got up. "It's okay, it's good for you to listen in." Su Qingcheng took Jiang Chen by the arm and pulled him back to his seat, then pressed the answer button, "Mom." It's a middle-aged woman's voice on the other end of the line, her tone full of concern. "Qingcheng. How are you and the baby doing? You're both doing well, right? Do you have enough money over there?" "Mom, I'm doing well with the baby, and I don't lack money." "That's good to hear." Sigh. "You and your father are both stubborn, neither of you will give in. Now, your father is at home all day long, moping and sighing. He obviously cares about you, but he's just being stubborn and won't admit it. As for you, you've been suffering all the time, having to raise the child on your own. If it weren't for your father's poor health and the many things he has to deal with at work, I would come straight over." "Mom, you don't need to come. If my dad finds out, he'll definitely be angry with you. Besides, I'm fine here, so don't worry." That's what she said, but who wouldn't worry about their daughter giving birth alone? "By the way, how is that guy treating you? Do his family members look down on you?" "No, he and his family are treating me pretty well." Su Qingcheng glanced at Jiang Chen. "As long as he treats you well, that's all that matters." "That's fine. Qingcheng, I won't say much more. If there's anything, we can contact each other on WeChat. I'm calling you now, secretly, behind your father's back. Once I've convinced your father, we'll go to see hi together, and see you and the baby." "Yes, okay, Mom." Su Qingcheng hung up the phone. She looked at Jiang Chen, wanting to take the initiative to say something, but after a moment's hesitation, she didn't. Jiang Chen also had many questions, such as what had happened between her and her parents. But since she didn't want to talk about it for the time being, she didn't press the issue. Before she knew it, it was midnight. Su Qingcheng lay on the bed, tossing and turning, thinking about something. In the dark night, Jiang Chen, who was lying on the bed facing her, tried to call out softly, "Jiang Chen." She didn't expect Jiang Chen to respond. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished calling out, she immediately heard a response from the other side, "Ha? You're not asleep. You're not asleep either?" "I couldn't sleep because of the phone call earlier." "What about you?" "I couldn't sleep because I feel so bad for you." "Heartache?" "Yes, I can't sleep because I'm heartbroken over you." Su Qingcheng burst out laughing. "Screw you." Jiang Chen was lightly punched by a pink fist. She said it with disgust, but her heart was inexplicably happy. "Not bad, he knows how to care for others, so I'll show my appreciation too." "How do you want to show it?" "How about I let you hug me to sleep?" Chapter 44. My swollen lips are from being bitten by a dog. "What? Let me sleep holding you?" Jiang Chen was shocked, wondering when the girl had become so bold. She had even taken the initiative. Su Qingcheng's face was burning with embarrassment. To be honest, this was the first time she had been so bold and explicit. Fortunately, it was dark and she couldn't see his expression. Otherwise, she would really be a little ashamed. "Let me hug you to sleep?" "No problem." For a certain beast that was finally willing to throw itself into the trap, of course he would not be polite, and without hesitation, he embraced Su Qingcheng in his arms. Su Qingcheng's delicate body trembled, as if it had suddenly frozen, and her body stiffened, not daring to move. After a while, she gradually recovered. After that, the two pretended to sleep, but in such a state, how could they sleep? "Let's talk for a while longer." Su Qingcheng spoke first. "What do you want to talk about?" Jiang Chen asked. "Anything, for example, what were your dreams when you were a child?" "My dreams when I was a child. That's easy. I remember when I was in primary school, the teacher asked the children what they wanted to be when they grew up. Some said they wanted to be doctors or scientists, while others said they wanted to be generals or martyrs. When it was my turn, I said I wanted to be a swordsman who could walk on the walls, which made the whole class laugh. The teacher said that I should believe in science and that there were no such things as swordsmen. I said with conviction that there were, but you just hadn't discovered them yet. It's kind of strange to say, but for a long time afterwards, I really believed that there was really anything and everything in the world, and that there must be martial arts and supernatural kung fu and so on. I also took it for granted that I would definitely have a strange encounter one day, and that some master from another world would pass on all his skills to me. Because, anyway, being a swordsman was just too pretentious. Swordsmen can kill people with anything, from flying flowers to plucked leaves. They can also kill someone from 10 paces, never stay in one place for more than 1,000 li, and leave after accomplishing their task, hiding their identity and whereabouts. Su Qingcheng listened carefully and couldn't help but interrupt. Yes, that's the spirit. Anyway, if you're a hero, you'll help anyone in trouble. So apart from being a hero, there's nothing else? Su Qingcheng asked again. Yes, while wandering the world, it would be even better if there was a heroine by your side. Jiang Chen said. You're quite the dreamer. Su Qingcheng laughed. So what about you now? Do you still want to wander the world and be a hero? Of course not. Besides, even if I wanted to, there's no reason why I couldn't. Jiang Chen glanced at Su Qingcheng in his arms. As for now, I just want to earn some money, support my wife and raise my child. Su Qingcheng's pretty face flushed again when she heard Jiang Chen mention supporting his wife, but she praised him. That's not bad, you do have a conscience. That's a must, otherwise my mom would help me have one. Jiang Chen, you said, how did I meet you? After a moment of silence, Su Qingcheng suddenly said leisurely. This may be fate. Jiang Chen scratched his head. Then, in the future, will you be good to me? Of course. You're my wife, if I'm not good to you, who will I be good to? Besides, with my mother around, if I dare to be bad to you, she'll be the first to kill me. By the way, we'll be living together in the future, do you have any thoughts or requests? I don't have any requests either, just in the future, don't bully me so much. Don't bully you? What do you mean? Can I bully you occasionally? Jiang Chen said deliberately. Get out. Su Qingcheng of course understood what Jiang Chen meant, it's not the bullying you think. Besides, in my current state, can you bully me? As she said this, she gave Jiang Chen a rather resentful look. This little wife-like look suddenly made Jiang Chen unable to hold back. No choice, it's too much. Then. I won't bully you, but I can kiss you, can't I? This time, Su Qingcheng didn't say anything, but her pretty face turned red secretly, and she quietly closed her eyes. There was an instant silence in the room. For a moment, it seemed as if you could hear the sound of your heartbeat. Su Qingcheng closed her eyes and waited for a while, but when she realized that the other person was completely still, she couldn't help feeling a little anxious and disappointed. Hey, this idiot. Why are you so stupid? I kept my eyes closed and didn't say a word, which is tacit consent. Just when I was feeling a little disappointed, suddenly, a warm breath hit my face. The next day, Su Qingcheng slept until dawn, and it was only after 9 o'clock that she woke up. Woke up? Wash up and have breakfast. Jiang Chen, who was teasing the baby on the side, glanced at Su Qingcheng and smiled. Su Qingcheng nodded. She was about to get up and wash up, but Jiang Chen stared at her suspiciously and asked, why is your mouth swollen after sleeping for a while? Su Qingcheng looked in the mirror and noticed that it was indeed swollen. But she understood what had happened immediately and couldn't help but give him a reproachful look. What do you think? Wasn't your mouth swollen because you were kissed by the dog? Jiang Chen, who had suddenly come to his senses, said. Okay. At the time, he did get a little excited, but let's be honest, you can't blame him for something like that. Just after breakfast, Song Mei's video call came in again. But after looking at her grandchildren for a while, she suddenly became captivated by Su Qingcheng. Qingcheng, what happened to your mouth? Why is it swollen like you have 2 little sausages hanging there? This swollen mouth is because I was bitten by a dog. Su Qingcheng said lightly. Song Mei? Bitten by a dog? The key is that the brat doesn't even have a dog at home. Suddenly a flash of inspiration came to her, and she thought of a possibility. Her expression was as wonderful as discovering a new continent. Could it be? Could it be that brat? Hey! Song Mei sighed inwardly, thinking to herself, why be so impatient? What if she doesn't have a miscarriage, and gets pregnant again? Chapter 45, How can you get pregnant just from a kiss? Song Mei was surprised and helpless when she thought about this. I have told you 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Why can't you hold back your impatience? Although as a mother-in-law, naturally grandchildren are the more the better, as a good best friend, she doesn't want to see Su Qingcheng get hurt or even collapse. Qingcheng, did that brat bully you yesterday? No, your son is very nice to me. Really? Song Mei is a little surprised. Well, I mean, did he force you to do anything? You know, when you don't want to do something, but he makes you do it anyway, and you have no choice. Oh, if you put it that way, there was something. What? Really? Song Mei is very excited to hear this. This brat really doesn't take his mother's words seriously. It's okay, Qingcheng, you can tell me, I'll take care of it. If that brat really does anything to you, don't worry, I'll break his legs. Sister Mei, it's not that serious. It's just that your son always forces you to go to bed on time and eat breakfast on time. Really? What about the other things? The other thing is that recently, both my child and I have had a cough, and your son won't let me eat anything, especially chili. Song Mei was momentarily confused. This is so unexpected, it feels like I've been fed a mouthful of dog food. She wondered what was going on with this Su Qingcheng. I've been trying to help you out, not as your future mother-in-law, but as your best friend, and now you're showing off your affection for him. Are they in cahoots? Is Qingcheng willing? Song Mei thought about this and thought, I can't rule that out. Her son is so handsome and so imposing, and the two of them have fallen in love over time, so it's only normal that Su Qingcheng, being a young woman, can't restrain herself. So she said in a tactful tone, Qingcheng, I know that young people like you have a lot of energy, but you just had a C-section, so you should restrain yourself a bit. You really shouldn't joke around with your body so much, just for a moment of pleasure. It may feel good at the time, but the after effects can be very serious. For example, there will be inflammation in that area, as well as pelvic inflammatory disease, which will greatly affect your recovery. Also, it can easily lead to miscarriage, which will make it difficult if you want a second or third child in the future. Song Mei gave her heartfelt advice. She felt that she had laid bare her innermost feelings, hoping that her best friend would understand her good intentions. However, Su Qingcheng was confused after hearing it. Mei, what are you talking about? What inflammation and miscarriage? How come I don't understand? I don't understand? Song Mei was a little upset. Come on, we've been best friends for years, we used to talk about everything, we were close, so why are you playing dumb and pretending you don't understand when I've been so sincere and open with you? Are you closer to my son or to me, your best friend? Just as she was about to say something more, suddenly Su Qingcheng responded. Oh, I understand. Sister Mei, do you think that your son and I have had sex? But that's impossible. I've been very careful, and I don't know your son very well. We just kissed. So you and my son haven't? Song Mei couldn't believe it. No. Su Qingcheng's tone was resolute. We're still in the stage of cultivating our relationship. Last night was just a kiss, because neither of us is very skilled at it. As a result, when I woke up this morning, my lips were a little swollen. It's really not what you think. Besides, how could you get pregnant from a kiss? Ah, Song Mei put her hand on her forehead. Cough, you should have said so earlier. I thought. Okay, this time it's my fault, I was just overthinking and misunderstanding you too. During the video call with Song Mei, Su Qingcheng was originally in the living room, but she was embarrassed to let Jiang Qin hear what Song Mei was saying over the phone, so she went out onto the balcony. What was my mom telling you? It was so secretive. Su Qingcheng came back from the balcony after the phone call and Jiang Qin asked when she got back. Nothing, just some sisterly gossip. Su Qingcheng would never say that Sister Mei had misunderstood her in big pig feet and they had already done that, and she might even be pregnant before her period came. Sisterly gossip? Okay. Jiang Qin didn't ask any further, because it was useless to ask about such things unless the other person was willing to tell. Don't you want to know what we whispered about? Well, that depends on you. If you don't want to tell, there's no use me asking. Su Qingcheng thought about it for a moment, and then let slip a little. Your mother just called and talked about me having a second and third child. What? Jiang Chen was surprised. My mother is in such a hurry, just having 3 grandchildren and already thinking about a second and third child? Who knows, maybe your mother is still thinking in the way of the older generation, that having many children brings good fortune. Su Qingcheng said, the key is, if I really have a second and third child, what do you think? What else can I do? Just raise them. But I do have a hope. We didn't have 3 children in the first birth, for the second birth I hope to have 4, and for the third birth I hope to have 5. Ah. 4 in the second birth, and 5 in the third. Then I'll become a sow. It's okay, if you really become a sow, I won't mind. Get out. Su Qingcheng gave Jiang Chen a coquettish look. If I'm a sow, then what are you? After the rain, the air was fresh. The weather wasn't too hot either. Su Qingcheng was confined to the house for many days during her postpartum period, and she was bored out of her mind. She wanted to go out for a walk, take the baby out for a bit, breathe some fresh air, and get in touch with nature. Jiang Chen saw that Su Qingcheng was recovering well in all aspects. So he agreed. The two of them agreed to go to a sculpture park near Bishuaju for a stroll. The sculpture park is a newly built internet celebrity park in Sihai City. In addition to sculptures of various shapes, the park has an elegant environment with many trees and plants, and is known as a natural oxygen bar, so many people go there to take pictures and have fun. Jiang Chen and his wife had never been there before, so they decided to take the children there for a stroll. After taking proper precautions to protect their children, the family of 5 set off and soon arrived at the sculpture park. Due to the nice weather, there were many tourists inside. Seeing Jiang Chen pushing the triplets, many people were surprised and exclaimed in wonder. Wow, triplets! It's the first time I've seen them. Gee, the babies are so pretty. My daughter-in-law gave me twins, and I thought my ancestors were smiling down from heaven. This guy's got triplets, that's amazing. That's one way to get ahead. But triplets are great, but raising 3 at once is a lot of financial pressure. You're being small-minded. These triplets are 2 girls and 1 boy. In other words, they're 1 construction bank and 2 China merchants bank. People will be able to use them without worrying about you. That's right. If I had 3 children like this, I'm afraid I would laugh awake even in my dreams at night. Hearing the praise of passers-by, Jiang Chen felt so good. Who wouldn't like their child to be praised? He turned his head and glanced at Su Qingcheng next to him. He was not disappointed. This Su Qingcheng was still in her postpartum period and was afraid of the wind when going out, so she wrapped herself up tightly, wearing long-sleeved clothes, a hat and a mask. But even so, she still had a slim figure and proud curves, and one look was enough to tell that she was a delicate and beautiful woman. As the saying goes, beauty is in the bones, and it is true. Jiang Chen, let's play that too. After browsing the sculptures for a while, Su Qingcheng, who was in a high mood, was not satisfied. Naturally, she took Jiang Chen's arm and suddenly pointed not far away. Are you sure you want to play? Jiang Chen glanced over there and was a little surprised. Chapter 46, Unexpected Encounter, Tutor is great. The place that Su Qingcheng pointed to was an area in the park that had been specially set aside with numerous playgrounds. And what she said she wanted to play was obviously bumper cars, which a group of children were having a great time playing. Yes, upon hearing Jiang Chen's question, Su Qingcheng immediately replied unequivocally, her tone slightly mischievous, we don't have anything else to do anyway, so let's play. But that's for kids, or maybe you want to take the kids. Are you sure you want to ride bumper cars? Jiang Chen glanced at Su Qingcheng and said, besides, you can't ride it in your current state, can you? Who said I want to ride bumper cars? I'm asking you to ride it. Su Qingcheng blinked. What, me ride it? What about you? I'll watch you ride it. Are you sure? Yes. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a deep sense of helplessness. There was actually such an odd request for bumper cars. He wouldn't play, but would just watch others play. What kind of sick psychology was that? Ding. The host is facing a choice. Choice 1, obey your wife's wishes, win her smile, and get a mysterious gift. Choice 2, refuse your wife's unreasonable request, get the title of Iron Man, and shorten your height by 1 centimeter. Jiang Chen? What the hell is there to choose from? Shortening it by 1 centimeter is something no man can stand. Choice 1. Jiang Chen said with his mind, and then walked over to the bumper car ticket booth and bought a ticket for 20 yuan. In fact, to be honest, he hadn't played bumper cars for many years. He was actually a little excited to play again suddenly. After all, it was full of childhood memories. The bumper cars lasted for 3 minutes. Jiang Chen was able to relive his childhood and had a great time. Su Qingcheng was also very happy to watch from the sidelines, and was so overjoyed that she couldn't help but take a few snaps and send them to Song Mei. Mei. Come see what your son is up to. Doesn't he look like the silly son of the landlord? Ha 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 ha. Yes. But the silly son is a perfect match for the silly daughter-in-law. Ding. The host complies with his wife's wishes to make her smile. Congratulations on receiving a mystery gift, ripped stockings, you deserve it. Ripped stockings? This damn system just rewards useless and inappropriate things. Jiangchen couldn't help but burst out in anger when he heard this. Damn it, you could at least reward tens of thousands of dollars, but you actually rewarded a pair of stockings, and they're ripped stockings. What are you smirking at? After chatting with Song Mei, Su Qingcheng also recovered from her state of ecstasy. When she looked back, she noticed Jiang Chen's strange smile on his face and couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Just now, I bought you a gift online. Jiang Chen casually lied. Bought me a gift? Gee, it's rare for you to be thoughtful, not bad. But can you tell me in advance what the gift is? This is great. You'll know when the time comes, it's something you wear anyway. Wear it? Great. Su Qingqing's face was full of anticipation. Jiang Chen glanced at a pair of straight and long legs, and a certain image could not help but come to mind. Although it was a bit inappropriate, he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. Hey, the dog system has ruined me. Back then, I was such a serious person, but now I'd been going around in circles at the amusement park. Su Qingqing didn't actually play, and in fact, due to her physical condition, she couldn't play either, but she still watched with interest. Finally, they arrived at a place. Su Qingqing was eager to try it. This game involves playing with rings. There were dolls all over the floor, and whoever caught the ring with the doll could take it away. Want to play? Jiang Chen asked. Su Qingqing nodded. Okay, I'll buy you some rings. Jiang Chen said, all you have to do is stand and swing your arm, and this activity is not too strenuous, so this is a good game for a girl. Around the ring toss, there were quite a few people playing. Each one was aiming at the doll they wanted, posing, playing with the rings, having a great time. However, very few of them actually caught the rings. As a result, the boss was also having a great time collecting money, his mouth wide open from smiling. Boss, how do you play this game? 10 yuan for 10 rings, whichever one you catch is which one. Okay, give me 20 rings. Okay. Here are 20 rings, keep them safe. Jiang Chen took the rings and handed them to Su Qingcheng. After Su Qingcheng received them, she immediately started playing with great enthusiasm. It's hard to believe that such a somewhat mischievous person who plays like a little child with great joy is actually the cold female professor at Sihai University. It's just that although she was having fun, Su Qingqing managed to fit 20 rings in one go, without catching a single doll. Jiang Chen, I still want to fit. Su Qingqing turned her head and looked pleadingly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Boss, 20 more hoops. Okay. Here are your 20 hoops, and I'll give you 5 more. Enjoy yourself. The boss cheerfully handed Jiang Chen 25 hoops. Jiang Chen handed them to Su Qingcheng. Su Qingcheng continued to play with great enthusiasm. As a result, the 25 hoops were gone again, and she still hadn't won anything. Forget it, let's go. Su Qingcheng looked at a certain doll in her photo with some disappointment, and pulled Jiang Chen to leave. She had thrown 45 rings in one go, but had not caught any. It seemed that her level was not good enough. It seems that you quite like that doll? Jiang Chen asked, seeing this. It's okay, it's just that the appearance makes me like it a bit. Su Qingcheng glanced at the doll again, and then gave up, saying, forget it, it's not going to catch, let's go. I'll try, Jiang Chen said, and then bought another 20 rings from the boss. The boss was overjoyed when he saw this, as he liked people who didn't give up. Okay, 20 rings in total, and I'll give you 10 more for free. The boss continued to be happy, handing Jiang Chen the counted rings, as if he had just won 20 yuan for free. Because he had tried that ring before, and even if he tried 100 times, he might not be able to catch it. Su Qingqing thought it was useless to try to stop Jiang Chen because he had already paid, so she could only watch from the side. However, she didn't believe that Jiang Chen could hit the doll he liked. He wouldn't even be able to catch any of the dolls. However, a few minutes later, the boss of the ring toss was almost in tears. Damn, the young man had a total of 30 rings, and he caught 30 dolls in one go. That's right, not a single miss. It was clear from the young man's technique that he was no master, but no matter how bad the angle or how weak the force, he always managed to hit the target and successfully ring the doll. Damn it, it was just too weird. Su Qingcheng, on the other hand, was overjoyed. She knew she couldn't take all the dolls home, so she picked a few of her favorites and went home with a full load. She never would have guessed that Zhang Chen was such a master at ring tossing. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, was also a bit surprised. The luck cards produced by the dog system are awesome. They can actually increase the success rate of the ring toss to 100%. One word, amazing. The two were satisfied and wandered around the sculpture park for a while, preparing to go back. Su Qingqing went to the bathroom, and at that moment, Zhang Chen saw the figure of a familiar girl. The girl obviously saw Zhang Chen as well. Zhang Chen could not hide, so he had to grit his teeth and go up to say hello. Hello, counselor. Chapter 47, The Teacher Doesn't Like Men. The girl walking towards him was his university counselor from back then. Her name was Yan Li, and she wasn't actually that old. She looked about 27 or 28, similar to Su Qingcheng, but she had an impressive nickname, Iron-Boned Old Virgin, or simply, Female Devil. She was not a nice person, especially when it came to pranking people. Back then, Lu Wei and his friends, in order to meet more girls and get out of their single lives as soon as possible, actively applied to join various networking activities. They had so much fun that they missed several days of school in a row. As a result, they were targeted by the Female Devil. In the following years, she gave them a hard time. When there was dirty work to be done, they did it all. When there were benefits, they were embarrassed to take any. They were also negative role models. Whenever they had a complaint, Yan Li would say to them, "Why didn't you do something about it earlier? Your thoughts are impure. You spend all day thinking about picking up girls. Such a life is too shallow and too lowbrow." She, as a human soul engineer, is just what they need to set them straight. Then, one winter, Lu Wei and the others were caught red-handed for breaking the rules, and she made them do some manual labor. They were in the middle of playing a video game on their holiday. She called them away to help her clean. Because it was cold, there was no heating, and almost every breath turned into ice. Lu Wei and the others were unprepared, and their hands turned red from the cold. So they made a request, hoping that Yan Li could sympathize with her subordinates and provide things like gloves and hand warmers, otherwise they would not be able to complete the task on time. However, Yan Li immediately patted Lu Wei on the shoulder and said with a smile, "It's okay, the teacher believes in you, you can complete it on time without gloves." Lu Wei and the others almost burst into tears when they heard this. Come on? Fuck you. This is the Female Devil, she's more like the female king of hell. From then on, Lu Wei, who had a lot of grievances, stopped calling her the Female Devil, and secretly, he started calling her Old Maid. In contrast to the unlucky Lu Wei and the others, Zhang Chen hadn't caused any trouble at the time, so he hadn't been messed with much by Yan Li. On the contrary, because he was the school's most popular guy, he seemed to have received a lot of preferential treatment. But even so, when Zhang Chen saw Yan Li in the park at this time, he still felt a little uncomfortable. After all, the other person was his counselor and also the original Female Devil. Zhang Chen? Yan Li, who was walking towards them, immediately noticed Zhang Chen as well, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "You're here at the sculpture park too? What a coincidence!" She casually greeted him, and soon noticed the stroller next to Zhang Chen. She immediately let out an exclamation. Wow! 3 babies! My goodness, triplets! They're so cute! Yan Li bent down to coax the 3 babies with her words, while saying to Zhang Chen, these are your relatives' children, so cute. Can I pinch their little cheeks? It's best not, Zhang Chen replied. The facial nerves of children are still developing, so they can't be pinched, but they can be touched. Okay, I'll touch their little faces with my hands. Wow, they're so white and tender, like porcelain dolls. Yan Li looked at the 3 little ones in the stroller with sparkling eyes, gently touched their little faces with her hands one after the other, looking like a mischievous little girl, completely different from the Female Devil who liked to play tricks on people. After teasing them for a while, Yan Li stood up with reluctance. Not bad. Zhang Chen, which one of your relatives has these? These 3 babies are so cute, just one look and you feel like melting. Which one of my relatives has these babies? This. Zhang Chen put his hand on his forehead for a moment, and then said, Teacher Yan, if I say these are my children, would you believe me? What? These are your children? Yan Li was taken aback. She looked at Zhang Chen from top to bottom with a face that said she didn't believe him at all. Zhang Chen, I remember you as not being a bragger, so why are you bragging now that you've graduated? Teacher Yan, I'm not bragging, these three are really my children, why don't you believe me? Jiang Chen argued. I don't believe you. How old are you? You just graduated and your hair is still unkempt, and you dare to say you have 3 children? Yanli looked at Jiang Chen again while she spoke. Suddenly, her expression became a little strange. Jiang Chen, you can't be thinking that because you're a bit good looking and were at least a school hunk back then, you think you're very popular, using your kids as a shield to reject others from thousands of miles away, can you? This, if it were any other girl, it's really possible. But you can rest assured. Because I don't like men? Jiang Chen heard this and broke into a cold sweat. He thought to himself, this counselor is a role model, but why is she saying things like a teacher would say? This is unbelievable. No wonder she was called a female devil and a hardened old maid. If she can't say anything nice, then someone like her is even worse than Master Xingma. Which man would dare to want her? No wonder back then she was only concerned with getting people in trouble, but there wasn't a single man chasing after her. Well, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do about it. Jiang Chen said helplessly, and he really couldn't get along with this female devil. He was thinking of finding an excuse to say goodbye to her. Suddenly, at that moment, Su Qingcheng happened to finish going to the bathroom and walked over to Jiang Chen, still wearing a hat and mask, covering her up tightly. After all, she was still in the postpartum period, and it was not good to go out in the wind. With her current attire, outsiders could not tell at all. They only roughly knew that she should be a beautiful woman. But for people who know her well, even if Su Qingcheng covers herself up tightly, they can still tell. There's no way around it, her figure is too impressive, and she can't hide it no matter what. And when she walks, she's graceful and charming. Although she's a bit plumper than Lin Daiyu. When she walks, she also inexplicably gives the impression of a willow in the wind. Because she's so slim. There's even a feeling that a gust of wind could blow her away. Therefore, Jiang Chen saw such obvious features at a glance, and Yan Li, as Su Qingcheng's colleague, was of course no exception. Qingcheng. Yan Li immediately went up to her. I haven't seen you for a long time, and I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence today. She immediately enthusiastically took Su Qingcheng's hand. In fact, there are 2 goddesses at Sihai University. Su Qingcheng is the real goddess, and the other is Yan Li, an old spinster with a steel frame. The 2 are equally famous at school. They are similar in age and have some overlap in their daily lives at school, so their relationship is quite good. However, due to the short time they have known each other, Yan Li is still not on the same level as Song Mei, who has been her best friend for many years. But does this dampen Yan Li's enthusiasm to meet Su Qingcheng? No way. What did she just say? My teacher doesn't like men. Yes, it's quite a coincidence. Su Qingcheng laughed. In fact, she didn't really want to meet her colleague at this time. After all, she got pregnant before marriage and gave birth to triplets, which was not good if it spread around the office. Isn't it a coincidence? I told you so. Ha ha ha. Qingcheng. Come, meet my good student and former school hunk of Sihai University, Jiang Chen. Yan Li giggled like a sparrow, and dragged Su Qingcheng over to Jiang Chen. She introduced them enthusiastically and without stopping. You won't believe this, Qingcheng. I was just wandering around this sculptured park when I happened to meet my good student. Look at the triplets in this stroller, they're obviously Jiang Chen's relatives' children, but Jiang Chen insists that they're his own, and he even gave me his word. The thing is, how old is he? He just graduated and is already a father of 3? Or a father of triplets? You can say it's ridiculous, right? And what kind of idiot would give birth to a child when they are still a child? Ha ha, it made me laugh anyway. At least find someone reliable to pretend to be you. Su Qingcheng, I'm telling you, if these triplets are really this kid's, I'll eat my phone right there. Chapter 48, Early Marriage in One's Prime, the Soul asks. Yan Li talked endlessly. Su Qingcheng listened patiently, and as for her face, of course it was a bit embarrassed. It's fine to make fun of you for being a good student. But why did you drag me into it? So, I'm the stupid idiot with no brain? And giving birth to a child with a child? Come on, the person is already an adult, has graduated from university, and is now very, very old. Jiang Chen was also speechless. He could only silently repeat in his heart the words female devil, iron-willed old maid, and extinction master. Hey! No wonder no man dares to want that when you're young, Miss Yan. If you don't believe it, there's no need to bring someone else along. Jiang Chen said to Yanli, supporting his forehead. After all, she is the mother of my child. Oh. Jiang Chen, are you addicted to acting like a jerk? The mother of your child is here, so what about the mother of your child? Come on, let me take a look and see what the real person looks like. Yanli still didn't believe a word Jiang Chen said. How could such a handsome young man get married so young and have a child? How could he be so thoughtless? Besides, she really didn't think Jiang Chen was that old. In front of her, the counselor, he was just a bunch of kids, not even fully grown yet. And he actually dared to pretend. Yan Lily. Jiang Chen couldn't take it anymore, so she simply laid it all out. Do you think it's possible that the person next to you is the mother of my child? Yan Lily was shocked. What? The person next to me is the mother of your child? But there's only one Su Qingcheng around here, and you're not saying that Su Qingcheng is the mother of your child and also your wife, are you? Come on, Su Qingcheng is a famous goddess professor at Sihai University, and you want her to be your wife and have children? You must be dreaming. However, Yanli, who was about to continue her tirade against Jiang Chen, suddenly saw the expressions on the faces of Su Qingcheng and Jiang Chen. She swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue and pointed at Su Qingcheng, her face full of disbelief. Qingcheng, you are right, Jiang Chen is right, those triplets are his children, and I am the mother of his children. Su Qingcheng nodded and simply admitted it. What? Holy shit! The triplets are Jiang Chen's children? Su Qingcheng is the mother of Jiang Chen's children? Yanli was instantly struck by lightning, charred on the outside and tender on the inside, sizzling and oozing with oil, golden in color, a delicious kebab, well, a confused person. No way. Qingcheng. Yanli's eyes widened, her mind temporarily shut down, a little unable to wrap her head around it. She couldn't believe it. How could such an outrageous thing be true? One of her former students had actually gotten together with the goddess professor of Sihai University, and had even asked her to give birth to 3 adorable children. Damn it! And she had just laughed so hard. This was such a slap in the face. This was unbelievable. Yes, it's true, confirmed Su Qingcheng. There's nothing to talk about. It is what it is. But having said that, in fact, when I think about it again, I still feel that it is outrageous, really outrageous. Qingcheng. Come, let me tell you a few words. Yanli gestured to Jiang Chen, took Su Qingcheng's hand and came over to the side. What they wanted to talk about was of course the kind of secret girl talk that they couldn't say in front of Jiang Chen. When did you two start going out? Yanli was shocked, but at the same time, she was full of curiosity. Cough cough. It was a pure accident. Yanli was a female devil and spinster in front of her students, but among her teachers, she had a good reputation. She had helped Su Qingcheng many times before, so when Yanli asked, Su Qingcheng told her the general situation. Holy shit, this is outrageous. It's so outrageous it's like something out of a TV drama. Yanli couldn't help but swear, unable to imagine such a thing happening to her. No, such a thing would never happen to her. So you had a child and are now living together? Yeah, what else was there to do? You have to take care of the kid. Okay. You also said that you met the parents? Well, I met his parents, but my parents haven't met them yet. It's fine, you'll meet them sooner or later. Yanli said, looking at Su Qingcheng with a little envy. Jiang Chen is a good guy, he's handsome, you're a good match together, he's handsome and you're pretty. But who said at the time that some stupid idiot like Bear Big Brained would give him a kid? Su Qingcheng dug up the old score. Ahem, I'm sorry. Yanli apologized quickly, I really didn't mean it, I really didn't think of it at the time. Su Qingcheng said, Jiang Chen may seem like a nice guy, but who would have thought that he would cheat on his girlfriend with his best friend's wife? But to be honest, he's generally a nice guy. He's handsome, he's good at wooing women, and he was even on the school basketball team. Luckily, you got there first, and you got him in one fell swoop. Otherwise, one of my friends might have done it. One of your friends? Yes, one of my friends. After chatting with Su Qingcheng for so long, Yanli's burning gossiping heart had been completely satisfied. However, there was actually a small problem that made her feel a bit anxious and she couldn't sleep well until she got an answer. Qingcheng, I have another question. Go ahead. You gave Jiang Chen 3 babies, so how many times did you have sex that night? Su Qingcheng suddenly blushed, glared at Yanli angrily, and said, What do you think? We were both drunk, So how many times could we have sex? So, it was only once? 3 babies in one go? Yenli was shocked. Holy cow! Not only was it a one-hit wonder, it was also a triple bang. Chapter 49, An Old Maid is Still a Virgin. Jiang Chen, you kid are pretty awesome, you actually got Qingqing to give birth to 3 babies for you at once. After whispering with Su Qingcheng, Yenli turned back and said to Jiang Chen. That's true. This is the first time she has seen triplets in her whole life. Not to mention, it happened to someone she knew, one of her colleagues and one of her students. To put it in a more flattering way, it was like a heifer stepping on electric wires and a bull with lightning bolts. It's okay. Jiang Chen followed up, saying that it's better not to brag in front of an old maid. Besides, who knows if the old maid was really praising her or not? Wow! She's even being humble. Yenli laughed again and casually praised her. What kind of work do you do? I don't really have a job. I take care of Qingqing and the baby, and I work part-time at home to earn some extra money. That's great. You're very responsible. Yenli praised again, because she had originally come to the sculpture park to hang out, and now that they had been talking for a while, it was time to go back, so she said goodbye to Su Qingcheng. Bye, Qingcheng. I'll come visit you and the baby at home sometime. Sure, you're always welcome. Bye, Jiang Chen. Yenli was about to leave after saying goodbye to Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen suddenly said, Ms. Yen, didn't you forget something? What is it? Yenli was puzzled. Didn't you say that if the triplets were your children, you would eat your phone? Oh, this. Yenli suddenly put her hands on her forehead. It's all your fault for being so full of it. But this Jiang Chen is really something. The teacher just made a big deal out of nothing, and you just can't let it go. Can a teacher make a mistake? Hey! It's a waste to have taught him for 4 years. Jiang Chen, it's not that I don't want to, but, you see, there are obviously some difficulties. Yenli said with a difficult expression, while weighing in her small hand a certain large screen phone from the Daisy brand. What kind of difficulty? Jiang Chen asked knowingly, thinking to himself, back then, you were quite the bully, weren't you? It's just that this phone is so big, I really can't eat it, teacher. Okay. We were just joking, Jiang Chen, don't be difficult with your teacher Yen. At this time, Su Qingcheng came out to smooth things over and bail Yenli out. That's right. Jiang Chen, I was joking. You really wanted me to eat my phone, and besides, you're a student, what's there to argue with your teacher about, huh? Yenli smiled apologetically while putting on her old airs. Afterwards, Yenli bid farewell to Su Qingcheng and Jiang Chen. Before leaving, Su Qingcheng suddenly added, Yenli, about my triplets, don't tell anyone, I still have to go to work in the future. Understood. Don't worry, Qingcheng. I'm well known for keeping my mouth shut. She watched Yenli's bouncing back as she left. Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng both had a look of surprise in their eyes. It was because she was a bit too similar to a strange person. She was heartless like a little girl, but she also liked to act like an old hand and rely on her seniority. She was like an old maid or an extinct master, but in fact, she was only 28. This Yenli is quite special. Su Qingcheng tried to think of a euphemistic word to describe her. That's right, she's really special. Back when she was our tutor, we gave her a bunch of nicknames in private, Jiang Chen complained. A bunch of nicknames? Tell me. For example, Female Devil, Master Extinction, and Iron-Boned Old Maiden. This. Su Qingcheng looked surprised. You guys gave her so many nicknames. She suddenly winked and smiled at Jiang Chen, saying, I'll tell her secretly tomorrow. Hey, no need. She knows the nicknames we gave her. What? She knows? How did she react? I'm not sure exactly how she reacted, but I heard that she seemed to be quite unashamed and proud of it. Why? Because she thinks that an old maid is still a virgin. Jiang Chen's reason for this suddenly silenced Su Qingcheng, who didn't know what to say for a moment. Well, an old maid is also a virgin, okay, that's cold enough. It had been a while since they left home. It was also time to eat. Su Qingcheng had been holding it in for a long time, and even though she wanted to hang out in the sculpture park for a while longer, she had to go back at this time. Even if she didn't eat, the baby had to eat. And it would be too much for her to feed 3 little ones outside, not to mention that due to her natural talents, she also had a big piggy around who liked to help out enthusiastically during meals. What were you whispering to Yenli about at that time? Zhang Chen asked on the way back. Take a guess. I guess it must have been about me. Then take another guess. What did you say about me? That I'm handsome and so awesome, and that you gave birth to triplets. Cut it out. No way. Su Qingcheng said with disdain, but she was slightly surprised. Well, he really guessed right. It's just that he said something about being amazing. She did have some different opinions. Because scientific research has shown that when it comes to having multiple births, the woman is the decisive factor rather than the man. In other words, it's not that he's amazing, it's that she's amazing. Of course, he's also amazing, in every way. Otherwise, she really wouldn't want it. As the three little ones were starving, Su Qingqing couldn't wait to feed them as soon as she got home. Of course, as usual, Jiang Chen was there to help. After that, nothing happened, and it was evening in no time. Buzz. Jiang Chen's phone rang at this time, and it was Lu Wei calling. Hey Wei. How was the market today? Jiang Chen asked over the phone. Very good. Brother Chen, you have no idea how popular this kebab stand is. I've been open all afternoon and made over 1,000 yuan. I'm exhausted, just like a dog. Lu Wei said happily on the phone. He then reported the situation to Jiang Chen. In short, the kebabs are delicious, business is booming, and he and Zhang Chang and Wu Hao are busier than ever, sweating all over, but of course they are making a lot of money. The only problem is the city management officers who come by every now and then. Whenever they come, they run away, and when they leave, they come back. It's a constant battle of wits. It's like the old days of guerrilla warfare. Chen, you've made 1,280 yuan since noon. I've got your share of the money right here. After all, without your family recipe, I couldn't have sold so much at the barbecue stand. We're brothers, we can be honest with each other. Shit. I'll stop talking. The city management is here again. We're going to have to run again. Lu Wei hurriedly hung up the phone before he could finish what he wanted to say. More than 1,000 yuan in one afternoon from a barbecue stand? It's profitable. Su Qingcheng, who was listening to the entire conversation between Jiang Chen and Lu Wei, couldn't help but say, to be honest, based on the time, it's quite a bit higher than her salary. That's right, and don't forget who taught you the barbecue skills, Jiang Chen said. Su Qingcheng immediately gave a disgusted look at Jiang Chen's self-praise, and then said with emotion, but it's not good for your classmates to be constantly chased away by the urban management officers. But as soon as she finished speaking, she and Jiang Chen both thought of the same thing. Song Mei is actually a city management officer. Jiang Chen had been away from home for so long, and his mother had been transferred several times, so he had almost forgotten that his mother was in the city management system. Su Qingcheng, on the other hand, had not realized at first because Song Mei had rarely mentioned her work. In fact, Song Mei is not only a city management officer, she is also a fairly important official. Meanwhile, near the food street, Lu Wei, Zhang Chang, and Wu Hao had just pushed their barbecue stand away from a sudden attack by the urban management officers. They were now hiding in a corner, catching their breath. Zhang Chang and Wu Hao both actually had proper jobs, but since they learned that Lu Wei had set up a barbecue stand in the food street, they had basically come every day, claiming to be helping out, supporting their miserable friend. In fact, they were just craving the kebabs. Carrot. It's strange to say, but these kebabs are really delicious. Once you start eating them, you can't stop. It's a better feeling than doing manual labor at home when you're bored out of your mind. And it's bloody profitable. In just one afternoon, they actually made over 1,000 yuan. It's just a bit of a waste of time. Apart from playing cat and mouse with the city management, the three of them stood there barbecuing, having to keep on skewering, turning over the skewers, sprinkling the seasoning, and bagging the food. They had all been spoiled before. They couldn't take this. Plus, it was hot, so by now, the three of them were sweating all over, and their hands were almost cramping from fatigue. This was especially true for the obese Lu Wei, who was so tired that he was panting like a dog. Hey! Damn it! It's true that this earns money, but to be honest, like before, when I worked as a manual laborer, I was never this tired, even 3 times a day. Chapter 50, Arrest? Not quite. A brigade of the Sihai City Urban Management Department. A valiant female urban management team leader is giving a mobilization speech to the many urban management team members about a special rectification action for the city's appearance. The appearance of a city is its face. The vitality of a city's economy is its spirit. However, filth and disorder are not the vitality of a city, but the enemy of urban civilization construction. Recently, the phenomenon of illegal street stalls has become extremely serious near Jiafang Avenue in Sihai City, and it has even spawned a food street with a poor environment and extreme mess and disorder. It seriously affects traffic, and the nearby residents are full of complaints. The focus of our special action this time is the area along Jiafang Avenue, and the food street is the top priority. In addition, our action will be attended by reporters from Sihai TV, who will cover the action together. Finally, I would like to remind everyone that although this is a special rectification action, it must be carried out in accordance with the law, with civilized and impartial law enforcement. The TV station is recording the whole thing live, and if anyone acts violently in public and causes trouble for the people, I will have trouble with them. The mobilization speech received a round of applause. And the female urban management team leader who gave the speech was no one else but Jiang Chen's mother, Song Mei. Outsiders only know that Comrade Jiang Dapeng is a henpecked man. In the face of the fierce tigress, Jiang Dapeng often acts like a mouse in front of a cat, submissive and obedient. Little did he know that back then, Song Mei was also as beautiful as a flower, gentle as water, and meek and docile like a kitten. Otherwise, how could Jiang Dapeng have tricked her into going to the woods with him after just one meeting on a blind date? Song Mei's current fierceness and competence have also been developed little by little over the years of work. Okay, let's go now. With a wave of her hand, Song Mei set the troops in motion, heading straight for Jiafang Avenue, and the Gourmet Street was the focus of their operation. It was nearing evening. The Gourmet Street was crowded and bustling. There were all kinds of food stalls everywhere, and it was just about to be the best time of the day for business. Lu Wei and the others had also pulled their barbecue stall over, chosen a relatively good location, and were ready to make some more money. Judging from the current situation, it shouldn't be a problem to make another 1,000 or so. The three of them set up their stall and worked hard, no matter how tired they were. Unexpectedly, at this time, suddenly, Lu Wei panicked and hurriedly tried to find a place to hide. When Zhang Chang and Wu Hao saw this, they also panicked. What's going on? The urban management officers are here again. No, it's the old maid. Lu Wei said. Ha? It's the old maid. Zhang Chang and Wu Hao hurriedly went to take a look and sure enough, they saw her too. Holy shit, it really is her. Why is she here? She's coming our way. Hurry up and hide, guys. Without a second thought, the three of them quickly hid to one side. There was no choice, this old maid was their nemesis. Although it had been a while since they graduated, the old maid's power and shadow were still there. Unfortunately, even though Lu Wei and the others wanted to hide, and their movements were very happy, Yanli, who had sharp eyes, still spotted them at a glance. Lu Wei, Zhang Chang, and Wu Hao. What are you three doing, hiding as soon as you see your counselor? Does it sound like I'm that scary? Yanli said, laughing evilly. Bishuoju you home. After dinner in the evening, Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing sat on the sofa to rest. Jiang Chen was looking at his phone. Su Qingqing was also looking at his phone. Suddenly Su Qingqing looked up and said in surprise, I was just chatting with Sister Mei, who said she was leading a team tonight to carry out a special rectification activity for the city's appearance. And the place they're going to is Jiafang Avenue, with the food street being the main target. Your classmate is finished. This rectification action is very strong. Your classmate won't get caught, will he? Jiang Chen was also a little worried. It's not like they'll get caught, they haven't committed a crime, at most they'll just be fined. He scratched his head and said, forget it, I'd better talk to Weizi about it. Chapter 51, This World is Crazy, with mice acting as bridesmaids for the cat. Food Street. Just as Lu Wei and his two friends saw Yanli coming and hurriedly tried to hide, Yanli had already seen them and was smiling evilly, which immediately made Lu Wei and his two friends feel a chill. Teacher, am I that scary? You guys actually want to run away when you see me. Hey, I've always been kind and polite to you, treating you with courtesy. Lu Wei and his two friends saw that there was no escape. They were speechless. Come on, you're amiable? You treat people with courtesy? Who is as amiable as you, to the point of being creepy? And when you treat people with courtesy, you're more likely to convince people with reason. Hello, Miss Yen. Hello, Miss Yen. Lu Wei, Zhang Chang and Zhang Ming could not avoid meeting Yanli, so they greeted her with a stiff upper lip. Zhang Chang, the most sociable of the three, hurriedly smiled at Yanli after the initial awkwardness. Welcome, Miss Yen. What brings you here? Are you also interested in exploring the food street? His attentive smile and tone of voice make it hard to imagine that Zhang Chang was just now, like an old maid, complaining about Yanli, not at all less than Lu Wei, who was the most deeply abused. I was just wandering around. Yanli still looks carefree as she strolls around outside. She just didn't expect that the food street is now so lively. Zhang Chang agrees, this is now the place to go for foodie street food. He then turns to Lu Wei and Wu Hao and says, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and grill some skewers for Teacher Yin. She's been standing there for ages. Okay. Zhang Chang's impressive acting performance left both Lu Wei and Wu Hao dumbfounded. After they recovered, they quickly started grilling the skewers. Before long, a few golden, fragrant skewers were grilled. Here. Teacher Yin, try it and see what it tastes like. Zhang Chang enthusiastically handed the kebabs to Yanli. Yanli is a foodie and can't walk away from food, but when faced with the kebabs grilled by her former students, she was still a little hesitant. After all, these 3 students were notorious troublemakers back then and had been disciplined by her many times. What if these 3 students poisoned the kebabs to get back at her? What if they didn't poison them but urinated in them? There was no other way. Old maid Yanli has such a strange way of thinking. She suspected poisoning and peeing, but she didn't suspect that the skewers were not delicious, because just looking at them, they looked delicious. They were golden in color and full of aroma. Just looking at them made her drool. After hesitating for a second, Yanli finally made up her mind and took the skewers. Okay, for your enthusiasm, I'll reluctantly accept your skewers. And took a bite. Yanli was stunned. She knew the kebabs were delicious. But she never imagined they would be this delicious. Just one bite was enough to make her want to cry with joy. She felt as if she were about to ascend to the heavens, and it was better than anything else she had ever experienced. Not bad. You 3 set up a stall and the kebabs you grill are so delicious. Yanli praised the 3 while devouring the kebabs. Yanli ate the first skewer in 2 bites, and then continued with the next skewer, for fear that if she slowed down for even a second, she would be sorry for the exquisite taste. It's delicious, Yin teacher, have some more. Weizi and Haozi, what are you 2 doing? Hurry up and grill some skewers for Yin teacher. Zhang Chang hurriedly called out as soon as he saw that Yanli was almost finished eating. Oh, good. Lu Wei and Wu Hao were both mesmerized by the sight of Yanli eating the skewers. So, this is how an old maid eats kebabs. Once he came back to his senses, he quickly started to grill the kebabs for Yanli, sizzling, sizzling, sizzling. Soon the kebabs were ready. Teacher Yin, the kebabs are ready. Oh, that's embarrassing. It's fine, just eat. This is a little something from the 3 of us. Teacher Yin, eating the kebabs is a favor to us. Zhang Chang urged with the attentiveness of a lackey. Okay then. Yanli then ate without any ceremony. Zhang Chang, you're here setting up a stall, aren't you missing class? We're at work, Wu Hao and I are at work. It's Lu Wei who's setting up the stall, and Wu Hao and I are helping. Oh, I see, so Lu Wei, are you making money from the stall? It's okay, I made more than 1,000 yuan in one afternoon. Yanli, who was munching on the kebab, wondered. You call that okay when you make more than 1,000 yuan in an afternoon? Damn it, I work hard all week and don't necessarily make 1,000 yuan. So when she heard Lu Wei's words, she almost lost her appetite. That's enough. I'm going to go back after I've eaten. Yanli may be petite, but she can eat a lot. In the blink of an eye, she had already eaten 20 skewers. After she finished, she rubbed her stomach in satisfaction and then took out her phone to scan the QR code. No need, Miss Yen. It's on us. Zheng Chang, Lu Wei, and Wu Hao saw this and hurriedly stopped her. After all, she was their former tutor, and they still had some feelings for her. It's fine, I just want to show my appreciation by scanning a few yuan. Yan Li said. Zheng Chang and the others said. Show your appreciation? Scan a few yuan? Okay, you're very polite. I'm leaving now, bye. Yan Li scanned the QR code to pay, waved to the 3 of them, and walked away leisurely. Have a nice day, Miss Yen. Have a nice day, Miss Yen. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao saw Yan Li off like they were sending a plague. As soon as Yan Li disappeared, Zheng Chang, who had been so attentive like a lackey, immediately changed his face and opened his mouth to helplessly curse. Hey, this old maid. She's worthy of the name, just like always. Wu Hao agreed. Lu Wei, however, was staring at the payment information on the app, a little dazed, because the old maid had not eaten a bunch of skewers and paid 8 or 10 yuan, as she had said, but had actually paid 100 yuan. As Zheng Chang and Wu Hao soon discovered. Holy shit! Is the sun shining in from the west? Something's not right about the old maid. Exclaimed Zheng Chang and Wu Hao. Is it possible that our teacher Yan is just the way he is, and has always been fine? Lu Wei said, and his words were immediately countered by the other two. You can pull a few tricks. Who was it that messed with us in the first place? And you, Wei Zi, said that the old maid abused you and made you into a dog, and now you're actually defending her? Wake up, Wei Zi. You have to know that the two women who have abused you the most in life are Feng Rongrong and the old maid. You must stand firm. How can you waver over just 100 yuan? But to Zhang Chang and Wu Hao's words, Lu Wei paid them little heed, scratching his head and musing, actually, teacher Yan, she's got a pretty good figure and not bad looks. It would be pretty great to have a girlfriend like her, wouldn't it? What? An old maid has a pretty good figure and not bad looks. And you want a girlfriend like her? Holy shit. As soon as Lu Wei said this, he immediately scared Zheng Chang and Wu Hao to death. They could hardly believe their ears. Chapter 52, If I lose, I'll let you kiss me. Wei, what did you say? You want to have an old maid like that for a girlfriend? Zheng Chang was shocked when he heard this. Wei, speak clearly, what the hell do you mean? Wu Hao thought that Lu Wei had said the wrong thing and had not made his meaning clear. Unexpectedly, Lu Wei was quite serious. What else could he mean? What I mean is to flirt, to woo, to get a girlfriend, to fall in love with teacher Yan. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao were going to go crazy. Fuck. I'm really witnessing history. I never thought that there would be a day when Wei Zi would want to flirt with an old maid. He wants to be her boyfriend. And he keeps calling her teacher Yan. Wei Zi. You're hitting on an old maid? You've got to be fucking kidding me. You were the one who messed with the old maid the most back then. Are you PTSD or something? Yanli tortured you like a dog back then, and you still want to hit on her? Fuck you. You're sick of living. And, as the saying goes, as long as the master of guts goes on maternity leave. Zhang Chen can, but you, let's say you make a key, can you? Not to mention anything else, with your IQ, you won't even know what's going on when that old maid devours you alive. Zhang Chen has a sister-in-law and can go out for 3 months, but you have an old maid and you'll be fucked to death in one night. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao caught Lu Wei and gave him a heartfelt lecture. They spoke from the bottom of their hearts. Lu Wei was very moved when he heard them, and suddenly felt that the idea that had suddenly popped into his head was a bit too outrageous and absurd. So he scratched his head and tried to make amends. Hey! I was just talking nonsense, and you guys took it seriously. That old maid tortured me like that before, how could I possibly chase her? I'm glad you understand. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao were both relieved to hear this, and felt that the familiar Lu Wei had returned. Their previous advice to Lu Wei had not been in vain. However, Lu Wei's next words sent the two of them into shock once again. But then again, teacher Yan is really quite feminine, with a nice speaking voice and a pleasing appearance. Unfortunately, she is at most a B. If she were a C or above, I would definitely hit that. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao. Damn, you bushy-browed Lu Wei, you even noticed that the spinster is at most a B? Wow. You're obsessed, 100% obsessed. But the three of them didn't dwell on the issue of obsession for too long. Because in front of the barbecue stand, there were quite a few diners waiting to taste the delicious food, and they were already impatient. No matter what, you can't argue with money. So the three of them started eating together. Here are your 10 skewers, please keep the change. Boss, 20 more skewers. Okay. Boss, I want 30 skewers. Okay, just a moment. Business was booming. Lu Wei was exhausted, but he was smiling as he collected the money. Working for Chen was really profitable. If he works even harder, the day will not be far off when he can shower Feng Rongrong with money, or Wu Yanshuren with it. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. The city management was here. It was said that this time they were serious. It was a special rectification action for the city's appearance, focusing on the food street. Everyone should evacuate quickly. Shit, a special rectification action? Evacuate, evacuate. The surrounding vendors panicked. Although they were used to outwitting the urban management officers and fighting guerrilla battles here on the food street, they were scared when they heard that it was a serious special rectification activity. Many people fled in fear. Lu Wei and the others were also a bit panicked. Although they didn't understand the specific content of this special rectification action for the city's appearance, just by looking at the literal meaning and the situation of many surrounding vendors fleeing in panic, they knew that the situation was very serious and more dangerous than before. So they also wanted to flee. Suddenly, Lu Wei's eyes lit up. Look, look! Isn't the leader Chen's mother? He pointed in that direction. Wu Hao and Zhang Chang were also surprised when they saw it. Really? Chen Jiang had told them that his mother seemed to be the captain of the urban management team, and if she was leading the team, wouldn't they be spared? The three of them looked around and saw that many other vendors were still selling their goods as usual. Their minds suddenly started to work. Be reasonable. This barbecue stand is just making a lot of money, so why be reluctant to let it go? Suddenly, at that moment, Jiang Chen called. Lu Wei immediately answered. Weizi, this time it's my mom leading the team, carrying out a special rectification action on the food street. You three should also close your stalls and run quickly. It's okay, Brother Chen. I can see that there are still quite a few stalls open around here. Besides, your mom is leading the team, so isn't that even better? We were all college classmates, good buddies in the same dormitory, and your aunt is the leader of the urban management team. What's the problem? She has to give us face, doesn't she? But Weizi. Don't worry, Brother Chen. At worst, they'll just fine us. Alright, I can't talk to you anymore, I have a customer coming. I have to go. Bishuiju home. After Jiang Chen finished the phone call, he shook his head helplessly. This Weizi, I've told him everything, but he's still so stubborn. Hey, is he addicted to street vending? What? Your classmates won't listen? Su Qingqing asked. Well. Jiang Chen nodded. Su Qingqing laughed. This is going to be good, huh? Your classmates won't listen to reason, they're probably going to suffer now. Jiang Chen saw that the girl was so pleased with herself, and was even a little gloating, and couldn't help but get a little crooked. Why don't we make a bet? Just bet on whether they will suffer. How do you want to bet? Su Qingqing asked. I bet they won't suffer. If I win, you let me kiss you. Jiang Chen said, Weizi and the others are so stubborn, so it is likely that they will suffer. But just in case, my mom loves me so much, and since they are my classmates, she might let them off the hook? That's not impossible. Besides, it's just a bet, and I have nothing to lose. Su Qingqing blushed, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, what if you lose? If I lose, Jiang Chen glanced at Su Qingqing and said, I'll let you kiss me. Pfft, that's the same thing. Ha? It's the same. How about this, if I lose, I'll let you sleep with me tonight. Get out. Chapter 53, You're so inconsiderate. Looking at Su Qingqing's expression of pretended embarrassment, Jiang Chen felt a burst of joy. But as for the bet with Su Qingqing, although he had initially entered it in a playful mood, he thought about it carefully and realized that there was not entirely no chance of him winning. Because he knew his mother quite well. For reasons that everyone knows, the work of urban management has never been easy. There are things that are wrong to do, and things that are wrong not to do, and often you are not appreciated either way. Since his mother was transferred to the urban management department of Sihai City, she has changed her previous approach of being rude and simple. She now really uses emotion and reason to persuade people. On hot days, she helps melon farmers sell their melons and vegetable vendors buy vegetables. She is therefore very popular with the people. It is for this reason that my mother has been promoted to the position of team leader. As for the gourmet street. Just kidding, it was originally true that it was operating on the street, but now it has become a big deal, right? It is a famous internet celebrity check-in attraction in Sihai City. Mom is fine, why take people to fix it there? Isn't that just asking for trouble? And with Mom's famous gentle way of working, it would be good if she just went there and didn't help sell kebabs or sugar-coated hawthorn berries. And also, she is her only precious son. Mom has a sharp tongue but a soft heart, and although she says she dislikes it, she actually loves her dearly. Everything that has happened these days has proved this. So there is no reason why she might help someone else sell skewers and sugar-coated fruit, but once she arrives at her classmate's place, she deliberately makes things difficult and doesn't even spare a little face. Of course. Then again, Lu Wei and the other two have already been warned in advance that if they really suffer, and their mother finds them and takes away their car, it's no one else's fault. Look at you, are you going to gamble or not? Jiang Chen laughed again. No, Su Qingcheng simply refused, because you would be the one to benefit no matter what. Jiang Chen was helpless. Look at what you're saying, if I win, you let me sleep for a bit, if I lose, I let you sleep for a bit, it's obviously very fair and reasonable, how is it that I'm the one to benefit no matter what? Jiang Chen was talking nonsense. Su Qingcheng rolled her eyes, who cares about sleeping with you? At that moment, Jiang Chen's phone rang. It was Lu Wei calling. Hey, Chen. I was so arrogant. I saw that there were so many vendors around and we didn't leave, thinking that the hungry will die and the bold will survive. Who knew that the authorities were serious this time? And we were caught red-handed. It was the aunt herself who arrested us. I wondered if she didn't recognize me and so volunteered your name. And what do you know, it worked. We were expecting a warning and then we could go home, but no, after she mentioned your name, the aunt fined us 500 yuan and confiscated the barbecue equipment, saying that we were illegally occupying the street. Jiang Chen heard this. Well, generally speaking, it feels like it was expected, but my mom, doesn't she love herself? How can she say that she is her only precious son? Why did things get worse after Wei Zi mentioned his name? Jiang Chen comforted Lu Wei a little and then hung up. At this time, Jiang Chen's phone rang again. Seeing that it was his mother calling, Jiang Chen immediately picked up. Mom, my classmate set up a stall in the food street, did you catch him? Well, I did catch them. They were illegally occupying the street and refused to accept the rectification advice. Song Mei said. Oh. But Mom, it seems that you guys didn't do this before, why did you get serious? Also, aren't you talking about the city's bustling atmosphere? What else? We didn't get serious before because there were few complaints, but now the surrounding crowds are complaining, and the roads are so blocked that we can't even get through. Besides, dirty and disorderly is dirty and disorderly, so is the atmosphere of a fireworks display dirty and disorderly? As for your classmates, they're a bit bold. I originally thought that it wasn't easy for 3 young people to set up a stall, and when I checked their location, I was prepared to let them go and let them go. When I thought that they didn't want to go and wanted to continue setting up the stall, they got close to me and called me aunt, and they said that they were your classmates. What do you think I could do? There were so many people watching, including leaders, my team members, and a TV reporter filming. If I let your classmates go, wouldn't that make me appear to be doing something illegal in public just to help them? Especially since they were caught red-handed. Jiang Chen was speechless. Oh, I see. In that case, it's not unfair at all that Wei Zi and his friends were caught by their own mother. Chapter 54, Yoga Master Skills. But don't worry, brat, none of your classmates are in trouble. They weren't really arrested, they were just taken there to fill out an undertaking and then released, and they were also given their barbecue stand back. Song Mei continued. Thanks, Mom. Why thank me? I'm your mother. But you should also tell your classmates that street stalls won't last long. The food street area is a key target for cleanup, so don't even think about setting up a stall there in the future. It's best if they find a shop and operate legally. I know, Mom. By the way, I'll transfer you 500 yuan later, and you can give it back to your classmates. Is that the 500 yuan fine? No, that's the fine, it's all been recorded and handed in, this is my own money. No need, Mom, it's only 500 yuan, I'll just give it to him. That's not the same thing. What do you mean? I'm an elder after all, I've fined your classmate and not given you face, it's not appropriate, this money is compensation for them. Okay, then. That's the end of that. It can't be said to be unsatisfactory. However, we can't do it again in the future. As my mother said, it's not a long-term solution. We still need to formalize it. So the next step is to get a shop. Lu Wei has gained a lot of experience from his recent street stall days, and I have a clearer understanding of the barbecue industry. Ding! Since the host lost the bet, congratulations on receiving the reward, Yoga Master Skills. What? You can get a reward for that? This is fucking unbelievable. Everyone else's character gets rewarded for succeeding at something, but your character gets rewarded for not losing a bet. You've really gone off the deep end lately, character. Ding. Thank you, host. Character will continue to work hard. Not bad. Jiangchen praised, and after receiving the yoga master skills, it only took a few seconds for him to have all the experience and skills of a yoga master. Before, when it came to yoga, the first reaction was that it was a sport for women. But after receiving the yoga master skills, he instantly felt like he had opened up a new world. Because yoga is not only for women, but also for men, and the best part is that they can practice it together. What are you grinning at? At this time, Su Qingcheng came over to Jiang Chen and asked. No. I was just thinking, judging from this incident, that my mom is actually quite reasonable. Jiang Chen said, coming back to his senses. That's right, Su Qingcheng echoed, Sister Mei has actually always been reasonable. After saying that, he suddenly blinked his eyes, and then added, I didn't think so, but I actually won this bet. Ha ha, his expression of pride was obvious. Jiang Chen saw this and his expression suddenly looked very surprised. Saying that this little girl is only happy. Has she forgotten something? Well, you seem very happy. I agree to the bet, shouldn't I be happy? You should be happy, but according to the terms of the bet, it seems that if you win, I'll let you sleep for a bit? Ha! Su Qingcheng immediately responded, her pretty face turning red. Put. Even if I win, I don't want to sleep with you. Forget it, I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm going to practice yoga. After saying this, she walked away as if she was escaping. Chapter 55, What if you lose control? Su Qingcheng had practiced yoga before. She and Song Mei had met in a yoga class back in the day. At the moment, she was in her postpartum period. As she had a bit of excess nutrition, she wanted to move around to lose some of the belly fat. Of course, because of the cesarean section, although the wound was almost healed, she could only try to do some simple yoga moves, and resolutely avoid the more complicated ones. Jiang Chen was fine, so he watched for a while. What are you looking at? Su Qingcheng felt a little uncomfortable and blushed, giving Jiang Chen a glare. She had changed into a yoga outfit, with beautiful curves and a well-defined figure. Her proud good figure was clearly visible under the thin layer of yoga clothes. Jiang Chen watched with relish. No wonder there is such a saying about a beautiful yoga lady. Once she puts on the yoga clothes, she really has a different charm than when she is not wearing clothes or wearing other clothes. Moreover, if he didn't know that Su Qingcheng couldn't do strenuous exercise because of her C-section, he would really want to get down and give it a go. After all, he was now a yoga master level, and it was more than enough to give her a little guidance. What am I looking at? Of course it's the scenery. To see the scenery, you go look at the window, the view there is good. No, this side of you is very nice, the scenery is unique. Okay, I'll let you see enough later. Su Qingcheng whispered these last words, and after she finished speaking, she didn't even look at Jiang Chen for a moment, and her pretty face flashed with embarrassment. Jiang Chen had added 10 points to his constitution, and his hearing was excellent, so he heard what Su Qingcheng said, but even after hearing it, he was still a little confused. What did she mean by I'll let you see enough later? Could it be that? Is there going to be some big show going on? But that's not right, there are only 2 people at home right now, the girl is still in recovery, and she is still in the postpartum period. The doctor said there is a 42-day limit, so how could there be any big show? Jiang Chen scratched his head for a long time, but he couldn't figure it out. Hey, anyway, not sisterly. It wasn't until about half an hour later, when Su Qingcheng was sweating from yoga and he was in the bathroom helping her shower, that he finally understood what the girl was talking about at that time. This was not the first time Jiang Chen had helped Su Qingcheng shower. But before, strictly speaking, it was just scrubbing. Faced with the tall and slender Su Qingcheng, Jiang Chen suddenly ran out of words. The scenery was beautiful, picturesque, breathtaking, and enchanting. He even felt the need to retract a previous thought. To be honest, Su Qingcheng in her current state was much more beautiful than when she was wearing yoga clothes. How is the view? It's beautiful. Of course it's beautiful, it's absolutely breathtaking. Jiang Chen immediately responded to Su Qingcheng's question. Is it better than the yoga I was doing just now? Of course. So, is my figure good? It's great. Compared to you, Ozawa-sensei is weak. Ha! Ozawa-sensei. Get out. That night, neither of them slept well. Jiang Chen's eyes closed and he saw a white, beautiful scene, and he had all kinds of strange dreams. Su Qingcheng was the same. She also had all kinds of strange dreams. When she couldn't sleep at night, she actually wanted to do what she had done before, find Jiang Chen to chat with him and pass the time. But after thinking about it again and again, she gave up. He had just been told to look at the scenery enough, and now in the middle of the night, she was going to call the big pig's feet over to chat. What if he misunderstood? What if he got a sudden urge and became animalistic? Forget it. If I can't sleep, I might as well count sheep by myself. Ding. The host and his wife spent an unforgettable evening, deepening their bond. The host should work even harder to give his wife and son a better future. Ding. The system has issued a new task: secure a shop to prepare for the upcoming barbecue business. Jiang Chen heard the system's prompt early in the morning, still groggy from sleep. About the new task. Secure a shop. This was actually within Jiang Chen's original plan. After yesterday's incident, when his mother took someone to raid the food street, it was obviously inappropriate for Lu Wei to continue to barbecue and set up a stall and fight guerrilla warfare with the urban management officers. He definitely had to get a whole shop. To quote his mother, he had to formalize things. But whether to rent or buy, that's a specific problem that needs to be analyzed on a case-by-case basis. I'll go out in the morning to settle the matter of the shop, and try to come back by noon, but time is tight, it may be difficult. After finishing breakfast together and feeding the baby, Jiang Chen said to Su Qingcheng, "Go ahead." Su Qingcheng immediately agreed. "If you don't have enough time in the morning, don't rush back, I'll cook lunch by myself." "You can cook?" Jiang Chen asked. "Yes, don't underestimate me, okay? Although I can't cook as well as you, I can still cook. How about this, if you come back in the afternoon, I'll cook you a big dinner." "Okay." Jiang Chen smiled. He thought to himself, so soon? Is she already acting like a good wife and mother? Not bad, not bad. Jiang Chen drove out of the Bishuiju residential area. His destination was the food street in the university town. Compared to the crooked food street, which is raided by the urban management from time to time, this food street in the university town is the most prosperous and popular food gathering place in Sihai City. He originally wanted to go directly. However, just as he happened to receive a call from Lu Wei, as soon as he heard that Jiang Chen was going to the food street to look for a shop, he immediately wanted to go as well. Jiang Chen then went to his place to pick him up and go together. Holy shit! BMW X7. When they arrived, Lu Wei was envious when he saw Jiang Chen's car. He had seen Jiang Chen drive this car before, but seeing it again still caused a burst of amazement. He circled the car and then sat in it, still praising it. "It's magnificent. Awesome. By the way, when the hell am I going to be able to drive a car like this? Follow me, and within 3 years, I guarantee you can drive a car like this." Jiang Chen said. "Are you serious, Chen? I'm not going to lie to you, if you give it your all, it might be possible in a year." "It's okay, Chen, even if you're lying to me, it's fine. I'm fucking dreaming, I want to drive a car like this." While the two were talking, Jiang Chen stepped on the accelerator, and with a loud roar, the car immediately sped off like a beast. Chapter 56, The price was cut to the bone. "By the way, did my mom give you any trouble that day?" Jiang Chen suddenly remembered on the way to the university town food street and asked Lu Wei. "No, not at all. Although Auntie arrested us that day, confiscated our barbecue stand, and fined us 500 yuan, in fact, Auntie was actually very nice. She took us there to write an undertaking and gave us a few words of advice. And then let us go and returned our barbecue stand to us. Which means that the 500 fine was the only thing," Jiang Chen wrote, "but it's okay, I'll transfer the 500 yuan to you later." "You'll give me the 500 yuan? Lu Wei was surprised. "You're kidding, and besides, I don't have 500 yuan. It's not from me, it's actually my mom's money. She thinks that the 500 yuan fine is reasonable, but since you're my classmate and it's not easy to run a street stall, she told me to give it to you." No. I haven't even given you your share of the money from the barbecue. What are you being stubborn for? The split is a separate matter, but the 500 yuan is my mom's money. She told me to give it to you. I can't just swallow the money, can I? Okay, then. Thanks, Auntie. Lu Wei agreed to take the money. By the way, Wei Zi, in the future, when you do things, you have to be a bit more discerning. Yes, okay, definitely. About half an hour later, Jiang Chen and Lu Wei arrived at the food street in the university town. It was still early in the morning, so there weren't many people in the food street. Jiang Chen parked the car nearby and then Lu Wei and he looked at the shops on both sides of the food street. Before coming, Jiang Chen had done some research. He knew that the food street had all kinds of food, but there was only one barbecue restaurant, and coincidentally, that barbecue restaurant had already put up a sign for sale due to poor management. So after roughly walking around the food street, Jiang Chen and Lu Wei went straight to the barbecue restaurant. The door to the barbecue restaurant was open. In fact, it was in a very good location. When you come to the food street, you can basically see its eye-catching sign at a glance. In terms of external conditions, it is very advantageous. However, as soon as Jiang Chen and Lu Wei entered the barbecue restaurant, they immediately felt that it was not satisfactory. At a glance, the interior decoration was of an average level, with a few tables placed around. It looked a bit dirty and messy. It was obvious that it hadn't been tidied up much, and of course the owner, probably, had a whatever attitude. And that was ultimately the reason. There could only be one reason: the barbecue restaurant was not doing well, and the owner had no motivation to serve you. Hello, our barbecue restaurant doesn't open until the afternoon. Inside the barbecue restaurant, the owner and the proprietress were having breakfast, eating salted vegetables and plain congee, and a few buns. When they saw someone come in, the owner, holding a bowl, came forward and said, "We're not here for the barbecue." Jiang Chen turned around and pointed at the word transfer posted on the door. "I see that your barbecue restaurant says transfer. If it's suitable, we'd like to take it over." "You want to take over my barbecue restaurant?" The shop owner was stunned, and then quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks, saying enthusiastically, "Sure, you're welcome. We do intend to transfer this restaurant recently. To be honest with you, this restaurant is our life's work. The barbecue restaurant is currently making a steady profit, earning hundreds of thousands of dollars every year, easily. Right now, we have urgent matters to take care of." Yes, if it weren't for urgent matters back home, we wouldn't be in a hurry to sell. The proprietress then put down her chopsticks and chimed in. "How much do you want for the transfer?" Jiang Chen asked directly. "The transfer fee is an outright 300,000 yuan. The shop owner said crisply. 300,000 yuan for the transfer fee? Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but Lu Wei, who had worked part-time at the barbecue restaurant, immediately exclaimed in surprise, "How dare you ask for 300,000 yuan when you only make so much every day?" "We have our reasons for saying this. With a daily turnover of 10,000 yuan, and after deducting utility and labor costs, the net profit is only 3,000 yuan. For such a thriving barbecue restaurant, we only want this much for the transfer fee." Lu Wei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. A daily turnover of 10,000, net profit of 3,000 after deducting utility and labor costs? Are you kidding? If that's the case, let me do the math for you. With a daily turnover of 10,000, and each table charging a higher price of 100 yuan, that's 100 tables. But you only have less than 10 tables set up at the moment. In other words, your barbecue restaurant would have to turn tables more than 10 times to achieve a daily turnover of 10,000. Turning tables 10 times, is that even possible in a place like yours? This Lu Wei's words suddenly made the shop owner and his wife stunned. They had thought that the two people who came to look at the shop looked quite young and should be easy to fool, but they didn't expect them to know so much. Turning tables 10 times, why not? Our business is booming, with customers lining up every day. Our highest record is turning tables 20 times, and on average, turning tables 10 times. Isn't that reasonable? After the boss lady came back to her senses, she argued strongly, not even bothering with the basic facts. Lu Wei shook his head and laughed. Jiang Chen said with a smile, "That's really reasonable. Just look at the dust covering the tables in your restaurant. Not to mention an average of 10 tables being turned every day, an average of 20 or 30 tables being turned is possible." While he was talking, he used his finger to swipe at a table in the corner, and a trail of dust appeared on the table, and his finger was also covered in dust. The shop owner and his wife were embarrassed when they saw this. With such a thick layer of dust on the table, you say this barbecue restaurant turns over an average of 10 tables a day? Bullshit. Well, the transfer fee of 300,000 yuan is indeed a bit high, so why don't you make an offer? The shop owner wiped his forehead and said helplessly. In my opinion, it's at most 150,000 yuan, no more. Lu Wei said. 150,000 yuan? No, when we took over the shop, the transfer fee was 180,000 yuan. The shop owner complained, secretly thinking that the boy was too ruthless in cutting the price, cutting it in half. Seeing that Jiang Chen looked like a nice person, he turned to Jiang Chen and said with a pretense of generosity, "Brother, name your price for the transfer fee, really. More or less, I'll give you the shop for a loss." Jiang Chen directly held up one finger. The shop owner couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this, 100,000 yuan? He thought to himself, these two young people are both ruthless negotiators. The transfer fee was 300,000 yuan, and the other guy just halved it. This guy is even better, he's cut it right down to the bone, 100,000 yuan. Chapter 57, Yes, I'm willing. Yes, it's 100,000 yuan. Brother, you're ruthless. You've cut it by more than half in one go. Yes, big brother, if you add a bit more, we'll give you the shop. The owner and his wife advised with a difficult expression. Seeing that the couple's reaction was not so strong, Jiang Chen had a rough idea in his mind. Then, after taking a look around the shop, he asked the couple, "This barbecue restaurant is also yours?" "Yes, because we ourselves are in the catering business. After buying the shop, we simply started the barbecue business again." The shop owner casually said a few words, and when he saw Jiang Chen asking this question, he suddenly had a thought, "Could it be that you want my shop?" "Yes, I want your shop." Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Do you want to sell it?" "What? You want to buy the shop?" The shop owner and his wife were surprised and looked at Jiang Chen. They said, "Yes." Then they asked Jiang Chen to sit down, served tea and water, and the shop owner explained a bit about the shop. "I bought the shop 5 years ago, and it cost 2 million yuan in loans. If you don't believe me, I can show you the purchase contract later. The first floor is a restaurant, and the second floor is a warehouse and living quarters. I thought the shop was located in the food street of the university town, so whether it was a barbecue restaurant or waiting for the shop to appreciate in value, I would be able to make a lot of money. But I didn't expect that later on we would encounter a pandemic. The pandemic has had a huge impact on the catering industry over the past few years. I won't lie to you, my brother. Our barbecue restaurant business is not doing well, and the value of the shop has not risen, but fallen instead. I can see that you are sincere. In that case, I won't ask for much. The shop is priced at 1.8 million. As for the barbecue restaurant, I will just consider it a bonus and give it to you for free. What do you think? The shop that I bought for 2 million is now asking 1.8 million. The barbecue restaurant is considered a bonus, in other words, the transfer fee is waived." Jiang Chen estimated that the price of 1.8 million was almost right, and there was no room for negotiation. Good deal. After settling the shop, Jiang Chen took Lu Wei to a decoration company to finalize the renovation and decoration plan for the barbecue restaurant. The second floor of the barbecue restaurant, which was originally a warehouse and lived in, Jiang Chen completely changed into a restaurant, adding private rooms and a lounge. After confirming the renovation plan, Jiang Chen handed Lu Wei the keys to the barbecue restaurant and the contract for the renovation plan. Lu Wei was taken by surprise. "Brother Chen, what are you doing? You said you wanted to hang out with me, but now I can't get my hands free, so I'll leave the barbecue restaurant to you and run it for me." "Hand over the barbecue restaurant to me?" "Yes, just say if you are willing or not." "Yes, of course I am willing." Lu Wei immediately replied without the slightest hesitation. When he was running the barbecue stall before, he knew that Jiang Chen had some skills in the catering industry. Following him would definitely be a good career move. I just didn't expect that Jiang Chen would hand over the barbecue restaurant to him directly this time. Wei, we are classmates and buddies, so I will be frank with you. I will hand over the barbecue restaurant to you in one of two ways: either you become my store manager, or you become my business partner. Which do you choose? Lu Wei blinked. "Brother Chen, which one pays more?" The store manager gets a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, and the business partner gets a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, plus 5% of the shares, Jiang Chen said. 10,000 yuan a month. 5,000 yuan a month, plus 5% of the shares. Of course I'll choose the one with more money. Brother Chen, I'll be your business partner. Lu Wei scratched his head and laughed, saying, "Following you around and owning 5% of the barbecue restaurant is much better than 10,000 or 8,000 yuan. Okay, then it's settled." Yes, it's settled. As for Lu Wei, Jiang Chen still trusted this classmate and good friend from their 4 years at university. But there were two options. If Lu Wei was greedy for money and chose the store manager position that paid 10,000 yuan a month, Jiang Chen would have to admit that he would be a little disappointed. Fortunately, Lu Wei did not disappoint his trust. In the end, he made the choice that Jiang Chen had hoped for the most. The two were about to go back after finishing what they had been doing. Lu Wei's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID, and the kid was actually being so secretive, hiding to answer the call. After returning, he said to Jiang Chen with a smirk, "Brother Chen, can I borrow your BMW X7 for a while today to act like a big shot?" "What do you want to do?" Jiang Chen asked. "Hey, I just made a date with a girl, and she agreed to go out with me." "Holy shit, you're on a date?" Jiang Chen was shocked. He thought to himself, Wei Zi, the eternal dog licker, has finally come to his senses and asked a girl out. Well, it is a date. As for which girl, Brother Chen, don't ask. Lu Wei didn't say anything, but Jiang Chen's first reaction was that it was the female devil and the counselor, Yan Li. But no. Jockey Mazu. This kid is so fast, he's using it right away. Chapter 58, The God-Level Scar-Removing Potion. Lu Wei was interested in the female devil's business. After Lu Wei let the cat out of the bag that day, Zhang Chang and Wu Hao immediately told Jiang Chen about it. There was no choice, it was too shocking. It's like a rat being the maid of honor at a cat's wedding. Are you crazy or what? Jiang Chen was also shocked to hear this. This is bullshit. Wei Zi is just asking for it. You have to remember that in the beginning, it was Lu Wei who was being tortured the most by Yan Li. It was winter, and Lu Wei was playing a video game when Yan Li caught him doing the cleaning. Lu Wei's hands were red and he was shivering from the cold, and he almost cried from the torture. And then there's the length of the graduation. Lu Wei has forgotten his wounds, and he's actually dating the female devil? That's outrageous. With Yan Li's methods, Lu Wei, although he is plump, is not good enough in front of her. She might even eat him up and not spit out even the slightest bone residue. Thinking about this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sweat for Lu Wei. Wei Zi, are you okay? Teacher Yan is no ordinary person, be careful, she might eat you up and you won't even know what happened. You brat, before, you were dying to lick that Feng Rongrong, now you've changed targets, which is a good thing, but Teacher Yan is still too difficult for you. Jiang Chen gave some advice. It's okay, Brother Chen, I know what I'm doing. Besides, when it comes to eating someone up, it's not necessarily who's doing the eating. Lu Wei didn't care at all, and after that, he drove all the way back to Jiang Chen's home in Bishuaju. After Jiang Chen got out of the car, Lu Wei said to Jiang Chen again, Brother Chen, I'll return the car to you tomorrow morning. Are you going to spend the night outside? Jiang Chen was surprised. He currently had very little need for the car, and there was no problem with returning it the next day, but was Lu Wei and the female devil going to spend the night outside? Damn, the two of them are making rapid progress. We've made a date to go to the beach and watch the sea together. Lu Wei said excitedly. Jiang Chen suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. But seeing Lu Wei so excited, he didn't want to say anything more. Maybe. This is the kid's fate. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen walked home, and in the fresh food supermarket downstairs, he bought some fresh fruit on the way back. Ding! The host successfully completed the task of getting a store today. Task evaluation, excellent. Congratulations, host, you have received your reward, 1.8 million in cash and a lucky draw gift pack. Holy cow! 1.8 million in rewards? I paid 1.8 million for the shop, and now I get my money back? Tonzi is awesome. Thank you, host, for your praise. Tonzi will keep up the good work. Tonzi, the lucky draw. Yes, host. Ding. The host has successfully drawn the lucky draw. Congratulations, host, on winning a bottle of the Divine Scar Removing Potion. The Divine Scar Removing Potion can target any scar. Once applied, overnight the wound will completely heal and the scar will be perfectly removed, leaving the skin as smooth as new. Special reminder, the Scar Removing Potion is of divine grade and therefore has unexpected effects. Please use it with care, host. I actually won a bottle of the Divine Scar Removing Potion. Jiang Chen instantly thought of Su Qingqing's cesarean section and the scar left on her stomach. After all, she was the mother of his child, and this miracle scar removing potion was just right for her. As for the unexpected effect, Jiang Chen didn't take it seriously at all. It's just a scar removing potion, what kind of unexpected effect could it have? It can't turn into a gene potion. you're back so soon? Jiang Chen returned home, and Su Qingcheng greeted him. I was afraid you'd be hungry at noon, so I came home early. Jiang Chen laughed. Pish, how could I be hungry when I'm cooking at home? Su Qingcheng said, I wouldn't let you be hungry. So, you had a good lunch then? Of course. The braised chicken, the braised pork feet, and the seafood soup I made tasted so good, I wanted more after I'd eaten. Su Qingcheng said, as if showing off. So, there's a hidden chef in my house. Jiang Chen laughed. What did you expect? Su Qingcheng looked pleased with herself, but then her face suddenly froze as she noticed Jiang Chen's smile freeze as well. Because Jiang Chen was in front of her, taking out the takeaway packaging from the rubbish bin, with the takeaway order still on it. Master Yang's braised chicken 007, 1 portion of braised chicken, 1 portion of braised pig's trotters, 1 portion of seafood soup, 1 portion of rice. Note, no spicy for the braised chicken, no coriander for the seafood soup. Jiang Chen read out the order. So, this is the big meal you made for lunch, no, ordered? This, that. Su Qingcheng suddenly felt extremely embarrassed, her expression as awkward as a thief caught in the act. Well. Her persona as a master chef has been ruthlessly exposed. Jiang Chen poked around the takeaway food inside and noticed that almost none of the dishes had been touched. Then he asked curiously, you ordered takeaway, so why didn't you eat it? Are you so wasteful? It was terrible, so I took a few bites. So did you cook lunch or not? Yes, it's still in the pot. Jiang Chen was instantly interested to see what the girl had cooked. When he arrived in the kitchen, he lifted the lid of the pot and found a big black lump with a pungent smell. What is this? It's scrambled eggs. I used too much dark soy sauce and the heat was too high, so it turned out like this. Jiang Chen was speechless. You're really something to be able to turn a simple dish like scrambled eggs into such a mess. So, today, you cooked first, found that it didn't taste good, then ordered takeaway, and when you found that it didn't taste good either, you threw it in the bin. Am I right? Jiang Chen asked. Yes. But actually, it's all your fault. My fault? Yes. It's all your fault. Your cooking is so delicious that it spoilt my taste buds. I didn't used to be picky about food. I could eat whatever I cooked as long as it was cooked well. But now that I'm used to your cooking, I can't eat my own food anymore. Even the takeaways I like make me want to throw up after just one bite. Su Qingcheng spoke with conviction. I cook well and you blame me. Jiang Chen put his hands on his forehead. Originally, I was quite looking forward to the hearty dinner you mentioned this morning, but now it seems like forget it, I'll do it. What do you want to eat? Name the dish. Yes. I want braised chicken, braised pork feet, seafood soup, boiled shrimp, vegetables, oyster mushrooms, steamed sea bass, and sweet and sour beef tenderloin. Su Qingcheng was so excited that she listed all the dishes she wanted to eat in one breath. There are so many, can you finish them all? Jiang Chen was surprised. Yes. I promise I can finish them all. Su Qingcheng patted her chest to make a promise. Jiang Chen was sweating profusely, thinking to himself, girl, you've been starving for a day and you're going crazy. Chapter 59, 3 babies aren't enough to eat. Jiang Chen went to the kitchen. An hour later, he made a table full of delicious dishes according to the names of the dishes ordered by Su Qingcheng. Su Qingcheng was really hungry. She pounced on them and began to eat without regard for her appearance. Jiang Chen watched from the side and couldn't help but laugh. I think in the future, you'll have to be my wife too. Why? Su Qingcheng asked, still stuffing a piece of beef tenderloin into her mouth. Why do you think? I've only been gone for less than a day, and you're already starving. If you left me, do you think you could survive? But if you were my wife, I would never let you go hungry. I promise to feed you every day. Su Qingcheng glanced at Jiang Chen. She meant what she meant, but why did it sound so strange? What's this about feeding her well? Come on, she's not a child. But deep down, she was actually thinking along those lines. A certain female writer once said that if you want to capture a man's heart, you have to first capture his stomach. If you want to capture a woman's heart, you have to first capture her what? Her what was long ago captured by the big pig's trotter. They even had 3 children. And now his hands are all over her stomach. It seems that she can't escape him this lifetime. Forget it, what's the point of thinking about it now, let's just fill our stomachs first. Su Qingqing ate for a while, and her stomach started to feel full, so she slowed down and asked Jiang Chen about how things went today. So, did you get it all done? Yes, you just wait and be the boss's wife. Are you really planning to start a business? What else? How else are you going to support you and the kids? Su Qingqing wanted to say, actually, I don't need you to support me and the kids. I have enough money. But the words caught in her throat. Then she changed the subject. Oh, right, Sister May called this morning and told me that your father's birthday is coming up soon, and she wants us to go over to their house in a few days with the kids for a get-together. That's great, Jiang Chen said. Should we get your father a present? Su Qingqing asked. This question from Su Qingqing left Jiang Chen momentarily at a loss for words, because, to be honest, ever since he was a child, it had always been his parents who had prepared birthday gifts for him, and he had never once prepared a birthday gift for his parents. Of course he had to prepare one. Jiang Chen said. After all, he had graduated from university and was now a father, so it would be unreasonable not to prepare a gift for his father on his birthday. So what kind of gift should I prepare? Su Qingqing asked again. Jiang Chen was also at a loss for what to get her. Since he had never given her a gift before, he really didn't know what to get her. Forget it, let's just eat first. There are still a few days left, so I'll think of something during that time. Okay. After that, the two of them ate in silence. Although Jiang Chen had cooked the meal for Su Qingqing, since it was almost time to eat and he was hungry too, he ate with Su Qingqing. He knew that if he let Su Qingqing eat alone, she would definitely not be able to finish the meal. However, no matter what, Jiang Chen wanted to play the supporting role. But as they continued eating, Su Qingqing suddenly kept persuading Jiang Chen to eat more, and even directly used chopsticks to keep putting food in his bowl. Here, eat. You should eat more, and you'd better eat a lot. Jiang Chen was a little confused. Why are you telling me to eat so much? Because Su Qingqing's face had turned a little red, and after hesitating for a moment, she tried to put it as tactfully as possible and said, the babies have grown a lot. Their appetites have also grown a lot. They've been eating more and more recently, and I'm running out of food. Jiang Chen understood immediately after hearing this. No. What's running out has nothing to do with me, the nanny. After dinner, it was almost night. The two of them rested in the living room. Regarding Su Qingqing's request during dinner, Jiang Chen of course agreed, and in the future, he would not steal or help. After a short rest, Su Qingqing went to do yoga as usual, which actually consisted of just a few very simple yoga moves. This time, she had eaten a lot without noticing, and she felt that she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully if she didn't do some exercise. Jiang Chen played a game on his phone for a while, and suddenly remembered something, the magical scar-removing potion. That. Has the wound from your C-section on your stomach healed yet? Jiang Chen asked as she approached Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing, who was doing some simple yoga moves, blushed a little when she heard this. She said, you saw it the other day, it's almost healed. The other day she was referring to was, of course, the day Jiang Chen helped her bathe. Ah, the wound is almost healed, but the scar is still there. I have a bottle of special scar-removing potion here, do you want to try it? Jiang Chen said, taking out the bottle of miracle scar-removing potion. It was a small bottle of green liquid. Su Qingqing was instantly tempted when she heard this. As she sat in confinement, her wounds gradually healed and her figure gradually returned to what it once was, but the ugly and somewhat hideous scar left by the cesarean section on her stomach would ultimately remain. Your potion can get rid of scars? Where did you get it? Su Qingqing took the bottle of green liquid and asked curiously. This was given to me by an old man. Jiang Chen casually made up an excuse, saying that the secret could not be divulged. Huh? It was given to you by an old man? Don't tell me it was some fortune teller? I'm telling you, that's all a lie. Su Qingqing immediately adopted a dismissive attitude. Cough cough, I was just trying to tease you. Never mind, I'll be honest with you, I bought this high-tech product online from abroad at a high price, and it's particularly effective at removing scars. Jiang Chen introduced it seriously. That's more like it. Su Qingqing's face eased up when she heard this. Afterwards, Jiang Chen helped apply the scar-removing ointment carefully to Su Qingqing's scar. Worried about the efficacy, he applied it over and over again, and then wrapped it in a piece of gauze. Will your scar-removing ointment work? Don't worry about it. If it doesn't remove the scar and makes it bigger, that would be bad. Su Qingqing was worried. Don't worry, the effect will definitely work. Jiang Chen said with certainty. The products of the system are all high quality, and this scar removal potion is no exception. However, in order to achieve the effect of removing the scar, Jiang Chen applied too much of the potion, almost completely covering the scar with the entire bottle of potion. As a result, some of the potion seeped out during the process of wrapping it in gauze. Su Qingqing's face immediately changed. Chapter 60 Unexpected Effect. You won't have any problems with this scar removal potion, will you? Su Qingqing asked. No, there's no problem. Jiang Chen subconsciously replied, but this answer was a bit hollow to be honest, because this god-level scar removal potion, although it can remove scars and stretch marks, the effect is definitely awesome. But the point is, when the system introduced it, there was a special reminder. That is, this potion is of god-level quality and will have unexpected effects. The potion has leaked downwards, and judging by the expression on the girl's face, there will definitely be an unexpected effect. But what will this unexpected effect be? Jiang Chen is actually not sure. Are you sure it's okay? Su Qingqing asked. Of course it's okay. This is a high-tech product I bought at a high price. If there was a problem, I wouldn't dare use it on you. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and insisted. It's fine, really fine. Wait until tomorrow, the effect should be there by then you'll know if the potion works. But it won't break, will it? Su Qingqing's face was a little stiff, and she was still a little worried. Broken? No, that's definitely not going to happen. Jiang Chen said with an unwavering tone this time. But he scratched his head, still feeling a little weak. Damn, recently, he had just praised the dog system fiercely. This time, the god-level scar-removing potion. Damn it, don't do anything stupid. That night, there was no conversation. Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing took care of the three babies together, as usual, bathing them, feeding them, and putting them to sleep. After that, the two of them also fell asleep quietly. Apart from Su Qingqing going to the bathroom a few times during the night, nothing was unusual. However, there was actually one thing that was unusual, and that was that Jiang Chen did not get his usual midnight snack. But that was nothing. The three little ones were growing quickly and eating more and more, and even someone with Su Qingqing's natural talent was gradually unable to keep up with the three babies' needs over time. Under the circumstances, it would be unreasonable for him to try to grab food and drink. Early the next morning, Su Qingqing suddenly let out a surprised cry. When she woke up, she felt a strange sensation on her belly, so she removed the gauze and discovered that the scar-removing lotion had really worked wonders. Ah! My goodness! The long scar from the knife wound is actually gone. And the stretch marks are gone too. This potion is really amazing. Su Qingqing exclaimed in disbelief. Jiang Chen came over and saw that it was true. Not only were the scars and stretch marks all gone, but the skin was smooth as new. This miracle scar removal potion is really amazing. However, Jiang Chen did not forget about the unexpected effect, so he tried to ask again. Do you feel bad about it? Su Qingqing blushed immediately upon hearing this, and glared at Jiang Chen with angry eyes. No. Jiang Chen was puzzled by the blunt answer. What did she mean by no? When Jiang Chen asked again, Su Qingqing simply said, yes. And then gave him a meaningful white eye that was extremely attractive. Jiang Chen. He stood there for a long time, not sure if he had figured it out. Anyway, he shook his head and went to make breakfast. As for guessing, it's impossible to guess. Don't try to guess a girl's thoughts, you won't understand even if you do.